morning. Good morning.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 seconds, 4, 3, 2, 1. In Visualize Live.
Good morning. Welcome to the pre-party show. We have got the most amazing show today. Jenny Jackson is here. Hello.
Hi, babe. You're
It's
right.
lovely to see you bright and early. I know you're always here very early, but we never do a show with you at 8 a.m, do we?
No, I did actually last month, I
Yeah.
think, but it was just random.
It's lovely to see you. And
too.
with the final block of
I
this
know,
amazing
I know. Can't believe it's been a year again.
I know. Another one. Are you planning the next one? Are you going to be
It's
doing
going to be
another
something
one?
else, but hopefully so, yeah.
Brilliant. Now, we'll show you the block. We'll show you how you can get the finishing bundle as well, the sashing, the binding. Of course, you can choose your backing as well on the show today and ask Jenny any questions about finishing and completing your quilt. Or if there's any of the blocks that you missed out on, then we can recap some of those as well. But we're starting this morning with our early bird special. And it's on theme as well. They've thought about it, it's on theme. We've got our Carroll foundation paper. I know, especially, the American market, this is a massive seller. And normally, you can't get it here in the UK. So to be able to get a specialist foundation paper, which you're easily going to be able to tear out. It's lightweight, won't create bulk when you're joining sections. It's absorbent, so less ink transfer that you don't want when you don't want it. And it's non-coated, so your fabric will not slip on it. Now, you're getting 100 sheets at an early bird price. Now, as I said, the birthday officially starts tomorrow. And I know we're all so excited for the birthday, but we want to make sure that we have extra special deals for you today to make sure everybody's still getting involved. We've got some brilliant deals. This is going to start it. Are you ready? We're going to just rip the bandage off in one go. This is supposed to be $14.99, always very popular at $14.99. Today, $11.99 for 100 specialist foundation paper sheets. Great that it can tear away so easily. And also, you're going to be able to see slightly through it. Yeah, sorry, just a little bit of dust there. Sorry. £11.99 for 100 sheets. Loads of you coming through. If you love your FPP, maybe you've got hooked after doing Jenny's block of the month. If you want to try your own piece, if you've got any of your own patterns, any books that you want to transfer onto, then this is perfect to print out your foundation paper piecing templates. Using most inkjets and laser printers or copy machines, no shrinking, no curling or turning brittle, holds up beautifully during stitching and tears away easily when done. All 100 sheets for just $11.99. Loads of you loving this, Ollie's saying. Very, very busy, very busy. If you're all already coming through for the final block, which is February's block of the month, in both colourways, we've got it in the purple and we've got it also in your rainbow colour palette as well. That's going to be coming out, which is actually, again, similar sort of colours. They're both the purples on this.
Yeah, they are.
But they're gorgeous. A lovely way. I think that with this foundation paper piece block, you've learnt so many different... Well, you've got such a variety of shapes in there, haven't you?
Yeah. You just really build up your skills with these. Yeah.
Gorgeous. It's coming up. It's coming up. There's people already checking out on that bundle. Stay tuned. Have we actually managed to rebundle all of the months as well? Amazing. Lots of them, I must warn you, if there's a particular month that you've missed, is really, really limited. Oh my gosh, I was just saying, I don't know what I've done to my finger, but it was really itching me yesterday. And then it's like appeared, and I don't know whether I've been bitten, but it's got really swollen. Look at that. I'm so sorry. So sorry. Jenny thinks I've been bit by a spider.
I do. There's a little dot in the middle.
By a spider. Oh my gosh, I'm now going to not sleep at night, being like, oh, there's spiders in my bed. This is when I turn into Spider Girl.
Exactly. You could be running up the wall any minute.
Oh my gosh. Shall I try? $11.99. Okay, shall we do the February? Oh, here we go. Menu first, and then we're going to do our February block of the month. Sorry, because it's a bit of a peculiar menu today because we've got Jenny with us for an hour and a half this first hour.
Oh, yeah.
This is your final chance to be able to get all your questions in about foundation paper piecing. And even if you are, this isn't a monthly subscription, is it? So anybody can just jump in. Sorry, my drink's on the desk. I will move it. Ben's telling me off. If you've got just one of these blocks, it can make a cushion. It isn't a subscription to make the whole quilt, is it?
No, you can just pick and choose. If there's certain blocks that you really, really like, you can just grab them.
Brilliant, right. And also, so we've got an hour and a half with Jenny. We've then got sewing room tools. Ben's tried some new, really cool bundles. We've got one that's called Design Your Own Fabric with the Derwent Inktense pencils, which is the first time I've ever seen them. And I absolutely love them. We were watching about Pauline Wheeler's show and they look amazing. There were so many people messaging in as well, talking about how incredible the pigment is on them. So we thought it'd be really cool to be able to make your own fabric, design your own fabrics as well. So that's coming up in the Sewing Room Tools Hour, which is an hour show between 9:30 and 10:30. We've then got 2 amazing new projects with you.
Yeah.
What I love about our panels is that they're all pattern matched. Have you seen the cushions, Ollie? Have you got a picture of the cushions? Here they are. You've got this colourway, which is gorgeous. They are English paper pieced. I mean, they are so clever. To try and do something like this with your stash should just be, well, it's just impossible.
Yeah, no.
So
it's not going to work.
No. To try and get that pattern matching, it's just genius. Such an amazing idea. And we've got 2 different colourways to show you. And we've also got a notebook holder. And we were saying you could fit like a little mini tablet in there, or be good for if you're taking a book on the go with you.
Yeah, my normal size tablet fits in there absolutely fine.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, notebooks, books, everything.
And the whole back of it, the front panel there and the reverse is all EPP with your special shapes as well.
Indeed.
Love it. Kits are already on pre-order if you want to get ahead. Then we've got 30 minutes of needles and threads, and we've got some new bundles. And then we've got some, so I'm not going to lie to you. Obviously, with birthday coming up, I said to Ben, right, if we're going to do a machine deal, I just need to know what it is that we've got coming up over the birthday. So we've been liaising with our sales manager, Hayley, and we've been saying, right, what have you got on the show and what is not coming up during the birthday that we can do a special deal on today as our pre-birthday bash. So it's the only time to be able to get the 680, the last of stock on the air threader and the 570. We're going to do some amazing, amazing deals on those coming up in that 12 o'clock hour. Now, shall we open up the floodgates for you to be able to complete your block of the month quilt? The most popular on pre-order was the blue, pink and purple, which is the quilt behind Jenny on the right-hand side. You can see there the blues, the pinks. On your left, actually, isn't it? I'm doing stage right. So, block of the month instructions. Reminders for anybody who is maybe... I know a lot of people have bought this on pre-order who I know have bought the whole year, but this is all foundation paper piece,
It is indeed. So machine sewn.
All machine sewing.
Yeah.
And the panel that you have gives you all of these. Let me show you. You get, is this the right one? THUU?
No, that's the rainbow.
Sorry. Right, so we have loads of ample enough fabric to be able to do.
Plenty.
But that's what's brilliant.
Well, I have said throughout the year, save your scraps, and then you could use that as a scrappy binding around the edge of the quilt at the end.
Fantastic. Good idea. Good idea. And so you get loads of this beautiful ditzy floral. You're getting the spots, and you're also getting your blue floral as well, all in that massive panel along with your instruction set. And in the instruction set, you include the papers, is that right?
Yeah, so you've got all the templates you need to just go straight ahead and sew it all. And then you have one master copy, which is on slightly thicker paper, which you can photocopy if you go wrong, or also it means you can do it again.
This is clever. So how is this sort of constructed? Because normally with FPP, well, is it in smaller blocks?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, amazing.
Yeah, it's just little blocks sewn together. But yeah, you can use it as, you can reuse the photocopy, the template to photocopy. And
right.
You could use these as like singular blocks and make borders with them around quilts.
Amazing.
You could shrink them down and make little ones. Yeah. You could do whatever. Once you've got that and you've got the master copy, you can do loads with it.
Oh,
Yeah.
brilliant. Oh, so look, even if you're not completing the whole quilt, pick some of these blocks out, and then you've got a couple of blocks to be able to do all sorts, whether it be cushions, whether you like you say, you play with the scale and the size of it to use for different projects. What is really unique about your patterns, Jenny, as well, is that you haven't just done a generic FPP instruction that's copied throughout all of them. They're all individual.
Yeah, so all the photographs are for the particular block that we are sewing.
So look, you're getting full step-by-step instructions with photographs that correspond with the block that we are doing, as opposed to, there's, you know, a couple of kits that I've seen in the past that have said, look, there is a generic FPP instruction video or something like that that you can then follow, whereas this is all your step-by-step photographs for the right block. Now, we have got so many people who have got it in their basket that I've got a feeling, yeah, we're down to double figures. Hundreds of you have already got involved. No, I need it updated, I think, sorry in a minute. £19.99 with your fabric panel, and that is for the blues and purples. We've then also got the rainbow colourway, which you get the same instruction set with all of your templates ready to use and your templates to also photocopy. And this time it's in the rainbow. The rainbow colourway this time is the purple and whites. So the rainbow quilt, but this is your purple and white block. I like this one. I do like this one. Now you're getting your full panel. Even the white isn't just white.
No,
actually,
it's got like little, I don't even know how to explain it. They look almost like mini matchsticks, but they're not, they're just little.
Nice. I do love all of the different fabrics you get because, once again, FPP is great for your scraps, as we know. Yeah. So when you've got the block and when you've made it, you're going to be able to do this again with...
Well, this is it. I really want to make a Christmas one. I just think it would be so nice. You know, like a forever quilt, like an heirloom, but all of it with Christmas fabrics.
This is such a good point. Do you know what? Even though it's coming to an end, if you're getting your patterns and you've used your panels, make it again. Make it again with different fabrics. It's going to look amazing.
Fabrics.
Yes. £19.99. You're getting your panel and you're getting your full instructions. Just so you know, once everybody's checked out, I believe that February's block of the month will be virtually sold out. We are looking like we're oversubscribed. If you've got it in your basket, go for it. Full step-by-step instructions. Templates ready to photocopy and your templates ready to use. How amazing is that? So they're there ready to go. You don't need to go to your photocopier. You don't need to be printing things out. You can just start sewing. Really simple to do. If you haven't already got the bug for FPP, have a go. Maybe this is your year that you're saying, right, I'm going to conquer that fear of FPP, and it will open up the possibilities to so many different quilts, honestly. But I think I'm not scared of FPP anymore. Ollie said he's still scared of it. Honestly, you get the most precise results using this method. And it's so straightforward. It eliminates all of the thinking and all of your accuracy because you're literally just sewing on the line.
It's my favourite thing to teach as well because I've done some workshops recently and I just love seeing people's light bulb moments because they come and they're like, I can't do it. I've tried before. It's confusing. Within 10, 15 minutes of them getting on the machine, they're like, oh, now I get it.
Yes. So, Jenny, talking of workshops, are we closer to getting the studio ready?
So close. The plumber's been in. We've got hot water in there now. Hopefully the electrician next week.
Amazing.
April.
Oh, so you're going to start running foundation workshops?
Yeah, all different workshops. And hopefully Mr. Adam Brooks might come down and do a weekend one, dressmaking.
Amazing. Oh, we can't wait for that. Right, everybody who's got the rainbow colourway in the basket, which is the most popular? You say the purples and the blues. And how many of those are left? We'll put the graphics in very quickly just so you can see the rainbow. Less than 50. Less than 50 of those. £19.99. You've got your panel and you've also got your instructions. We are going to do a demo on this one. Don't panic. We've got an hour and a half with Jenny. We can sit.
We can just relax.
You were saying, Joe, this is quite a lot of time to be talking, but actually, I think it's the perfect opportunity. You know, at the end of a show with someone and you're like, right, question time. It's now a chance to answer, Q&A session. Ask all your questions. Anything you'd like to see. Right, shall we do are other bundles to complete your quilt. So you've been working with the team to be able to say what it is that you need for your sashing. So you only need a metre of white, is that right?
Yeah, for the sashing,
Yeah.
1 metre is fine.
Brilliant. This is a 1 metre bundle. You are getting 1 metre. I'll open it right out so you can see. It's £7.98. Here we go. There you are. You are getting a whole metre of white for £7.99. Why are you taking £1 off? But it doesn't say there's a saving on the graphics, does it? No, but we always give you a saving on a bundle. There you go, £1 off, and you're getting white. Let's just face it, anybody who is watching, get this.
Oh yeah, even if you don't need it for the...
Exactly.
I get through so much white.
Well, this is where it makes a difference. If you're buying 2 or 3 bundles, I know that they're cut up into 1 metre pieces, but you're definitely going to use it, and that's when you're saving money, when you're
And if you
multiplying.
love modern designs as well, white is just a staple. It just looks so nice behind all the bright colours.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Remember, it's already cut into 1 metre bundles for you. Oh, sorry, on the web. Oh, see, our picture's right, it says 1 metre. On the web, it says 4 metres. Ignore that. It's obviously a 1 metre. Look, there you go. So for some reason, on the image, on the web, it says 4 metres. We've corrected it, but the system's being slow. It will update itself. And there's enough of you to see this sell out as well. We've got less than 30 of those remaining. A whole metre of white for £6.98. Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. He has done another fabulous little pre-birthday party saving.
He loves it, doesn't it?
Can you believe it's 5 years, Jenny? How long into Sewing Street's Journey did we see you?
Did I come back?
Because you were here from a previous life of Sewing Quarter.
I know, I was sewing
years ago.
quarter, yeah, and then when that closed, I think, I really don't know. I've got to have been back at it's 3 years minimum.
Yeah.
But I'm wondering if it might be 4 now. I lose track of the time.
I completely lose track of time to the point where I'm saying, oh, I did that. You know, it must have been probably 3-4 years ago. And then I think, no, it was pre-COVID, which is scary to think that was 5 years ago.
So I feel like
now.
I came back just after COVID, which was 4 years.
Oh my gosh, right, that's sold out. That's sold out.
A while.
Remember, we've got 2 bundles. We've got Rainbow Block of the Month. You're getting the full bundle. And you're also getting the Purple Block of the Month, which is the one on Jenny's left. Now we've got 2 bundles to make the entire quilt. 2.
Oh,
if
really?
you want the rainbow quilt, if you've just tuned in, every block, every set of instructions, every foundation paper piece template. We'll do it off the picture there. You've got all of the panels.
That would be the best parcel to come through your door.
Oh.
Can you imagine that?
How would you tackle that? What would you do? Would you still
start in January?
Yeah.
Start in January.
Well, it's not Jan, it's Feb. Oh, you need to start with...
Oh, no, not January. It started in March, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
March.
go to March, go to your March block of the month and start that.
Or just pick whatever's on top of the pile.
Yeah.
Do it. It really
There's
doesn't
no
matter.
order.
No, because what I did Arden Like Quilt Show in the end of January, and Celia and Paul, who are customers here and for me, they Paul started doing FPP because he wanted to try it, and he's doing this, and they brought theirs so far because they've quilted as you go.
Oh,
So he's done, I think it was 6 blocks he'd done so far, and it looks so good.
Do you know, that's such a good point. Have you seen, you know, Wendy Orlando did a pattern of Quilt As You Go, which basically just teaches you how to do the whole process of Quilt As You Go, and you can apply it to any quilt pattern that's got sashing in.
Yeah.
So this would be perfect for Quilt As You Go.
If you haven't got a big machine, or you don't want to send it off to a long armour or anything, it is quilt. You could quilt as you go. They've shown me.
There's 2. There's only 2 of those bundles. That's in rainbow. I will show you the other colourway. We've also put it on 3-way split pay for you, which is brilliant. Now we've got it available in the blue, pink, and purple as well. Another one under £300. We've maxed out. We tried to get as many as we could. It's been selling on pre-order. We are now also down to just 2 bundles left. 12 of the paper patterns, 12 of the fabric patterns, all included, under £300. Now, some of the other ones, I know that you've already gone to the web and taken what you needed. So if you do want the whole bundle, the only way of getting some months are in those big, big bundles. Now, I won't show them all now. We will do them before the end of the hour because we've got we've got till 9:30 with Jenny. So I will be able to have time, fingers crossed, to recap any of these. But what we have is what we have, and we will not be printing any more. We cannot get more. So if there is a month that you're missing, or if there is a block that you see behind us that you love, block 10 sold out. So 11 you can see there sold out. So if there is one that you love, there's another one sold out. So if there is a block that you really want to do, which is your favourite block?
Oh, do you know what? I don't know. I think my favourite is the rainbow, but only because it's bright and really modern.
I love the lime.
I did this one with you.
Yes, I love
vodka, lemonade and lime. And that's what we called it.
If you were to repeat this, you would create really cool
secondary
patterns. Love this as well.
Yeah.
Oh,
you could do a whole quilt with just one of them.
Yeah.
Like one block.
This one's amazing. Yeah, choose whichever one you want.
I like
Please
this
be
colour.
quick. I love the colour on that one, actually.
But yeah, the vodka,
teals.
lemonade and lime one is a good one.
Fabulous. What did you call this? Vodka, lemonade?
We called it vodka, lemonade and lime last time you were here.
Could just be lemonade and lime.
It could be, but it's not going to be, is it?
Fabulous. Right, anyway, so let me just remind you, which one do we have the main graphic for at the moment? The blue. So you're getting the blue panel, which you can see at the on our left, on Jenny's left. There it is. The blue and purples and your full paper pattern with the templates ready to go. Less than 50 of those remaining, but we are oversubscribed, so please don't wait to the end of the demo. Okay, so if you have missed each month that Jenny is here, where have you been for one? But I know a lot of people as well are watching and thinking, oh, do you know what? This is something that I've wanted to try out. I've been waiting. This is a really good block actually to start with, isn't it? You work with squares.
Yeah, it's
rectangles.
Honestly, you can all of them.
Really?
I think, I'm trying to remember which one it is split into 4. I think this one could actually be the hardest, but even then it's not.
Okay. We trust you. We trust you.
Thanks.
So within your paper pattern, you've got your ones that are ready to go.
Yeah, and they say ready to use. You'll be able to tell the difference as well in the paper quality compared with the paper used to print the actual pattern. It's thinner.
Yeah, which is intentional because it's easy to rip around.
Yeah.
Okay, where do we start?
Right, so this is this month's template. You've got a part A and a part B. And you're going to sew those together eventually. But what you need to do is, because I knew we had loads of time, I thought I'd start right at the beginning. You need to cut out your templates just beyond the dash line. Don't cut on the dash line. Because the way I see it is so long as all your fabric covers all the paper, you're all good.
Okay, and you do get ample amounts of fabric.
Yeah, so I tell you exactly what size to cut your fabric pieces as well.
But not many patterns do that actually, do they? They just say, cut enough to fit.
Do you know what it is? It's because I really want people to love this technique. And sometimes with FPP, it can be quite stressful working out what size paper you need, fabric you need. Not if you're doing squares, but with the other shapes, because when you flip it over, it's reversed. And it can just get a bit. So I've done it also so you have loads of fabric. It's not tight at all, because then if you don't quite line it up, hopefully you won't need to undo it. Right, so we've got part A and part B. I'm going to start on part A, and I'm just going to pre-fold along the lines which I'm going to sew on. This just makes it easier at later stages when you're having to fold the paper back, fold the fabric. You've got those lines that you can use. Okay.
Love your nails, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Full jazzy, gems.
Aren't they fun?
They look really lovely.
So fun today. Yeah. I don't know why, but I just want to eat them. They just remind me of sweets or
They're
something.
lovely.
Right, so I also tell you which fabric to use for which number, like which FPP number. So like 1A, A1, A2, A3.
Oh,
so it all says which fabric for which. And what I tend to do is when I'm cutting the fabric, you always end up with little scraps. I write which fabric they are. So you can see there I've written A on that fabric, B, C.
Good idea.
Just so then I know.
Yeah.
Or take a photo before you cut the panel up, but then you've just got this little bit that I just keep as a reference all the time. So then when you're looking at the pattern, fabric A covers A1. Oh, which one's fabric A again? You can just see really easily. Okay, so we're going to get one piece of fabric. Just going to grab a pin. And so your first piece of fabric goes wrong side of fabric to the wrong side of the template. okay? Obviously, it might
It's
not be
difficult
very
to see on
easy
screen,
to see
but
on
you
that
can
because
at
it's
home.
white. Right, so then you want to make sure that the whole of your fabric piece is covering A1. You can just hold it up to a light source and you can see that that's perfect there. And you need to make sure there's at least 1/4 of an inch round the shape. It's going to just pin that one in place.
Because you've told us how big to cut
Yeah,
the piece.
they'll be
it will
fine.
fit.
You just need to make sure you've centered that. And then you're going to fold again between A1 and A2. Just fold the template back on itself. Because I've already pre-folded these lines, it just makes life easier for you. And then I'm going to get my add a quarter ruler. And I'm going to trim off the excess fabric. So that's the fold where I've just folded. I'm going to butt the ruler up against that and trim off the excess fabric, leaving 1/4 of an inch there. Okay?
If you haven't got the add a quarter ruler already, this is a really, really useful tool, isn't it? Really useful. Oh, have we not got it available? We'll add them in. We'll add them in. We hadn't got it available, but we'll find it.
Is there
what are you
another
looking for?
small cutting mat under there? This one's missing the back.
There is a small cutting mat. Let me find it for you.
Sorry, I've just realised this one's missing the back.
Oh, yeah, it
So
is.
every time I cut, it's moving around. There we go, that's better. Right, so we've trimmed off the excess fabric. Now we're going to open our paper out. Then we're going to get the fabric used for A2, which is fabric B. So this is where I've just trimmed off the fabric and we want to cover the whole of A2. So you're going to line your fabric up against the line you've just cut here. I'm just going to have to move this here because it's easier for me. And then what I always do, no matter how confident I am, is I check that the fabric is positioned right and it's going to cover the whole of A2 by holding my fingers about 1/4 of an inch away from the edge of the fabric and folding over like this.
Okay.
So I can see that that is fully going to cover
Yeah.
A2. And I say do that no matter how confident you are, because if you don't,
Yeah.
it's going to be a pain. Yeah. So the fabric's the right side together, and then we want to take it over to the machine using around a 1.2 stitch length. So tiny stitch length, because that's what you need to be able to pierce the paper so that you can tear the paper away after. So you can pin these two pieces of fabric together if you want to, or just hold them in place. And then we are going to sew along the line between A1 and A2, starting about 2 stitches before the line and finishing about 2 stitches after. It doesn't have to be exactly 2, but you want to just do a couple of
Slightly
extra
over.
stitches. Yeah.
Okay. But you're sewing on that line.
On
This
that
isn't
line.
a 1/4 of an inch to the side of it. This is on
This
the
is
line.
on the line. This is like tracing,
Brilliant.
and that is why I love it so much.
And do I need to have a specialist needle?
No,
or
normal
no?
needle. But what I do say is if you're doing other projects in between, keep an FPP needle.
Okay.
So once you finish, take it out and put a new needle in.
Yeah.
And then just keep your FPP sewing machine needle with it, because you're going through paper.
Yeah.
So it will blunt quicker than normal.
Yeah.
I should practice what I preach. This is for you guys, do it.
And did you say already, have you shortened your stitch length?
Yes, to 1.2.
1.2.
Ish.
Right, okay.
Yeah, some machines don't do 1.2. They do 1.4 or 5.
Yeah.
What I would say is get a piece of paper and check. If your machine is happy with 1 and it's not tearing the paper as you sew, use 1, because then it's going to be easier at the end. But if it's tearing as you sew, go for 1.5.
You are not going to want to unpick this though, are you?
You are never going to want to unpick.
No, so yeah.
This is why it's all about double checking
Okay.
that your fabric is going to cover the shape
Okay.
that you want. Yeah, but yeah, keep a FPP needle separately. I really should do that, but I just don't. And then we're going to fold that fabric that I've just sewn back, and then just use a seam roller or a dry iron to press that seam or roll that seam open. You need to do this stage. If you just don't bother and you just go and add the next piece of fabric, before you know it, you're going to end up with bumps and lumps like that, and that is just going to not be okay. When you come to quilt it, it's going to be such a pain. So that's 2 pieces of fabric added. And then we're going to flip the template over again, and we're going to fold between A2 and A3. I have already folded this,
Yeah.
so it does make it easier. There we go. That's the fold of the paper, and we're going to do exactly what we did before. Butt your ruler up against the fold of the paper and trim off, so there's 1/4 inch. Obviously, if you haven't got one, you line up your ruler, the 1/4 inch mark along the edge of the paper, the folded part, and then trim off your fabric like that.
The add a 1/4 ruler is available on the show now. Thank you, Ben. He's found it. It is brilliant because it has got that 1/4 inch.
It's got a little lip on it there. Can we see it?
So you
There
can
we go.
literally butt that up against your fabric.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say don't use it this side as a normal
fold?
quilting roller. No, you could use this to fold
Yeah.
the paper, but don't use it as a normal.
No, don't use rotary cutter with
Yeah,
it. No.
because for some reason it just doesn't really like it. It's
No.
because it is really thin at that end.
Yeah,
It's like a
yeah.
normal ruler.
Yeah.
So it's not got the big chunky bit like the
No.
side of normal rulers. So only use that end to trim with your rotary cutter.
Okay.
Right, so we
Have you got
trimmed.
that dust as well?
I've got the dust as well.
Dust, yeah.
Right, open the template out, flip it over again. Now we're going to add the 3rd fabric. That needs to cover A3. So always line it up with the bit of fabric you've just cut and flip it over and check.
Okay.
Honestly, I can't stress how important that section, that little extra check is, because if I just put it up there thinking that will be fine, it's so close to that line that it's not going to work properly. There we go, so we're going to go there.
And you don't pin these now?
I
You
don't,
pin
I
the
hold
first
them
one?
in place.
Yeah, but just
you
make sure they're
can-
lying flat. Yeah.
You can completely pin them in place if you're not confident
Yeah.
taking it over to
Bit
your
of
machine.
glue?
No, because then it will be glue on fabric on
Okay.
fabric. I would say pin at that
Okay.
point. Right, so now we are going to sew again a couple of stitches before the line starts and a few stitches after. There we go. Then we're going to flip it over, open that fabric we've just sewn.
And you're not taking this to your iron at all? You're using your
I'm using
roller.
the same one. I've got loads of dust.
Dust. Sorry.
Yeah, it's
Drink.
I've got some water. It's quicker, easier. I'm lazy. I would actually have to get up and go over to my ironing board if I wanted to iron, because I've got a cutting mat right next to my sewing machine.
But normally, I mean, we talk about how important each seam is to press.
Yeah.
But actually, it's not
These are
necessarily.
well, these are tiny seams. And also you've got that paper as a foundation behind it. So when you're doing this, the fabric's not going to stretch anywhere.
Right.
So honestly, it's so much.
The little rollers are great.
They're so good. They are so good. Right, I'm going to just remove that
Yeah.
original pin now that I had. Then we're going to flip it over. So now we want to sew on the line between all of them. So we're going to cover A4. So this is the reason why I've said stitch a few stitches beyond the line, because as you can see, I'm just about to fold them back. You've got your tiny little stitches, so they're not going to come undone. And you just want to pull that fabric, but because you can see, you're only using 1.2 seam allowance. Those stitches haven't come undone at all.
Is the seam roller that we've got available? Yeah, £6.99. Is it blue? A blue one, I think. It's slightly different to the one that you've got, I believe. Oh, it's the same one.
No, it's a different colour. It's slightly different, but
Yours is a bit more fluorescent.
Yeah.
But it does exactly the same thing.
Oh, yeah.
Flattened seam, fold for a bigger. For fabrics that you can't put your iron against as well.
Yeah, I mean, I know
Really good.
Lisa Lamb uses it quite a bit when, I think it's when she's folding back PU leather away from a zip. Don't hold me to that.
Yeah,
She's watching,
yeah.
she'll correct me.
Brilliant. Yeah, there's your seam roller. If you do love it. And it's great if you're doing things on the move as well, isn't it? If you're on the go, if you're taking your projects along with you somewhere and you haven't got a physical iron with you for classes, for workshops and things. It's actually a lot more effective than I initially thought. I was like, well, how much of a difference can that make? But it's the way it's almost slightly tapered, isn't it? It's really,
And
really
yeah,
good.
often when you're doing an FPP, the pieces are quite small. And yeah, if you've got one of the little irons, great, but a big old iron doing it, it's just too much.
Yeah.
And obviously you've got to make sure that it's a dry iron, because if you get the paper wet, it's going to get soggy and then it could tear before you want it to tear. And
Okay.
stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm all for seam rollers. Right, so I folded that back. The stitching hasn't come undone because we're using tiny stitch length. Then we're going to butt the ruler up against that fold in the paper and trim off the excess fabric. Okay, open out that paper, flip it over. And then we're going to...
What are you giggling?
Ben,
You love when people get involved in the studio. Ben's just doing some folding.
Oh no, he was not folding fabric.
Was he wafting?
No, that wasn't me.
It wasn't you. Oh.
What was he doing? What have I missed?
Never mind. Moving on. Right, so the fourth fabric, we want to cover the whole of this section, A4. So line it up. It's pretty obvious it's going to fit this one, but just always double check, honestly. There we go.
Okay.
And then we are going to sew all the way along. You might want to pin this one in place. It is quite a big piece. And then still stick to the rule of always sewing a couple of stitches before the line and a couple of stitches beyond. I'd love to know how many times I've said that in the past 12 months.
But look, every single time it's worth reiterating. Look at those nails, by the way, from there. They look amazing.
They're so over the top, aren't they?
They're brilliant. I'm very jealous. I might go and have my nails in this afternoon.
Do it. Honestly, my nail tech, she is just the best. Every time I go, I'm like, what do you want? I don't know, let's think about it. And as she's just shaping them, she always does the best things ever. I love her. There we go. So I've sewn that one, folded the paper back, and I'm just...
Look how effective that seam roller is.
I know,
Brilliant.
it's so good.
There's now less than 20 of those. Lots of people are adding those to their basket. Maybe you've tried to do a few blocks without one, and now you're thinking, no,
Yeah, actually,
worth it. Yes.
so good. Especially if you can't bother to get up to the iron.
Yes.
If you've got room on your table, my mum doesn't have room on her sewing table's tiny. It's just because she's got a big machine like this.
Yeah.
So she can't fit a cutting mat next to it. So even using the seam roller, she has to get up each time. I felt so bad because she did some samples for me for Ardingly Quilt Show.
Think about her step count.
Well, that's what she said. She was like, I was up and down every 2 seconds. I was
Yeah.
like, well, what you need to do next time is get part A, part B, and do like
Yeah.
like 4 things and take all 4 over.
Yeah.
Do it like that. Oh, I'm so lazy. Right, so that's part A completely finished. Now we're just going to trim off the excess fabric and paper. So this is really important that you line up your 1/4 inch mark on your ruler, and you want to use a ruler, normal ruler now, not this, because that is going to slip around.
Right, so are you going to that dashed line, or are you ignoring that and now
just
doing
forget
finish?
about that now. Yeah,
Okay.
that's just basically, for me, that's really to remember to add the fabric to cover
Yeah.
1/4 inch around the whole block.
Right.
So now line up your 1/4 inch mark on the ruler on top of the solid line and then trim off. The reason why I say this is because sometimes when you're printing, you know, you want to use the same ruler the whole time,
Yeah.
just in case the dash lines are slightly more than 1/4 by a millimetre.
Yeah.
Because it can be that.
Yeah.
So just line up on the solid line and trim off the excess fabric. And try not to move. Also, I always say, really take your time when you're doing this bit.
Okay.
Don't rush it. Make sure you've lined it up really nicely. I have a habit of doing it really quickly and then regretting my choices afterwards.
Is this where your seams are then going to meet together with your next block? And this is quite
Yeah.
a definite line through it, having that sort of grid, isn't it?
Exactly that. So you just really want to make sure that you...
And like we said, it's nothing difficult. It's literally making sure your
yeah.
your ruler is absolutely on the line.
This is it, and you've already got that solid line to put your ruler on.
Yeah.
You know, if it was a normal block and it
Yeah.
says square your block off,
Yeah.
oh, but where shall I put my ruler
Yeah.
in order to make sure it definitely fits and it
Yeah.
squares? No, it's literally just on top of the line.
Would you now always choose FPP over
All the time. I don't remember FPP and EPP,
Yeah.
my jam. I don't remember the last time I pleased a block that
Yeah.
wasn't
Yeah.
with foundation because I'm one of those that I will lose my points and I don't want to lose my
No.
plots. So that's why I do this. And also maths, quilt maths. FPP's different. I really like shapes. Like, you know that from my EPP. And I can come up with so much stuff working with shapes, and there's less maths.
Yeah.
With normal blocks.
Yeah.
So much maths with half square triangles and all of that.
Yeah.
It's just not necessary with that stress in my life.
But I mean, look, when you look at your complexity of
Oh yeah,
FPP
you literally
designs,
look at it and you think, oh,
how
wow.
have you come up with these shapes? But actually,
Oh,
you see
that.
it- yeah, you've done the.
That's easy because it's all shapes, and I love shapes.
Oh, it's
I
amazing.
can just lose hours drawing shapes, like
Yeah.
putting shapes together, doing this and playing around. And also, you know, because it's FPP, I can see straight away, is that going to work or not?
Yeah.
Because obviously you can't do Y seams.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's why you get part A, part Bs.
Right.
Because you can't do a Y seam and stuff. Right,
Yeah.
there we go. So now we're just doing, what are we doing? We're doing block part B now. So I just want to make sure I add the correct fabric first. Yeah, we're going the opposite way now. Obviously in the pattern it says fabric A for this one, fabric B for this one. There we go.
Don't wait, by the way, if you've got anything in your basket. We've got so many people who have got the rainbow bundle in the basket but haven't yet checked out. You're getting your full pattern and instructions, your paper patterns ready to go, and you're getting your full panel. This is in those beautiful purples and your white, which is, again, not a solid. It has got a pattern to it. But that's to complete the whole of the quilt, the last block of the quilt. Or just do it if you love the purples and whites. That's a lovely springy
That's
colour,
such a
isn't
nice,
it?
it's such a clean
Purple's
purple.
popular.
I love it.
Now, if you've missed out on any previous blocks, you could absolutely duplicate with a different colourway, I'm
yeah.
presuming, as well, because there's some people who say, I've missed out on a certain one. If you've missed out on block 11,
Yeah.
pick your favourite block and do it twice.
Yeah, and like even depending on where you put the
Different colourway.
fabrics will make it look completely different.
Yeah.
Because these two look completely, some of them don't even look like they're the same block.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can just use your fabrics placements elsewhere.
Amazing.
Right, so we're starting on part B. Wrong sides of fabric against the wrong sides of the template for this one. Make sure it's covering the whole of B1 and pin your first piece in place. This one you could add a little bit of glue, but I just don't. I use too much of it for English paper piecing. I can't use it for foundation as well, the glue. Right, so now we're going to fold between B1 and B2, like we were doing before, and trim off that excess fabric.
Okay. And I mean, look, the slithers.
Tiny bits.
Yeah.
There we go. Then we're going to get your next fabric that you need, and we want to cover B2. So we're going to line that up against the fabric that we just cut. Just trim that fabric off and fold it over to check it's in place. This is literally just adding 3 squares in a row, this one. Then I would say still do that stitching a couple of stitches before and after.
There you go. There's another one to your tally of how many times we've said that this year.
Yeah. Too many. There we go. Fold your fabric back that you've just sewn, get your seam roller out. There we go. Flip it back over again. Now we want to cover B3. So we're going to fold your template on the line that you're going to sew along. Trim off that excess fabric. Open your template out and flip it over. Get your next piece of fabric. Line that up with the fabric line you just cut and double check it's going to fit.
Right sides together, flip it over.
Flip it over and take it to the machine.
And how's Dylan, Jenny?
He's
good?
fine. He's just so grown up now. It's insane. He likes to keep reminding me that next year he finishes school
That's crazy.
and goes to college. I'm like, where's my little tiny boy gone that came on TV on Sewing Quarter all those years ago, who wooed everyone in the office. Everyone loved him. Yeah, no, he's off to Iceland with school very, very soon.
I'm sorry, but when did school trips get so elaborate? I mean, I used to go to Waikato, like that was our school trip.
I mean, I did go to Italy.
Did you? I never
school,
went abroad with school, ever.
But again, I left it till year 11. They did have trips earlier in the school, but I wanted to wait until I was more comfortable with going away. But I said to him, just pick when you choose trips. I did say originally he could only go on one big trip. He's going on 2 now. That's why I'm working non-stop. Yeah. But I said to him, pick the trips that I couldn't easily organise.
Yeah.
You know, because some of them are actually quite good deals when you look into it, how much it would cost for me to go as well and take Dylan, then do all the activities. He's going to climb a glacier. He's going on like 2-hour whale watching boat trips, climbing up this massive waterfall, going to the hot springs, just everything. It's going to be the best. I'm so jealous. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous that
I know.
You didn't get to do that.
He's just going to have the best time ever. And then his football trip in October, he's going to the Bayern Munich Stadium and getting training with some players that won the World Cup years ago and watching a match and stuff again I could not organise.
Yeah, that is mega.
Yeah.
Ollie used to go skiing with school. Did you all go to really fancy schools?
No, it's just a normal school.
Oh no, my school didn't. We did go to Wales.
They go to India. That one's like only a few of them go because they're paired with the school in India or something. New York, the dance GCSEs just went to New York.
Oh,
the drama ones.
Aren't I, when all the girls?
You are going to have so much fun.
Oh no. I need to start saving now.
Yeah. Just tell them one big trip.
Okay.
They might squeeze 2 from you though.
Oh no, with the twins though. Oh, it's just going to be so expensive. Anyway,
right.
move on.
So I've added all the fabric to part B. So we're just going to flip that over and do exactly the same as we did with part A and just trim off that excess fabric. Lining up your 1/4 inch mark on your ruler with that solid line and getting rid of the fabric. How old are the twins now, 2?
Nearly 2. They're 2 in June, 20 months. It's just gone so fast, hasn't it?
I mean, Dylan's going to be 15.
Oh.
How? I'm sure he's only 2 still.
Oh.
He's just the sweetest kid in the world, though. I'm very lucky.
We need to bring him back in again.
I know, we keep saying we will, but it just never seems to team up. With so today is the last day of half term.
Yeah.
So he doesn't really want that on his last day.
Yeah.
Maybe during the summer holidays. No, he'll be too busy in Easter. What am I going to do?
Oh.
He's going for like 5 days.
Oh. Well, you've got Dave.
I've got Dave, I have, but I've absolutely loved this past week. Dylan's been on half term.
You'll be busy doing workshops.
Yeah, I know.
You'll have loads of company with all the ladies. Everyone's going to come down and support Jenny and Brighton.
Yeah, just come and keep me company.
Yes.
Right, so part A, part
B. Okay.
Done. So what we're going to do is place them both right, make sure they're right way up as well. So the part A is at the top, not like that.
Okay, and I'm keeping my paper in still.
Keep your paper in,
okay.
yep. And then we've got part B. Then we're going to take part B and place it along the bottom, right sides together of part A. So now you can see the writing, well, to me, the writing on part B is now upside down. Then you know you've got it in the right place. I think I've even written that in the pattern about things being upside down. Then you can, again, pin this in place. What I've done is I've moved it. I will line it up on my machine now, just to make sure I've got that all lined up. And what you're going to do is sew from the very edge of the paper off the end of the paper, not just a couple of stitches before and after the solid line. You're going to go right from the very top all the way off the end.
Okay.
Still tracing the solid line. And what you can do, if you're worried about going wobbly, in the 2/4 inch, draw.
Draw that rest of it.
Grab a pen, pencil, and just draw that line in. What is, folded my paper a bit.
Oh, Jenny's had to rejig the whole machine. Adam, if you're watching, Jenny was cursing you this morning.
Adam, no one wants to reverse stitch when they start and finish when you're doing FPP. The paper will fall apart.
The thing is with this machine, you can completely customise it to your sort of personal needs, can't
What
you?
you can
so you
do
both have to keep changing.
No, well, what you can do is you can save projects.
Right.
So maybe what we need to do is save Adam's settings in one, and it says Adam, and
Yeah.
save my settings in another.
Yeah.
And I think does Wendy.
Is it only the
use
two
as
of
well?
you?
I think Wendy Orlando uses
Right.
it as well.
This is the UX8. Yeah, I saw Adam the other day. He was up on the roster when I was over next door on Gems, and he did a little dance for me from the top of
I
the
love
studio.
him.
I love him.
I literally do. I'm going to stay at his house next
Yeah.
month because I'm on Mother's Day and the clocks go forward, so I lose an hour's sleep. So obviously he's only half an hour away. So if I stay at his,
You don't have
then
to
it
get up
doesn't
at 2
make
a.m.
it. Yeah. So what would be 2 a.m., wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So no. He's already asked his other half, can she come again? Always there. There we go. So what you want to do now is you want to remove the paper just from the seam allowance that you've just sewn.
Look at how easy that, and that's not going to tear your stitches at all, no?
No, because they're 1.2. The stitching is not going anywhere. I always just fold it back and then tear that paper away. Forgot to turn the iron on.
Oh, we're going to do a deal, by the way, today on the iron. You've got to stay tuned for our tool show. Both the mini Alisso iron and the big one will do a deal. You own the
I have both.
The pink one, don't you? Do you have both? Oh my gosh, amazing.
I know. I do love them.
We also have, we were talking about it this morning, a design your own fabric bundle.
Oh no, there's
Water
in this.
Do you want a dry iron? I'm
Yeah, I
blaming
didn't
Adam
realise
again.
that I didn't. It's Adam, isn't it?
I'm guessing it's Adam.
Oh, it's gone all over. I definitely don't want to use water. Do you know what I'll do? I'll leave that there. I'm going to just use the seam roller. But
Okay.
what I tend to do, just looking for a scrap of fabric to dry my board with.
Have we got a towel, Levi?
Probably not. It's fine.
Do you want a new cutting mat? Here we go.
Only because I don't want the paper to get soggy.
There we go.
No one needs soggy paper. There we go. Right. Third cutting mat of the show.
I've not even seen that mat before, but
Neither
we'll go
have I.
for it.
Right, so usually when I start sewing blocks together, whether it's part A, part B, or I'm sewing the actual big blocks together, I tend to use a dry iron to open these seams now because they get a bit more chunkier as you go on. So I'm just going to press that open with my fingers slightly because you want to open these seams.
Right, is that a thing, a consistent thing throughout when you
Yeah,
put
with the
together?
yeah, I just think it makes it less bulky.
I suppose when you come to quilt it as well, it just makes
Yeah,
it nice and
it
flat.
does. But like I said, I would use my dry iron now but what I would do is make all the blocks in one go before I did this bit.
How many
then I
of
only
these do
had
you need
go
to
over
make then?
9.
9 of those.
Yeah, I would make all 9 and then take all 9 to the ironing board in one go.
Okay.
So that is one block finished. You're going to make 9 of those, and they're actually all identical. Fabric in the same place, everything. I have already done one row here, and I've got 3 now. So then I can show you how to sew the blocks together and then how to sew the blocks to the row.
Are they all 9 exactly the same in terms of colour, fabric,
These ones
placement?
are. Yeah, but this is this month. Most of them aren't. It
right.
just actually worked that this time it would be.
Right, so follow your instructions. Yeah.
Yeah, honestly, that's probably the hardest thing sometimes is because remember when it's like this, 1A is over here. When you flip it over, 1A is over there.
Right, okay.
So when I'm working out in the instructions, use fabric A4, I have to keep going, right, so it needs to be there and there, or it needs to be there and there when it's this way up, but it needs to be there and there when it's like that. So because it would be really easy to say that one and that one needs to be white.
Yeah. Oh, no,
right?
but you've done all the hard work for
Yeah,
us. It's all in
basically.
the instructions. Follow the instructions, it's fine.
So when you're sewing your blocks together, make sure they're the correct way up. So you want the part A up at the top there. And you're just going to place your blocks right sides together. Just like how we sewed part A and part B together, you're going to start from the very top and go off the end. Still keep with that 1.2 stitch length because you've still got the paper in. So you still need to be able to tear that paper away. Obviously, pin or clip these in place, or just make sure before you start sewing, if any have moved while you've been moving, and that always happens here.
Once again, it is literally on the line.
And also, when you've got seams like here, I know I've got some on my back, just lift it up before you get to it and make sure it's not folded back on itself, because that's really annoying when you're trying to get flat seams. And I always get carried away and just sew. And then I open it out and realise part of my seam's folded over, so it's not going to press nice and flat. That has moved. Always moves when I'm standing up sewing like this. Right, and then I want you to remove the paper from just within the seam you've sewn. The reason why I say you do this is because if you don't remove it, when you start sewing the actual rows together, you're going to get these tiny little pieces of paper caught, and you're going to have to get your tweezers out to pull them out. So,
I actually find that quite satisfying.
well, to be fair. With the strip of the month that I did the year before, I left all the papers in to the very end, and I had the whole quilt, and I just sat on the floor and just picking all the papers while watching TV.
So what is the plans for next year then?
So we're still confirming, and it's not going to be next year, hopefully in a couple of months.
Yeah.
It's not going to be FPP.
Right.
I'm going to still be doing FPP projects.
Yeah. But are you going to do a quilt block of the month though?
Similar kind of.
Oh, I can tell you can't really say
Yeah, because
much.
we've not completely finalised it.
That's
I need to make
exciting.
sure it's definitely a yes.
Yeah.
And I've been wanting to do it for absolutely ages.
Oh,
if
brilliant.
you like hand sewing, you're going to love it.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, a hand sew.
Yep, hopefully so.
Fabulous.
But I will still each month be bringing a new FPP project out. Yeah. Right, again, now I really would be using the dry iron that's not dry. So we're just going to keep seam rolling. I mean, you can use your seam roller for it, it's fine. Because there are like double layers and stuff, I like to press this with an iron. We've got 2 blocks together now. We're going to add the 3rd block of this row. Exactly the same, right sides together, and sew from the very top right off the end. Oh, we've still got half an hour.
Oh, yes, lovely. Well, look, I've got all of these blocks
That's
as well
true.
we want to go through. We've got all of our Q&A section. Anything that you want to ask, Jenny, if you're still on the fence with FPP, please, please, please message in. If there's anything that is slightly unclear or you want to mystify, then definitely now's the chance to message in while we're live interactive with Jenny. So I think that we do a whole hour and a half
Facebook
special.
thing?
Where's my iPad, actually? That's a good idea. Levi! Oh, Levi! Here you go. Here's a way to
I know some people only message on that, don't they?
Yeah.
Questions.
Also, if you want to send in any photographs, we'd love to see your progression of your block of the month.
Cheryl's just finished the quilt top of the strip of the month.
Oh, yes, send in all your Jenny Jackson pictures, all of your mates.
Yeah, the strip
Please
of the
email
month.
them in. Ben, open the email right now.
Yeah.
Have a look right now. And Levi, I don't know where Levi is. I don't think he's even in here. Oh, he's going to be finding me the iPad then. I'm only joking. He's just, he's currently
somewhere.
unlocking it. He's trying to get in.
There we go. And again, just get rid of that paper. From both sides of that seam. I often find that my bobbin one comes undone easier, it comes away easier than my front one. Right, so I need to just open that seam up.
Jot down today's date as well. Watch this demo back because we literally went from the start of cutting your templates out of the papers that you get in your instructions. So it's really good to be able to literally check, along with the photos and the instructions that you have, but to just watch that visual of being able to do that whole block from start to finish.
I brought an extra template this time as well, just in case we had extra time. We were like, and again, there he was. I just saw Paul's face on the preview thing.
Hello, Paul.
How much has he done now?
Oh my gosh!
3. Yeah.
Amazing.
So that they're the ones that came to see me at.
This is Paul and Celia.
Yeah, and well, it's Paul that's done it. I think Celia's done the Quilt As You Go sashing.
Oh, amazing.
They chose black, and I really like it with black.
It looks
sashing as
really
well,
good with the black.
doesn't it?
This is such a good idea, actually, that you can pick out a colour of blue, purple, a black, white, whatever colour you want.
I've even suggested that you do, if you're not doing Quilt As You Go, you do little squares in the corners in the sashing, and you could use the scraps from the other fabrics that you've got left over.
Lovely.
Or you could use the white. It's just up to you, but that's
a really good
I always
idea.
add squares in between. I find, for me, that it stops my sashing stretching, and it just works better for me, so that's what I've done.
I mean, Paul, you could stop there with the quilt if you wanted and then make 3 cushions, or...
It's just a legend. Imagine, Paul, I can't remember how long you've been FPPing for, but it's not been long.
Really?
Maybe, when I released, his first project was my Flying Geese cushion, and I feel like that was only about a year ago, and he'd just done that before he started on the quilts, I think. Maybe one other project, I can't remember.
Oh,
No.
Paul, can I have a look again? Because that is amazing to say that you are new to foundation paper piece. And like you said, you're not missing any points.
I know.
It looks phenomenal. You're so proud of that.
I'm so proud of him.
That is brilliant.
Amazing.
Like, absolutely amazing.
I
But
know.
that's, again, testament to your instructions and your patterns that it's so easy to follow, and you get those results. That should absolutely give everybody the boost to go, I'm going to have a go. I'm going for it. What's the worst that can happen?
Yeah, they're just the sweetest humans as well.
Fantastic. Oh.
I know. They always get me little gifts and Dave treats and stuff. And they came round to meet Dave.
Oh,
they live in
really?
Essex. But they were that way. Yeah, they came round to meet Dave. I gave him this massive cuddly giraffe.
Oh, so cute. Lovely. I just love the crafting community.
I know, just the best.
Amazing.
Right, so we've got 2 rows there. And what we're going to do is you take the top row on top, right sides together on top of the bottom row. As you can see, my paper.
You're still keeping your paper and just take it out the seams.
Yep, it's travelled though. I've had this folded up, so sometimes when you're travelling with FPP, it pops out a little bit. So I'm just going to organise that. And yes, because you still want to use, you don't have to, but I still like using that solid line as my guide. Instead of having to use 1/4 inch seam allowance on your machine, you've got that line that you still just follow. And also, when you leave that in, if this was a point here instead of just a line, okay, if you use your 1/4 inch, you might lose that point. You never know, but if you're tracing on that line, you're not going to lose the point because you are tracing.
Yeah.
Okay? The good thing about FPP, again, right from the beginning off the end, what I tend to do is, you can pin it obviously, but I tend to line up block by block as I sew.
I'm so sorry, by the way, our Facebook has been playing up. I know we've had problems with YouTube, but you can put comments on YouTube now, I believe. But Facebook, for some reason, you can't put comments on. I'm so sorry. It's we're looking into it. Our tech team are looking into it.
Technology is the worst, isn't it?
Oh, gosh.
Technology
honestly.
stresses me out.
It's getting worse as well. I feel like this whole should be getting easier.
Dylan's doing a GCSE called iMedia. I mean, that didn't exist when we were at school. I did ICT, computing. I took that as a GCSE, but iMedia, way more interesting.
So what's that?
So he's doing like logo designs and like website designs, but it's learning how to like layer stuff in the correct formats and stuff as well. It's not just draw a pretty logo, because it's not a graphic design. You don't have to draw to be able to take this GCSE.
Wasn't everything on yours on clip art, just doing a funky...
Oh yeah, yeah, loved a bit of clip
bubble
art.
writing on clip art.
Yeah.
We're asking Jeeves with the, what was that little, not Ask Jeeves, the paper clip that used to tell you what to do. It was a little animated paper clip.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they know nothing like that now, dial-up internet or nothing. They've got it.
Yeah.
But honestly, he tells me some of the stuff they've been doing in that, and I just think that sounds that I would have liked that.
Thanks, Levi.
No,
No, thank you.
the problem is when you travel with
I'm on YouTube if you want to send in any messages to Jenny.
when you travel with your FPP, the paper moves about. This is why I travel with EPP. Just gone a bit wonky. Right. Didn't line that up very well, but it'll be fine. Right, now you want to remove the paper from all the seam. Like I said, I will keep the rest of the paper in all the way through until I add the sashing.
Yeah. What does that do? Does that just keep the stability there, or is that just
It's really because I want to trace along the solid line when I'm even adding my sashing.
Yeah. So then again, you're not losing any of the points, especially, you know, like the yellow one that's behind you.
Like this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the one with the points on the star block.
Yeah,
You don't want to
exactly
be
that.
losing those little
You
points.
just don't, and if you're going to follow the lines,
Might as well leave it in.
leave it in, honestly. Makes life so much easier. Again, this is when I would 100% would use the iron and not a roller, because you are opening up the big seam. I might just try it. Hopefully it's got rid of...
All the water, you turned your steam
Now,
up.
I'm not sure how to turn it off on this one. Even
No.
though I've got the iron, I'm not sure. There's not a...
A button of on off.
No, I think you just keep it dry if you want it dry.
Okay.
I'm not... There might be, I don't know, I'm one of those that have not read the instructions. I got it out, saw how pretty it was and was like, I'm going to use that
And you just
now.
never put water in.
So in America, they have released an Alisso iron leopard print. I think it's so rude that they haven't brought it here.
I
But now
suppose
I've got
shipping it
this
over
one.
here would be...
I know, but now I've got this one. What do I do when they release the leopard print one? Auction off this one so I can get the leopard one, because the leopard one would win.
Oh, gosh. Well, you are a leopard gal, aren't you?
Oh, I am. Right. So now I do tend to just open with my fingers first because I find it a bit easier. But this iron is so smooth, and the point that it just... I could never be without a small iron now. I use the small iron so much, like constantly.
We are going to do a discount on the Alisso Small Iron today because we're in this pre-birthday.
Yeah, well, I feel like it's not...
situ.
Yeah, it's not
Because you're not
fair.
here over the birthday, Jenny.
I know. It's only fair that we get to have a bit of fun as well.
Absolutely. We'll do some brilliant deals. I know how much...
I nearly stole the
lovely
balloons
Alisso
from
irons.
outside and brought them in and thought, you know what, let's have our own little party.
Oh, I did see the big balloons out there, all getting ready. By the way, if you do want the big quilt, if you haven't yet bought any of the blocks and you're thinking, right, I'm going to go for it and I'm going to get the whole shebang, we have got, I believe, a couple, maybe one remaining. If you do want the rainbow colourway or the pink, and, the purple and blue, there is an option. In fact, the rainbow sold out. We've got a full set on the blue and the purple. There's two of them if you want one.
So
Now it's time to check out.
the water seems to have just emptied from this iron, so I've just gone over the whole thing with it. Let's get rid
Ben,
of
you
it.
told me we're doing a deal on the little one. You can't reverse that now. I've said it on air.
There we go. So that is 2 of the 3 rows done.
I mean, you could, again, like you said, you can just do a whole quilt of that if you wanted.
Or you could use this as borders around
Yeah.
a quilt as well. Or you could actually do all of them again, but instead of doing them as blocks, start with like a block in the middle and then do them round.
Good idea.
You could do all sorts with them. Honestly, once you've got the master copies of the templates, there's so much you can do with those.
Yeah. And I love the fact that you have included the 1-2 photocopy as well. So you will use the
Well, yeah,
pattern.
because you might go wrong.
Yeah.
You never know. And the last thing you want is to undo that tiny stitch length. At least you have got that option just to photocopy it should you need to.
Yeah. Now, can we talk about the construction of it?
Yeah.
I know that we're not going to go through everything, but we can talk through.
Oh, yeah,
certainly.
of course we can.
So you got your metre of white for your sashing.
Yeah.
Do you get instructions, or
Yep, they're
that's
in the back of the
included
pattern.
in February?
Yeah, but if you look at your one towards the back before the template.
Okay.
There we go. There's another
Right.
page. That's part way through. If you go to the page before, it has what you will need. So it's basically how I start my patterns usually, but this is the finishing off of the pattern. Obviously, you can do whatever you like.
Yeah.
You don't have to finish it off like mine.
Yeah.
Technically, you don't have to add sashing if you don't want to. The quilt will be a bit smaller though.
Yeah.
Quilt as you go, like Paul has.
Yeah. But you've got all of your instructions for
Got
how
the
much
cutting
you need.
instructions, how much you need,
Yeah.
and then what I've said is I haven't got a finished block here. What I might do is fold this back so it looks square.
Yeah.
Pretend this is one of your big blocks. What I've said is you're sashing one piece to here, one piece to that end. Then you would get your next block. Going to make this square as well instead of rectangular, and you would open out your sashing. Then this will go on the other end of your sashing.
Amazing.
And open out. So that's how I've told you to do the rows.
Yeah.
And then for the lines that go between, I've told you to make those separately, but I've said a square, a rectangle, square, rectangle, square, rectangle, square. You can just use all white, or you can use leftover fabric for the little squares. And then you're going to obviously sew one to the top of the first row, to the bottom of the first row, and then you'll attach the bottom, the second row to that piece as well.
Right.
Just make sure you iron as you go.
Okay.
And you can remove, once you've added, you can move the papers whenever you want. But I would say add the sashing to the top and the bottom of that row, because you'll already have done the in-betweens. Remove the papers because then it'll be lighter. Then add obviously, this one, that top sashing, add the bottom, then remove the papers from there.
Right, so like you
That's
do
just
with your
gonna-
EPP.
Yeah, because it's just going to make it easier for you to handle.
Okay.
Or it's going to get quite heavy, and when you're sewing those, the sashing, the longer strips,
Yeah.
but you can add the sashing however you want, whatever width you want.
Yeah. I think Paul's actually looks slightly slimmer,
thinner.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
So it's thinner. So if you want to use it with the white, by the way, Ben just ran the graphics by the half metre, because all the 1 metre bundles had sold out. So the half metre, obviously you need 2 units. It's on screen at £3.99. If you want to do it with the white, like Jenny has, it looks amazing as your white. With the rainbow, it looks gorgeous with the purples and the blues as well. But if you want to do it like Paul did with black, it's worth having a look on the website and seeing what's available. Do we have any black by the half metre available? Have a look underneath us and see if you want to use it. It looks great, doesn't it? Like Paul's done it as well.
Oh yeah, I love it. I absolutely love it with the black.
I really like that striking background. So you've got it all your sashing, and then do you do the border around the outside?
No, that's included in
so
the
that's when you do
sashing.
the side,
Yeah,
top, bottom.
so that's
okay.
that's all pieced. It's not long. I don't like doing long continuous lengths of fabric. Because you always have to put a join in somewhere. But if you do the joins so that they're little squares, then I just think it looks really nice.
Right, so I mean, you've got all that in your instructions. Look, you can see squares and then strip, square, strip. If you want to use your scraps, you'll have enough to be able to do little cornerstones, which would be lovely as well, which would be really, really nice. So you've gone around with your sashing, and then we're obviously going to be doing our quilting. Any tips on quilting? If you are,
if you're going to tackle it yourself, I would say 505 spray for your wadding. I'm a spray baster.
Okay.
I don't pin. You can pin as well, but I don't rely on pins. Obviously, your wadding and your backing needs to be 4 inches-ish bigger on each side than your front.
What's your choice of wadding?
80-20, all the way, every time.
Yeah.
I love the stuff. And then for these ones, I actually just echo quilted on the the borders. So all the sashing, I've just quilted 1/4 of an inch away from all of them.
Right.
I haven't quilted the blocks, but that was mostly time because I had to get these get everything done.
But still, because it doesn't need much more, does it?
It really doesn't. It's a busy quilt. You
Yeah.
don't feel like every inch of a quilt's got to be quilted. It doesn't. It will be fine. Oh no, I've also gone through. I have done a bit more. So I've done the echo quilting on these, and then I've actually just done, so this block, to me, with my eyes, it might be different to you, I see 4.
Yeah, I do.
So I've quilted through here.
Okay.
Okay, so you just want to bury your threads when you do that. This one, I can see 6, and I have quilted like 6 tiles along there. So I've forgotten that I'd done that. And I did it on both.
And also, I'm
That
thinking,
one loads.
you've got the Gracie frame, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think it's coming up this week, you know. I think it's coming up for the birthday.
I've not used it
Have you set it up?
It's set up, and my other Dukey is on it, my straight stitch TL, because the TL, the Dukey TL, is really good for free motion. So it's been set up
I can't.
for a long time,
wait.
but it's finding the time
Okay.
to just get it
Yeah.
going. My dad keeps mumbling.
Because he
About
set it all up for you, didn't he?
He helped set it up for me. I think he just wants to have a go on it.
Yeah, I want to have a go. I want to have a go. I'm so excited.
You'll have
I'm
to
doing
come
it
to
on
the
Wednesday.
studio. But you should come to the studio.
Yeah, I'd love that.
Weekend, once I've got the spare room done.
Yes.
Kid-free weekend.
Yes, please.
Because Dylan's 15. It's like having another adult there. It's fine.
Brilliant.
Come, and then you can just play in the studio.
I'd love that. Oh my gosh, we've got it coming up on Wednesday.
Oh.
Every single time it's been on, it's completely sold out, and so
Is
many
it
people
Samantha
have
doing
messaged.
it?
I believe
She's
so.
so lovely.
Oh, is she? Oh no, it's not. Who is it? It's the guy. What is his name? The chap, Rob.
I don't know. Yeah.
Rob, I think his name
They're
is.
all nice. I've got the stitch regulator that you stick to the handle,
Yeah.
so you can use your finger.
Oh my word! Oh, I'm very
I got
excited
that
to
as
hear
a
all
little
about that.
extra.
That's on Wednesday on the birthday.
It's gonna be good.
So yeah, I mean, if you do want to have a go at doing all free motion, or if you want to get it long armed, then go for it. But the quilting, don't be daunted by that.
And don't feel like free motion. It's a very geometric quilt.
Yeah.
So don't feel like you have to free motion at all. Follow lines, echo quilt. It's just the way forward, honestly.
Absolutely.
But that's enough quilting, those lines, and then, like I said, the lines between this one, obviously, I've done more lines, but I have literally just, that would be stitching in the ditch, which some people don't like. But
Yeah.
you could echo quilt on those as well and have even more lines.
I'm just having a look.
So up to you what you want to do.
Backing fabric. How much backing?
Half.
Thank you.
Wide,
Wide.
extra wide.
Yeah, I've got
If
extra
you
wide.
don't get extra wide, you will have to piece normal fabric together, which is just joyous.
Oh yeah, once you've already, you've done all the hard work on the front, make it easy for yourself, get yourself extra wide. And I know we're really, really lucky here that we have the warehouse facility, a massive warehouse facility. If we go back, yeah, it's a pattern, it's a white on white, it's got a touch of floral. But what I love is if you've got white as your sashing, this is a white back, which looks lovely, looks all nice and crisp and clean. Also, I was going to say, we're so lucky. 5 years ago when we started here, we did not have the warehouse facility that we have now. And we couldn't even stock, even at Sewing Quarter, we couldn't even stock extra wide backing fabrics. Then, now we have got such a range. It's brilliant. I know you're saying, Jenny, I've got one bolt of extra wide backing fabric. And you kind of stick to it. It's a grey one and you stick to it because it goes with everything. But if you know there is a certain backing, get as much as you
I
can.
actually made myself a quilt.
Yeah.
Like it's just a scrappy hexagon
Oh,
of all,
lovely.
loads of different fabrics from from all my
Yeah.
projects I've made, and I treated myself to some Tula pink backing for that because it was for me.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, it's not for work.
Yeah.
So I was like, no, I want something. I got the bright yellow one.
Oh,
Love it.
lovely. Have you finished it? Have you quilted it?
Yeah,
Have you done it?
yeah, long time
Oh,
ago. Yeah, it
nice.
was like the first quilt that I actually made for myself.
Self, yeah, which is crazy, isn't it? You must have made so many quilts
Hundreds
for
of
work.
things.
Yeah. This one's lovely. It's only £12.99 as well, which for the amount of fabric you get, don't think it's any lesser quality just because it sort of says backing or we're referring it to backing. It's just a lot of white fabric, but because it's got this different white on white print, it's a good one to have in your stash.
And you will have some left over in the width.
Okay, brilliant.
So just keep it and use it to back cushions and stuff, honestly.
Sorry, I think my pink top is reflecting onto it. It isn't pink. It's not slightly pink. There you go. It's white. It's £12.99, a half metre. And a half metre is 274 centimetres wide. You say we need 2 metres?
Yeah.
2.5?
Yeah.
So 4 units. Oh, sorry, 5 units
5 units.
Brilliant.
You will have some left. That's a lot of... Down the side where you have some left, you can use that for cushion backings. You know, like envelope backings and stuff. Never wasted.
Whilst we're talking about backing fabric, I mean, just look at some of the ones that we have in our range. This is a big rainbow one for any project. Doesn't necessarily even need to be for this one if you don't want to, but this is so cool. £12.99, a half metre for your rainbow stripe. It's good to have the width of the fabric sometime, even when you're thinking larger scale prints.
You can make skirts with it and stuff.
Yeah, big circular skirts would look amazing. Imagine doing big outdoor beanbag covers or something like that. I love it. In the purple colourway, the blues and the purples. Yeah, your white sashing. Oh, the binding. Yeah. What about a rainbow binding? What about a rainbow binding?
I love a stripy binding.
Oh,
so actually, when that's folded over to make a binding piece, it will be like more of a stripe.
Yes, look, if you were to just see this, let me get one of the, this is the pink purple. Let's get the rainbow one. I know obviously it's just purples, but imagine this as then just a binding going round. Look really cool. Love it. Rainbow for just £12.99 a half metre. It's again 274 centimetres wide. Oodles and oodles of fabric. The most popular, which one are you backing with this lovely sort of wooden effect? I like this one as well. This is quite kind of one of your more neutral colours. It's again 274 centimetres wide. 2.5 metres is what you need, so 5 units, and you will have leftovers. That textured birch, it's called. Neutral. I know when you say you bought yourself a bolt, it was grey, goes with everything. You can back it with anything.
Honestly, I'm not a fussy quilt backer.
Other than when you're making it for yourself and you have a tuliping sateen finish. Luxury, bright yellow.
Bright yellow.
Fabulous.
Yeah, but in general, I'm not fussed.
No, well, let's face it, they're going to be lying on a bed, or they're going to be hanging on the wall, or they're going to be on a back sofa. But you still want, when you've spent all that time on the front, you want the back to look nice. And having to root through your stash, trying to piece together a backing.
And then trying to make sure where you've pieced ends up straight once you've quilted it. Oh,
like that,
just the worst.
Yeah,
so much effort.
You'll have plenty left over as well for your stash, and this will obviously be used all the time. And they've got one more, which is another rainbowy one. It's the rainbow spots this time. Once again, brilliant price, £12.99 a half metre. Which, if you think right, you're getting more, really. 112 wide is your standard width, so you're getting more than double the amount.
Yeah, I always think in inches. It's usually 44 and 108.
Okay, so so you're getting more than double your amount, which is brilliant, isn't it, really, when you think about the value for money at £12.99. You can use this in the front of your project. You can use this still, you know, within your patchwork. Still 100% cotton. Quilting width, your polka dot ombre for £12.99. Right, we've literally got just over 5 minutes, and we are going to recap both of the kits from today, and then we're going to fly through what is available of the other blocks, because it has been very, very, very busy during the hour. Now, what's that? What's recap short for? What's that? I have no idea what recap is short for. Recapitulation.
What?
What? What are you on about, Ben? There you go, fun fact for the day. Right, this is the pink, purple and blue option. You're getting, remember, step-by-step instruction for this block. And this is the instruction set that you need to be able to complete the quilt. So all of your instructions on how to complete the quilt is also within here. So you've got step-by-step of how to do your block. All photographs included as well for this specific block. Please do, though, also watch back today's show. Then, making the quilt. This is unique to this pattern. So if you are then completing the rest of the quilt, you need to grab this whilst you can. There's now 20 of these bundles, less than 10 once everyone's checked out. You've then got your template to photocopy if you make any mistakes, or if you want to make it again with your own scraps, with your own fabrics. What would you suggest making one up anyway to start with?
And why not?
If it's your first time doing EPP,
you can.
use your own fabrics.
You don't need to practice, because I really do talk you through it.
Okay.
You'll be fine. Also at the back there's a link to my YouTube, which is just full. No, there's one video. And, and it's a binding video.
Okay.
So for the quilt binding, if you need any tips, because I'm really fussy about my binding, I like it really tight and I like the corners perfect. Watch it, give it a watch, and if you struggle with binding, you should be okay after
There you go.
that.
All of the instructions how to get in contact with Jenny. But this one you can feel is heavier, like with your instructions. These are your really lovely lightweight papers that you're going to be able to tear out no problem. You're still going to be able to sew through them, and you can kind of see your fabric through them as well, can't you, when you hold them up to the light? So you've got all of those ready to go. You're not having to photocopy anything. You're not having to print anything out. You've got them all there. $19.99, and that's if you want to do the pink, purple and blue version. Now, it looks very similar on the web because obviously this is purple as well, but it's part of the rainbow quilt. And this one, you're getting your full fabric. Don't forget that Jenny is already as well labelled them for you. So this is fabric A. If you want to get a heat erasable or an air erasable or a water erasable pen to do yourself a little swatch, do that as Jenny recommended. But you've got fabric A, fabric B, fabric C, all on your panel. Loads of fabric. You'll have some left over. Save it if you want to do a scrappy binding along with all of your others. But yeah, you get ample amounts to be able to do your. But it's a really big. What size is it? The finished block, in fact, actually. Sorry.
One finished block.
Yeah.
Like finished once you've got the sashing on is 18 inches.
Yeah.
Either 18 or 18 and a half.
So it makes a really lovely big
Just
cushion.
a nice size. Yeah. Oh yeah. If you were going to use cushions.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. They would look really nice as like summer floor cushions and stuff.
Yeah.
And like outdoor ones.
£19.99. That's time for the blue, pink and purple FPP block. That's block 12. I can't believe that's another year. That is crazy. There are less than 20 of these remaining. How many in basket? No, there's not. Jenny, there's 83 people who have got it in their basket.
And
83.
How many left?
20. Literally 20. Okay, that will sell out. That will absolutely sell out. The rainbow, not that far behind as well. If you do want the rainbow colourway, $19.99. The purple, pink and blue, has that always been in the lead?
This time it has been slightly. Last time, though, same here, and I was just actually thinking I'm going to finish some of these ones and make them into large cushions for my conservatory.
Yes.
For the summer. Definitely this one.
Yes, I love them. If there is a block that you particularly love, like Jenny, drawn to one and you think, actually, do you know what, I'm going to get that and make it into something else, then, of course, go back through the website. It's the first and only day today that we've managed to restock of every month. Some of them are sold out, I know, I'm sorry. There were people there at 7:30, 8 a.m. this morning who were there getting involved. But I will recap ones that are available. Can we go through a couple of them, or can we do the one that Jenny loves, the vodka, lemon and lime?
Yeah, let's do it.
That will be July, which is March, April, May, June, July. 5. Block 5,
Number
I believe.
5.
Just triple check from your picture that it is right. But this is that gorgeous, zesty colourway in the rainbow. Oh, get it for this panel. This is so cool, isn't it? Maybe you've already got it as well. You could absolutely still just have it for your stash. Get another one. Love it. It's the last chance to be able to
I
get
don't know
it.
why I love that colour so much.
Right, is that right? It's block 5. It is block 5. So you've got the right screen. So there are now, there's a nice quantity on this, you know. I say a nice quantity, there's 20 of these. It's probably the one with the most quantity, which is brilliant because it's our favourite. And with July, are you making that pinwheel in the centre yourself, or is that's not the print?
No, it's actually small blocks. I think.
Okay.
I can't, It's half a year ago. Show me one of the templates from the back, and then that will jog my memory.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you are sewing. You got 2 triangles you sew together to make it. And it all just because of where you place your fabric. Yeah. That's what creates the pinwheelie effect.
Oh, it looks so cool, doesn't it?
In the middle.
Love it in that colourway as well. £19.99, and you're getting your fabric panel. Looks completely different in the purples, doesn't it? Because you've got the background colour as a darker sort of purpley mauve, it looks completely different. So choose your colourway wisely, which one you want. There's literally, again, 22 of these ones remaining. Have a look through the website. How have we already run out of time? What is going on?
That's like a full hour and a half.
I know, I was saying we'll have loads of time to go through all of these panels. They are all listed underneath us on the website. If there is one that you love, have a look through and see what is available. Now, after the break, tools you'll love, including design your own fabric bundle, which we'll start with. Jenny, I'm excited for our next hour with you. Two brand new projects.
2 new projects.
Lovely.
Yeah.
EPP?
Both EPP, yeah.
Brilliant.
And sewing my jam.
Get on pre-order if you can. There are people disappointed, I know, missing out on certain blocks, so definitely get ahead. Love that notebook cover. It's brilliant. So coming up at 12 o'clock today, I've got a whole show where we're talking about deals on Elna sewing machines. Now, one of the deals that we can do, which is not part of the birthday event, is the 680. And I know that is kind of our flagship machine. So we've asked and we've pleaded and we've said, look, can we please just still do a deal, as I know it is birthday tomorrow. So Hayley said yes. So we're going to do an amazing, amazing deal. And it's obviously John Scott's machine. So John got jetted off to a fancy country house where he was doing extra video content, and we're going to put it into the break. So if you haven't yet seen this video, have a watch during the break and get a little bit more up to speed with how amazing the 680 is. It's coming up at 12 o'clock, but you'll learn a bit more about it now. And then we're back with you with some amazing sewing tools. Thank you, Jenny.
No problemo. See you in a bit.
Enjoy all of these amazing blocks. That is the final edition. Block 12 is now all listed under us. Have a look on the web and we'll see you after this.
This is the Elna 680 Plus. Now, before you start, I know it looks complicated, but it's the machine that I've got. I bought it and I love it. If I can use it, you definitely can do. There is so much to tell you about this machine. I'm going to start over here where we've got the thread cutter, we've got the needle up, needle down, we've got the lock stitch, we've got the reverse button. This button here is fantastic because it means that you can sew without using your foot pedal. What you need to remember though is the foot pedal must be unplugged, otherwise that button won't work. Also over there you've got your deluxe needle threader. You've also got your guide for your buttonhole foot there. Now, needle plate here, the needle plate in the front there, you get 2 of those, one for straight stitch and one for just regular stitches. Then we move across here, we've got our go faster, go slower. Up here, these are all the feet that Elna think that you'll use mostly. And they all live up here, so they're really easily to access there. So you just pop them out, get the one you want out, put the one that's in the A foot that comes on the machine, put that in its little slot. Also up here, we have got the pivot pin, exclusive pivot pin to Elna. What this means is you can put it in the hole here, stitch away, and you can sew the perfect circle, whether it's with straight stitch, zigzag stitch, or decorative stitch. If you're making a lovely Christmas coaster or something, it's fantastic for that. The gubbins box does come off and it gives you a free arm. Also, you can drop the feed dog so you can do free motion on this. Now, moving over here, this is where the whole machine is controlled from. Now, don't be frightened by it. If you've never had a digital machine before, don't be frightened because it's really, really easy. Always use your stylus to press your buttons. Now, what you've got here is you've got, let me just clear it there. You've got your modes. So you've got 5 different modes, which I'll tell you about in a second. You've got here, you can register it so that it does a locking stitch and a thread cutter at the end of each seam. This is your stitch width and your stitch length on there. You've also got all of your buttons here, which is how you choose your different stitches. Going down the side here, we've got elongation of satin stitches. We've got reversing a stitch if you need to do the other side of a stitch. We've got twin needling, and we've even got a lock here. So if your kids are around, you don't want them to touch it, then they can't use the machine at all once that lock's on. You've also got shortcuts here for your straight stitch, your 1/4 inch stitch, your zigzag stitch, and look at this buttonhole. Takes you straight through to a buttonhole, but you don't just get one buttonhole. Ooh, no, Look at all of these stitches. Now, they're all in their different modes here. So you've got your professional straight stitch one. That's when you change your plate. You've got all your utilities and your satin stitches. You've got all your decorative stitches here. Then you get onto all your alphabets. Now, remember, this machine goes to a 9mm stitch width. So you can get really lovely, first of all, big satin stitches, but also great big letters. And a lot of people go, well, mine goes to 7. 9's not much difference. You just try it. You'll see how much difference you get from it. So basically, it's a really, really easy machine to set. Now, it does come with a knee lift. So that's not changed in 40 odd years. That is for you slide it into the front of the machine here, and when you're sitting at a desk, this hangs down by your knee. And when you want to lift your foot up without letting go of your garment or your quilt that you're making, you just push it to one side with your knee. The presser foot lifts up. You move your fabric around and then you just let it down and the foot goes back down again. It also comes with loads of other feet, including a walking foot, which means as soon as you get this machine, as long as you've got some fabric and some thread, you can start sewing straight away. Other things you get with it are the lovely extension table. Now, it's a big extension table, and it does come with these legs that you fit onto it, and they're like, you can raise them and lower them, so that if your surface isn't particularly level, you can really level off your table. The other thing it comes with is this lovely semi-hard cover, which I use all the time. It's got the pocket down the side to keep your feet in, or your manual, because you never know where your manual is, do you? So this is the machine I've got. I love it, and you know how much I love it. I go on about it all the time. If you're looking for a fantastic digital machine, then this is the one for you.
Can you believe that Sewing Street is turning 5 years old?
So that's 5 years of sharing sewing, stitching and creativity with you, our Sewing Street family.
And to celebrate in style, we're bringing you a whole week of fun, starting on Monday the 24th of February, right through till Sunday the 2nd of March.
We'll be starting every morning, even earlier at 6 a.m. So set your alarms and expect big names, exciting launches and some seriously special treats.
So I'm launching with Amber Mates our brand new block of the month, the Sampler Quilt. There's the Velvet Mini Backpack set and the Barn Gazing Quilt and bag.
Plus, we have the launch of a brand new Brother Sewing machine and you can be the first to see it in action.
Toft are bringing more adorable crochet magic.
And fantastic goodies from Storage for Crafts, Sewing Online, and so much more.
So make sure you're there for surprises, deals, and lots of sewing fun.
Mark your calendar, set your alarms and join us next week every day from 6 a.m. to mark Sewing Street's 5th birthday.
Hello, welcome back. Good boy Ben's here.
Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. I'm really good.
Good.
I'm not supposed to be on.
I know you're not.
Which was a little-
Hayley, if you're watching, I've asked you to come on and
Not
talk to
not
everybody.
just asked me, insisted.
I did, because you've put together quite a unique bundle, and I know you're
Yeah.
the king of bundling, actually. You're very good at
Well, I think I'm the only male bundler here.
Yeah, therefore you are the king of
so,
bundling.
Yeah, but undisputed, I suppose.
Love it.
I was excited by this when I put it together. I
Okay.
thought it was a really nice idea, and it's something that I can't believe I haven't thought to do beforehand. So what we've got,
Brilliant.
let me talk you through it. We have got a pack of your Derwent Inktense pencils.
Now, you've told me every single time these
are
have been on air
so
and demoed.
exciting.
They're
We put the
really,
24 pack in
Yeah.
because it's more affordable, right?
Brilliant.
So if you're just trying this for the first time, you might just want a little taster. You get
Okay. When you
every
say
colour.
little taster, you
Yeah,
still
you
get 24
a lot
pencils.
of
Yeah.
pencils, and they are lovely. Now these will work on your fabric.
I find that amazing. And every
It's
single
so
person
cool.
who I know is arty, obviously creative. There's a lot of people arty and creative in this building. They all swear by these
Yeah.
pencils.
Well, did you see when Stuart got himself a pack?
No.
He did a video of himself on Instagram, and it was like, ooh, 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 ooh.
So
He
what
was
is
so
it? I mean,
excited.
the pigment in them is amazing, isn't it? So they're really fantastic. I mean, these are artist level
Yeah,
pencils,
literally.
aren't they?
So
But you can
you
use
can
them on
see.
paper and card and everything, but you also can
Yeah.
use them on your fabric.
acts like ink, dry permanently, do not wash out.
Oh, brilliant. I saw Pauline Wheeler doing a demo with these, actually, and she was saying you've got to, mix the colours, do different layers, blend them
Yeah.
together, and they work really well.
So let's take out a little orange. I'll tell you what else we've got in
Okay.
in the
In the
bundle.
bundle.
Yeah. So we've got these.
Lovely.
Then we have got your textile medium.
I've only ever seen this with stencil up, but this is fabulous for adding with any of your water-based paints.
Yes.
So even just your emulsion that you've got in your home, in the cupboards, and it will last forever. But you
Yep.
use them with the pencils?
You can use them with the pencils as well. So what you can do with textile medium, which is how we've seen it used kind of traditionally, is it's a 1:1 with any like water-based paint.
1-to-1 ratio, okay.
1-to-1 ratio with water-based paint.
Yeah.
And then it will turn it into a fabric paint that you can heat set, and you can wash it up to 40 degrees.
So, when you do paint your walls and you want to make some cushions or something to go with and matching it in perfectly, this is what to do it with.
Or
Brilliant.
you can use textile medium
Yeah.
with a paintbrush and your Inktense pencils to then blend your colours.
I see. So you can
Because
actually
it's-
make your own fabric.
You can use water with these, but it's kind of more viscous.
Yeah.
So if you use water, you can end up using too much.
Okay.
Right, and then you end up smudging it, and obviously the pencils are permanent.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
you don't really want to do that.
Right.
Okay. So you get all this.
Yeah.
I've given you 1/2 metre of calico to practice on.
Oh, fantastic.
So
you
you can
practice
just
on
do
it, yeah?
all, and you can have a play without ruining any of your lovely fabric.
Yeah.
And then we have 1 metre of white fabric, so you can design anything you like.
Oh, see, this is brilliant. So now you can do your own designs onto white fabric and have a practice on calico as well. So the whole bundle is on split pay. I mean, the pencils themselves, they're £55, aren't they?
Yes, 50. You're saving like a few pounds.
Okay.
I can't remember the maths,
Yeah.
which is why I'm not supposed to be out here. I'm supposed to be in there, but there is a saving on it.
Okay, can you show us the pencils on the fabric? How
I've
well it works?
ripped off a little piece
Okay,
of calico
thank
here,
you.
so we can do
And
a
these
little-
colours are lovely.
just
You get a
little
whole
bit of
selection.
paint. And it shouldn't really be on split pay either. It shouldn't.
Uh-oh, right, okay.
It's under £99. I did that during the break. I put it on split pay.
That's so
and then ran
true.
out.
Our split pay kicks in at £100. So to get it at £69.95 and have split pay is amazing. $34.97. We wanted you to try them out. Everybody who wanted those pencils, I don't think they've ever been on split pay before. That might be a good point.
Yeah.
To be able to get it as part of the bundle. Even if
good,
you're
isn't
thinking,
it?
do you know what, I want the pencils, I want calico, I'm always going to use white, and the fabric medium's great to play around with, especially using the pencil. You're just going to have to watch your head.
Oh,
There you go.
I should know better than that, shouldn't I? So I'm just doing some shading. I'm not going to draw
at the
anything.
colour of
But look at the pigment.
And they last forever, don't they? They last for ages.
Yeah, this is permanent now. It's beautiful. They're very enjoyable to use, actually. And look how, you can
Yeah.
sharpen them.
Yeah.
It's going to last so
Yeah.
long.
Yeah, I know that Pauline said, and everyone has said, they last forever. These are the ones Delphine loves as well, aren't they? I think Delphine's done. I think Santangle's done designs of these. By the way, there's loads of you who've got these in baskets. If you
nice.
want the Inktense pencil set, I've got a feeling this is the only chance you've ever had of getting them on split pay.
I hope you love it.
Everyone's loving it. You've got the fabric medium, you've got calico, and you've got... How much white fabric did you put in the
A
bundle?
metre, whole
A
metre.
metre. Brilliant.
I'm pretty sure you get your calico for free. I'm sure that's how the deal works.
Oh, and look at all... You've got white in there as well, so you can make them
Yeah.
lighter. Because you can mix them. Anybody who's for darker fabrics as well. or...
Also, with your textile medium, right? So say you've just decorated your living room in a lovely shade of let's say yellow. Because
Yeah.
I'm looking at yellow.
Yeah.
You can use that paint with this.
Okay.
You can paint your metre of white fabric
Yeah.
yellow.
Yeah.
Same colour with your textile medium because
Yeah.
you can turn that paint into fabric paint.
Yeah.
Then you've got your pencils that you can do anything on top of, any designs you want.
Brilliant.
You could you could get a stencil of a Morris willow bough.
Stencils.
And you could just
stamps,
draw
colour
the
them
willow
in.
bough pattern.
Yeah, or use
can
a
do
light
whatever you like.
box. Light box and
Ooh,
trace
yeah,
something.
Yeah.
Use a
I
light
like
box and
it.
trace. Or
Try up this.
right. So what
paper.
do you do then with
Right,
the
so
fabric medium?
You would have like a little
palette.
I'm
Didn't
gonna use
Auntie
this.
Pauline use the cap?
Yeah,
She
I'm
literally
not.
took the lid
I've
off and used the
I've
cap. Okay, you put it there.
So,
And you're just
tiny
using a
amount.
paintbrush. Now yours is a water pen. Do I need a water?
No.
Okay,
No,
watch
you
your
don't.
head
If-
as well.
If,
sorry,
if
Alisso.
anything, this is probably worse.
Okay.
Water.
Oh, so just use a dry
This is actually
paintbrush.
damp. You can see there's a little bit of liquid.
We're in the
in
Hobby
here.
Maker studio as well, and we couldn't find a paintbrush in here
It's
today.
terrible, isn't it? So I'm just gonna. I hope this works now. Look at
So
that.
that's giving you like a watercolour.
Look at the
effect.
blend though. Look. I'm blending into that yellow, and I'm no artist.
Oh, nice. Ben, I've got a feeling you didn't put enough of these bundles together. We've got 18 bundles remaining. That's it. You got 15 in baskets.
No.
Yes! Oh, I love it. I love it. £69.
Wow.
95 pence
That's
on split pay. And remember, you get the 24 pack of the absolutely gorgeous Derwent Inktense pencils. There's so much online content of this as well, isn't there?
Oh yeah, you can have so much fun with this. I'm just.
Oh, add some more fabric medium to this. So does then that make it, I can wash if I'm making cushions?
Up to
or if
40
I'm making...
degrees, yeah.
Oh, wow, there's so many messages coming in. Brilliant bundle. I love combining my sewing with other crafts, like Inktense pencils are amazing. My artist hubby rates the quality of them too.
Well, this is the thing. You can become your own fabric designer with this. Like look
Yeah.
at the wonderful fabrics by Cassandra Connolly. They're all from illustrations.
Yeah, yeah.
You can just play. You can
Yeah.
make your own feature panel
Yeah.
in the middle of a quilt.
Yeah.
I started
Look at,
by scheduling
Janet
just
Claire.
for yeah.
Yeah.
I started the hour by just scheduling the pencils because I thought that'll be fun.
Yeah.
And then
But you couldn't have put them on split pay. You couldn't have put them on split pay, could you?
well, I shouldn't really.
Well,
put this
no.
in split pay, but
Oh, I've got so many of you there. There's
you know,
more
it's
people who've got them in
pre-birthday
baskets than we started with. If you've got them in your basket, go for it. $69.95. We've never done a bundle, anything quite like this. And I know Ben, when he came in this morning, he was like, right, bear with me. But I'm really excited about this bundle I'm putting together because I don't think, like you said, we love to be able
Never
to
tried
be
it
creative,
before.
try something different. But it's a different way of using these pencils.
Mm-hmm.
You can still use them on paper, on card.
This
they are
paintbrush
fabulous.
isn't the best, I'm not going to lie. But you can see the blend that's starting to form here.
Yes.
This is why your calico's in as well. This is why your calico's in the bundle.
They're going to
Single
sell out.
figures?
Yeah.
No.
Can we do the 36 for if anybody
Right,
missed
I've
out,
got,
by the way?
I'm going to use this. See, this is why it's good to have a little bit of calico. I'm going to mop that up.
Yeah.
Just so that we can put those away.
Yeah, 'cause they're gonna
I've got single figures available of these just
Yeah.
on their own. We've got a little bit of this available. For white, we're pretty much out
So
of
it's
stock
because
now,
of, yeah,
because
Jenny's hour.
hour. And we do have the big, but I think we've got single figures. But I'll go in there when we do.
Thank
that, 'cause
you.
I
You
can't
go
be
and
out
find
here
out
too
what's
long.
going on in
But
the
just
graphics.
quickly, look,
But yeah.
Look at the depth
Oh, I
of
want to have a
colour on that green.
go. I want to have a go. Let's
Right.
have a look with the blues.
I'm going to leave you.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave you.
Oh, they do
because
feel nice
I've
to
been here
use,
for
don't
far
they?
too long now.
Thank you, Ben, for the bundle.
Thank
Please
you,
create
guys.
more of these
I
for
hope
us.
that I hope you really love it. I want to see your fabric designs as well.
Are you here over the birthday?
Yeah, I'm here for the birthday.
What days are
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
We've got the Gracie frame on Wednesday, haven't we?
Yeah, it's very exciting.
We're
I've got to go
very
and do my
excited.
actual
Thank
job.
you, Ben.
Send in pictures of your fabric when you've designed it. I think it's going to be fabulous.
What about with
So,
stencils?
Yeah, it's exciting.
What about with stamps?
Thank
Three
you.
left. 3 left to be allocated. Ben, this is brilliant. We need a paintbrush, don't we? Because that's what, if you watch back the show that Pauline Wheeler did with Stuart, she actually had one of her stamps and she stamped onto the fabric. I'm also thinking anybody who's a santangler, anybody that loves santangle as well, then this is perfect for that. But you can see that lovely blend. And within here as well, you're getting purples. I could get one of my children's drawings, you know, permanently fixed onto fabric. I mean, this is lovely, isn't it? And then when you start to blend them all together, this is the great thing. It's about layering them up, Pauline was saying. They mix beautifully all together, making sunsets. I mean, we're not artists here, but you don't need to be. That's the fantastic thing, isn't it? Being able to create some really special individual projects and using the fabric medium, getting that in the bundle. Don't forget, you can use this in a 1-to-1 ratio. There's all the instructions on the back to turn any water-based paints that you have into fabric paints. How exciting is that? That is brilliant. Okay. Now, we've also got the individual components available. So if you're thinking, I love those pencils, I want to have a go, we've got the 24 pack and we've got the 36 pack. So the 24 pack is the one that you were seeing Ben working with. And I mean, look, if you can afford to do it, if your budget allows, get the whole big set. But, okay, it's the pre-birthday shenanigan. The last bundle was amazing value for money. It shows you how amazing value it was. You're saving, I think, your calico for free. But if you want the Derwent Inktense pencils, Ben's also put it on split pay for you. I didn't know that you had the capability to do that. I didn't know that you could do it. It features an innovative formula that creates ink-like effects with a translucent and vivid colour, washes. Active colour technology enables the vibrancy of the pigments to intensify with water. Once dry, they offer exceptional layer without dissolving layers of colour underneath. They are absolutely gorgeous. Right, these ones are about to sell out. If you want the 24 pack on split pay, it's there. There's more in baskets than we have. I've never seen these at £18 on split pay. Gone. Should we do the 36 pack if you want to be indulgent? Yeah. If you want to try out the big pack, I've never even had the luxury of having these on my show because they've always been saved for Sandra Santangle show, Delphine show. They've been saved. No, I know they sell them on our sister channels as well because all of the artists in the building rave about these. They are, Right, now I'm not even going to open this pack because I'm not going to lie to you, we're in single figures. Single figures. You know, and it's quality. I mean, look, they are absolutely beautiful quality. Look at the different shades you're getting. And remember, you can layer, you can mix, you can use them with water, you can use them with your fabric medium on fabric, and you can create amazing colour. If you do want the whole shebang, the 7 of these in the lovely tin for just £85.99. I understand it's a considered purchase, but this is, I mean, artist level pencils. Is Pauline Wheeler watching? Pauline, I watched your show. She's emailed to the studio. Oh, she's Facebooked me and we're not on Facebook today. I'm so sorry. Pauline, can you email us, please? Could you email the picture to the studio if you get Ben's asking very kindly, Pauline. We're watching your show, though, and how amazing they are. Anybody who owns these, please message in. Sue sent in a picture. She made an apron for her granddaughter using these pencils. Then she embroidered the outline. What an amazing idea. This is just so creative, isn't it? What a brilliant way. You know, when we talk about personalization, when we talk about, you know, designer fabrics and artwork on fabric, split pays on as well. Thanks, Ben. You know, we really shouldn't, but it's Sunday. It's birthday tomorrow. Hopefully this will go under the radar. Once they've sold out, there are 5. Well, yeah, there are only literally 5. And this is the 36 pack. Yeah, when Pauline came on air, she was, I know, showing everybody her 36 watercolour ink pencils, and everybody went crazy for them. This is it, the very last chance. Let me show you the colour again. Also, I must just stress, there is so much... Oh, I'm the worst at opening packaging. There you go. Do you know there's so much online content of these being used as well? Not only on our channel and Hobby Maker, but also, of course, it's a big, famous, very famous brand. There are 4 of these left. How many in baskets? 5 in baskets. 3-way split pay is on. If you're looking for a gift for somebody, how special is this? And honestly, they're lovely quality. Okay. We've got the fabric medium, the textile medium. So once again, just to remind you, you use a 1-to-1 ratio. You can use them with your Derwent pencils. The reason that we say that, obviously you can put water on it, but because you don't want to make all of your fabric soggy, because then you're going to run the risk of it all blending out of your stamp, or, you know, not create your, you know, not work with your artwork. If you've just done all those lovely drawings like we saw that Sue had done on the apron or on the waistcoat, you might lose that if you then start putting water on it to blend it. But with the fabric medium, it works perfectly. Brilliant to use with any of your emulsion, you know, water-based paint that you've got sitting in the garage and you're thinking, right, I've got some left over from that tin of painting a wall in my bedroom. I want to make some cushions. You could literally use it as fabric paint. So cool. £5.99, and a really good way of using it in a different way. I've never seen anyone using them with the Derwent Inktense pencils. And I'm not going to lie to you, I did have to ask Ben to demonstrate this morning. I was like, I don't understand, how is this going to work with pencils? How is this? And he was like, let me actually physically show you. So you saw here again, we need like an actual paintbrush for it, because this one isn't, this is like a water pen, which is kind of defeats the object, it's too wet. But if you were to just use a little bit of, I mean, Pauline literally used what was in the cap of your fabric medium, you can start then, look, blending those colours together. And can you see, it looks like paint now, it's amazing. Literally use the tiniest bit and you can start to blend these colours together. And it's not making your fabrics soggy, it heat sets, 40-degree washable. How nice does that look? That's why within your bundle, we've put your calico in there to play with. And I know that Pauline said she was still on her first pot of the fabric medium. And she said, I'm still using that one. It lasts for ages. Remember, iron it before you wash it, and then that will make it permanent. That'll heat set it. But how cool to then blend your colours and get this fabulous watercolour effect. Imagine if this was like a lovely sunset or a flower or something. Beautiful. Even if you're just doing, what, dots? You know, just lines or... Yes, here we go, Pauline's emailing in now. There's only, well, there's less than 20 of your fabric medium at £5.99. It's another one of those, if you've opened your order, if you've bought anything, then add that to your order. Pauline, what? Is this for your stamps? Oh, that looks awesome. I believe she gave that design actually away as a free goodie, as a print. It looks amazing. So that's using the stamps, that's using the Derwent pencils and the fabric medium to blend those colours together. Thanks, Pauline. It wasn't until Ben showed me your demo I went, yeah, gotta get that. Gotta get that. If you're planning on using your Inktense pencils on fabric, definitely get yourself this, and it will go such a long way. Now, the fabric, the white on its own, I believe, is underneath us on the website. I don't actually know whether we've got any available. I think the white on its own's gone. How about calico? Calico by the half metre. Oh, design your own bundle, 4 left. There's literally over 40 of you who've got it in your basket. Please be quick for the very last 4. Ben's so excited that you like his bundle. I told you, you're the bundle king. £2.99 for calico. Let's go wild in the aisles. Get it. If you've not bought anything else today, add this to your order and your basket's open for the whole day. 290, sorry, not 200. What am I talking about? £2.99. £2.99. And look at how wide it is as well. John Scott in one of the adverts was saying about make yourself a toile. Make yourself a toile. He said it yesterday. Make yourself a toile. Get calico. But what I also love about calico is that you can obviously dye it, you can paint on it, you can use it as an applique background. You can still use it as a wearable toile. It looks lovely. £2.99. And this is pre-shrunk quilted calico, so it's lovely and soft as well. Now, we've got loads of this in stock at the moment, which is fantastic because I know it often sells out. It does often sell out. And just seeing it then with those Inktense pencils, look how vibrant they are. They look like inks. They are amazing. Thanks, Levi. There's not enough room for us both. This town ain't big enough for the both of us. £2.99 for your calico. Right, people are multiplying on this. Go for it. It's definitely worth it. If you've already opened your order, add that to your basket. Now, eagerly waiting in the wings was Levi, ready to set up our next deal for you, because I was mentioning with Jenny Jackson that we were going to do some deals on Alisso's. And I'm not going to lie, I kind of shot the gun. And is shot the gun, what's the word? It's not shot the gun, is it? I took the ball. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon because Ben was like, oh, hang on, I don't actually know whether I can do this deal. But because I jumped the gun. I went too quick in and I told everybody that we were going to do this. Then we are going to do it. Right, let me plug it in. Sorry, Levi, I don't think this extension lead works. Let's go over here. So you are getting the big Alisso iron. I love this iron. I know that Jenny absolutely loves it as well. It's not just a novelty version of the Alisso. It's bright pink and it's really fun. It adds a lot of fun to your workroom, but it's also actually sort of inspired and brought to you by Tula Pink, who is one of the biggest quilt designers, quilt fabric designers and sewers herself. So if she's put her name to something, you know it's something brilliant. Now it's got a 360 cord pivot, so that ball rotation means you're not going to get yourself in a tangle. It's got a huge water tank, which is an easy fill as well. It's got that lovely little funnel and you get your, obviously you get your jug. The steam holes go all the way around that base, so you get fantastic steam with this if you're a dressmaker, brilliant. Also, easy to use controls, so you've got your little turning dial on the front here, which you can easily change from your linen to cotton, your wool and silk, your synthetic is there. You've got your steam volume, whether you want steamiest on there. You've also got 2-inch detailing tip. So if you're doing collars, cuffs, plackets, anything like that you want to iron, you've got an extra long sort of detailing tip. Normally you would not get 2 inches. But it is a brilliant iron. It's super hot. My favorite thing about it, obviously, is that auto lift technology. So if you are seeing this for the first time, you're thinking, oh my gosh, why have you got an iron on and constantly on your board? I feel like it took us ages for us to actually get used to this, to trust the process. The first couple of months that I launched this, I was like, oh no, I can't do it. I'm just going to keep it up. I'm scared I'm going to burn through the table. But actually, it is brilliant. Now, I could literally tap it with my finger and it would drop. And then it will lift. And I could even do it from the underneath and it will drop. It is so sensitive with that lift. It's very clever. Now, as a sewer, why is that important? Why do you want it to be able to, other than the fact it makes a really cute little noise? But if you're doing a lot of half square triangles, let's face it, you're pressing at every stage of your quilting journey, making a quilt. So without having to literally lift a big iron up like this every single time, you can literally wipe it to the side, lift it, reposition, literally go back in with your iron. And that saves so much time. Also helps you with any wrist action if you might struggle with your wrist. But also today, it is on 5-way split pay. 5-way split pay. Now, I promised you a deal. I did jump the gun a bit and say we're going to do a discount. We are going to do that. I'm not quite sure if we're allowed to. We were too busy speaking to Hayley and negotiating the deals on the machines to remind her that we were going to do this as well. £149.99 is the pre-birthday party deals. We found the yellow version, which isn't the limited edition Tula Pink. We all know you pay more for, surely, the limited edition. For more money, £175. Our split pays are now taking them under £30. If you've been wanting to get this iron, hopefully now we've made it achievable for you to be able to get it with a budget of £30 today. 5-way split pay, Tula Pink, £149.99, and it is also on split pay. Now, we've also got the mini iron that Jenny's got. Jenny's got both. Jenny's got the big iron and she's got the mini iron. There is definitely a place in your workroom for both, isn't there? We use the big iron, when you're ironing your large quilts, once you've finished all of your piecing. But when you are doing FPP and you don't want to, now this one doesn't have the auto lift, by the way, so have it up like this. Message from Lisa. What a Vicki team. I love my Alisso iron. Oh, thank you, Lisa, for your message. We love ours. Best of luck for the big one. If you want the smaller mini iron, it's already selling on pre-order. This also comes with a silicone mat, the Soulmate, because you can buy that individually, can't you? Now, it means you can put it on the wall and you literally hang it up with the mat. I haven't got the mat physically here, no, but it has steam, it has a light, there's the mat, and it's on 4-way split pay. It's on 4-way split pay. Right, now, Ben, it's already at $22.49. We're going lower. We're going lower. I said that we were going to do a deal. You've got a 2-inch detailing tip on this one as well. But like Jenny said, you're not going to go up and get your big iron out, are you, to do your FPP small blocks. To do a plique, this is perfect. $79.99. I have never sold this iron at $79.99. No, correct me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I've ever done this at $79.99. 4-way split pay as well. This is a brilliant iron. What I love is it's ergonomic. It handles beautifully. Yeah, £89. I've only ever done it at $89. I've only ever done it at $89. You've got the steam buttons there as well. You've also got your temperature control. You've got your light if you want, your extra detail. For less than how much? Less than £40 a month, you can add the big Alisso in the Tula Pink and the mini iron in the Tula Pink to $79.99. Well, for less than, let's say, £45. Is that right? Less than £50 a month, you can get both of them on split pay today. Sorry, Ben's maths. Not doing the maths. It's lovely, isn't it? It looks lovely. You can swap the lead around. If you're a left-hander, you can completely swap it around so the lead actually comes from this side. Doesn't affect your warranty or anything. It just means that you can change it around. This is now less than £20 on split pay. Oh, there's loads of you who have got this on the website. Well done if you've got it. It's got fabulous steam functions. It turns itself off after 30 minutes on the heel as well. And if it does fall over for whatever reason, it will turn off after 10 minutes. So it's got that brilliant, 30 seconds. 30 seconds is your safety shut off if it tipped over. Auto off is 30 minutes on heel and 10 minutes on horizontal stand. So that means that if you are, if you have that moment, we've all had that, haven't we, with our hair straighteners or something where you're like, oh my gosh, did I leave that on? Oh, that moment, it will automatically cut out. Excusez-moi. Less than £20 for your mini project. And like Jenny said, you know, when they release these limited edition prints, they're normally in America. The fact that we were like, right, we work with Tula, we're really lucky that we have the relationship with Alisso and Tula that we do, that we were able to bring these amazing limited edition colorways to you. But please don't think this is a novelty. This is absolutely the one. Get it on split pay whilst you can. There's so many of you who've got it in your basket. If you haven't yet got the mini Alisso Tula Pink iron, that is definitely going to be your pre-birthday deal. Thank you, Ben, for putting that on split pay and discounting it as well. As I said, I'm not quite sure whether we were really supposed to be taking it with a £10 discount, but we've done it. Wasn't that a treaters deal? Hayley produced, because Hannah wasn't well on Friday. So Hannah did this deal on Thursday, and Hayley went, do you know what, I'll just honour it. I'll just honour it. But she should have then taken it off after a show. But thanks, Ben. Just because I know how busy it is, there's so many of you who've already bought Jenny's quilt from earlier. The Inktense bundle was brilliant. Are there any of those design your own fabric bundles left? Three. There are loads of you who've got that in your basket. It will sell out. Something back in stock is the hemline. The reason that I stressed the hemline one is because this is now, are you going to do the deal price on this? It's portable. If you get so frustrated that you have to stop sewing and unthread your machine when your bobbin runs out and rewind a new bobbin, this is what you need. If your machine doesn't have an independent bobbin winder, or you want to just wind some bobbins while you're sitting in front of the telly ready for a big project, if you're about to start quilting, Jenny Jackson's big quilt, or if you're ready to start a big piecing project, you don't want to be playing bobbin chicken. This is brilliant. It's sold out in December and it's just back in stock. $37.99 is not the price today. I will show you how it works in a moment, but let's get that price down because we have got less than 40 of these back in stock. This is the hemline top-end bobbin winder. It's USB chargeable. It's nearly half price. Nearly half price. So easy to set up as well. Levi set it up for me. And he's like, honestly, it's really easy. Really, really easy. Ben, are you sure this wasn't saved for the birthday? That's probably why they've just got it back in. Oh my gosh. Right, it's going absolutely crazy. Now, you've got here your little antenna if you want to do, if you've got a bigger spool that you want to run your thread through. If you want to do it with a larger spool, you can do it with the antenna. But it all has a little place to slot in together so it packs down really neatly. What's this bit for, actually? Sorry. This bit. So do I need that up? I'm going to have a go. Levi set it up for me. Let me have a look and see if it works. It doesn't have to be up. So you've got your spool here. It goes. There is a little, there's a little arrow that literally takes you through. Oh, if you've got a bigger spool, there's your antennae that I just showed you here. And that sits on the top of that. That sits on the top. That flips up and it sits on the top. Now this has got an arrow. It goes under here through that loop. It goes around this section here. Arrow across here. It's got your bobbin there, and then there's 2 extra spools if you want to put 2 extra bobbins, empty bobbins, wound bobbins, whatever you want on the move, and then you click on. Now, this is going to wind at the perfect speed for it to fill up, and it will automatically stop when it's full. It will stop when it's full. You ready? Oh, have I got enough on my spool? That's the question. I haven't got enough of a spool. It's run out. Oh, that is hilarious. It's a quite nice full bobbin though, but it could have gone a bit more maybe. But anyway, get yourself a nice big spool. $19.99. Your bobbin's wound. You can then literally in seconds get another one on there, wind another one, and you've got full bobbins ready to go. You put the arm up on the thread it through it, and it is a better wind on the bobbin. Do you do that with any size spool then, Hayley? Helps the distribution of it. I suppose like when you're doing an overlocker, when you've got an overlocker, if you notice that your overlocker is not quite going around the fabric like it should, just check that it's going through the antennae properly, because that needs to hold it. So a lot of high-end machines have got independent bobbin winders, but it's still not portable, is it? And it's not their sole function. So when you've got something that has got, the sole function, it's purpose-built for this, it's going to be, getting the job spot on. Now, you've also got your lead included. Oh, really? Stuart says this actually winds his bobbin better than his machine. And you know Stuart Hillard. He has great machines. So anyway, this all packs down. So the antennae slot, as I said, it's got a little space here. That goes here. I then push this down. This then pops down as well. And it all fits nice and neatly in a little portable case. Never going to need to stop your project. What a brilliant little gift for somebody as well. What a brilliant way of getting this nearly half price. Isn't this the price point that you see a more affordable brand? This is the top end. This is the rechargeable. And it's a USB-C, I think that one is. Yeah, USB-C, so it's one that we all sort of have, but you get one anyway. It also has an option of putting batteries in if you prefer. I always do all the spools and I find it's more even. Oh, brilliant. It's a great little machine, says Kaylee. Thank you for getting back to us. Now, we finally got it back in. It hasn't been in since last year. Back in stock today. I've got a feeling this might have been stock that was going to be a special deal for the birthday. But this will sell out today. This is going to sell out today. It's absolutely brilliant. What a great little invention. It's things like this that actually just make your sewing all enjoyable, really enjoyable. You can just get on with the good bits. And we've also got on the show, which I've never seen before, the little bobbin mate. So when you've wound your bobbins, you can pop them into here like this and store all your bobbins ready for your projects. Get yourself, if I were you, if you're buying this today, loads of you have got this in your basket. If you've got that, get yourself a pack of bobbins and always go with your manufacturer's bobbins. So if you've got an Elna machine, get yourself Elna. If you've got a Husqvarna, get yourself the Husqvarna bobbins. They're all underneath us on the website. Now, these are new to me. It's called a bobbin boat. I love that. So these are, I think, new to us. They've literally only been on air twice. I'm taking it out the packaging so you can see. They're a little bobbin boat. So they're going to fit any of your bobbins, but they're lovely bright colours, and they will sit any of your plastic or any of your metal bobbins, depending on your machine. But how cute are they? And they sit in, they're not going to fall out. So if you're taking them on the move with you, if you've got them all pre-wound, ready to go, $17.99 for your pack of 3. You've got the blue, the pink, and the orange. They're sort of made of this lovely quality, sturdy silicone. So they have got that slight bit of stretch for you to be able to get your bobbins in, but they just look lovely. They look great. They'll still go in your workroom or your bag if you're taking these on the go with you. They're not going to fall out. They're not going to go anywhere, but maybe put them into a little drawer. We've got storage for craft deals coming up over the week. And just having, you know, a little pocket like what we saw with Crafter's Companion, the little pods, the Totally Tiffany pods, put them in there and just line up all of your bobbins. Speaking of storage, on the web, right at the bottom, oh, have you put the Horn furniture? I watched yesterday's Horn show. Did you see Jason and John from Horn yesterday? Their show was one of the busiest storage or furniture shows we've ever done. We've got single figures on anything. I understand, look, they're considered purchases. You may have to talk to a partner or move some money around or have a bit of a think about it. Or if through the night, I know I'm the same. Sometimes you have to sleep on it. Sometimes you have to think about it. And sometimes you have to just work out or measure a room or, you know what I mean? You have to sleep on it. If you are one of those people like me and you're thinking, right, actually, do you know what? I'm doing it. I'm doing it. If you watch Jason and John's show and you love them, they are phenomenal quality, really phenomenal quality. And they're built for sewers. They're built for crafters. They're amazing. I haven't done a Horn show for years, and yeah, they're fantastic quality. Fantastic quality. Can't recommend them enough. In fact, those of you that used to watch Sewing Quarter, our furniture that we used to use in the studio was Horn, and it was fabulous, really fabulous. Have a serious think. Any questions that you have, get them in. If I can answer them, I will. If I can't answer them, I'll ask John, and I'll get back to you. So yes, let us know. But oh, they are brilliant, aren't they? It's such an exciting day. Honestly, I've got one of the Storage for Craft units, and I had so much fun. I spent a whole day literally organising what I was going to put where and putting it all together. It was brilliant. Yeah. Well, oh really? In 2 or 3 years, my girls will organise it all for me. Well, I even thought, do you know what? This is going to grow with me. I was thinking, oh, this is going to be so good for homework. I can label it all right. That's Tilly's, that's Baz, that's Maisie. There's your homework. Get a tray, take it to the desk, do your homework, put it back. Have a process. And honestly, I already enjoy doing, you know, if Maisie wants to do painting, I've got the drawer ready to go. If she wants to do stickers and colouring, I've got that there. It's so satisfying. So I'm all in for getting yourself organised. And the Horn furniture is amazing. Shall we do some? Yes. Sorry, bear with. I am here. We've got our glue. Now, this is actually my favourite glue. Speaking of crafting with my girls, it's become like a real. Maisie, she's nearly 4. She absolutely adores crafting. This is my go-to glue for everything. What is brilliant is that you can use this on all types of materials. You can use it on fabric, you can use it on paper, you can use it on cards, you can use it on tissue paper, you can use it for any kind of general crafts. But as sewers, it's brilliant because if you get 2 pieces of fabric and you want to bond them together, whether it be you're turning up a hem and you want to just hold it in place before you go to the sewing machine, whether you are using it for applique, taking it to the sewing machine. Obviously, it is a permanent glue. It becomes permanent. Heat bonds with fabric if used between 2 fabrics and then ironed. It will heat bond it. £2.99. Excuse me, for your high tack glue. It's got the little nozzle on the top there as well. So if you do want to get into smaller areas, if you're a toy maker, if you do bag making to hold hardwares in place, this glue's the one. Susie Duncan told me about this, and since then I've always had a pot in my crafting cupboard. brilliant. Now, it dries completely clear. It's still flexible. Ideal for fabrics, paper crafts, hobbies, general crafts. It's safe and non-toxic, and it is a really, really big tub. So you're going to get loads of uses on it. £2.99. Do you know what I love? Our crafty element. I did a show with Sarah Davis last Monday, and we did a little bit of a throw caution to the wind and let's do an hour of sort of multimedia. Is that the right word? Mixed media, where we wanted to be able to introduce you a bit of this sort of crafts, bit of this. And it was the busiest hour of the whole day. Because I think that a lot of us, obviously we tune into Sewing Street for sewing, and that's what we primarily do. But I would be naive to think that you aren't, you know, even more creative and do other kind of crafting as well. So I like the fact that this is your one-stop shop today for all things crafting. It's always still going to bring you great demos with Jenny. We've still got fabulous sewing, but also it's nice to be able to have those other crafting bits all in one place. Should we do a seam gauge? Have we got a seam gauge available here? Yes. So this is such a handy little seam gauge. It's £2.99. If you're a dressmaker, add this to your stash. Thanks, Levi. £2.99. If you're a dressmaker, then you've got here in centimetres your handy guides. 1 centimetre, 1.5 there. You've got 3 centimetre, 2 centimetre, 4 centimetre. This is 6 centimetres. It will give you those really useful dressmaking, quilting and knitting seam allowances. Is 1 centimetre? No, that's a bit bigger than a quarter inch, isn't it? I'm so bad with, do you work in metric now or imperial? I always grew up knowing centimetres, but now, since being here, I'm definitely more of an inches kind of girl. Your hemline seam gauge, £2.99. That's one of those that if you bought anything else, add to your order. Can we do the magic seam one, please? Because we did the roller earlier with Jenny, and I absolutely love this as well. It works in a similar way. So but because of the wood that it's made out of, it almost works like a clapper. So if you've got a big beechwood, or I'm not sure the specific wood that it's made out of, but it's always something that absorbs the heat. And if you're doing it with a wool pressing mat especially, that's going to throw the steam out this way and then also flatten it down. It doesn't need to be with steam. It can be with a dry iron as well, and it will give you really flat seams. So if you are working on any of your FPP, another alternative to a seam roller is your magic seam wand. Perfect pressed seam allowances. With that sort of tapered wood. Quilt as you go projects, pressing small seams, paper piecing and applique. It's brilliant. And also what you can do is you can heat up with your iron the end of that wood and just give it a press like this as well to give you an even. Jenny didn't do it with the seam one. She rolled it, didn't she? But similar, yeah. It will give you a real flat seam. That's brilliant. That's your magic seam one. It's £13.99. Can we squeeze in a few more? Can we please do these little clover macaroons? Because this is adorable, and we're going to be talking EPP. If we're doing a bit of hand sewing with Jenny, if we're doing English paper piecing, you want a really nice sharp needle. We're going to do some hand sewing needles coming up as well at 11 o'clock. How cute is this? Oh, the bobbin winder's going to sell out. The bobbin winder, the 7 left. If you want the bobbin winder, the independent bobbin winder, it's battery operated, it's USB-C operated. You can take it on the move with you. It perfectly winds your bobbins. You need your own batteries or you can charge it up, but you have got the option. You do get a USB cord. Just to let you know, sorry, we just went to put the macaroons in and we realised that that is about to sell and I had to mention that. It is going to go, if you want it, yeah, that's £19.99 today. Almost half price, 5 left now. Now the pink colour in the sweet and sharp. So there is like this inner, I don't even know what this is made of, but it's designed to sharpen. It's like a foam that sharpens your needle. So you put your hand sewing needles in there and it will sharpen it. But then this top part is also a needle minder because it's magnetic. How cute is this? If you're thinking of a gift for somebody, I love it. It looks like a little macaroon. It's so, so cute. And it will keep your needles nice and sharp. Now, it says it's in raspberry flavour. It's the colour, obviously. I think we had it in the blue or in the pink, but they do look like little sweet treats. It's making my tummy rumble. We also have it in the blue. Pistachio colour. Oh my gosh, have you not heard, Ollie? Fantastic to sharpen your needles, your pins even. Sharpen your pins. We always have pins in our stash that are looking a bit blunt, seen better days, sharpen them. And it also works as a needle minder, £12.99. Fabulous price. We wanted to squeeze in a couple more deals. Do you know what I haven't seen for ages while we're on hand sewing? This Clover needle case. I'm opening this up. I haven't got one now to show you, but Ollie, have you ever seen this before? So, Ollie has not seen this. If you are doing hand sewing on the go, which you're going to be doing a lot of hand sewing by the sounds of it with Jenny's next block of the month, fingers crossed, or if you're doing the EPP, this has got that dome lid. So there's no more putting your hand sewing needle in the arm of the sofa or in your mouth or, you know, keeping them loose somewhere. Here you have got the lid, and then can you see each of these sort of, I'm calling that shark fins, are all numbered. So what you do is you insert a needle into here. If you've already put your pre-threaded, so maybe you're doing lots of different colours and you can do yourself a bit of like a cross-stitch project and you're saying, right, well, I know I need all of these different colours. You've actually got space for 10 already threaded needles without them getting a tangle. I don't know how it does it, but you put your needle in here, you wrap it around the fin like that, and then you twist. And you click, 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 click. And then you can go number 2, put it in the number 2 hole, and spin, 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 spin. Number 3, spin, 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 spin. And then you can literally pull them out. It is genius. And it will not have tangled up. If for whatever reason you find you get yourself in a tangle, you can literally open it like that, and reveal it. But that is one of my favourites for repairs, just to have them already. If you struggle to thread the eye of a needle, get somebody else, someone else who comes round to your house, will you just do me a favour and thread all of these 10 needles? And they're ready to go then, and you're not sitting trying to struggle to rethread them, they're all there. So I love that. I have not seen that for ages. Stores those threads neatly away, already pre-threaded for you. Okay. What was it that you wanted to mention, sorry, Ben? Before the break, the mini Alisso. This is the one that we saw in action with Jenny Jackson. Is now today £10 off. It's $79.99. It's also on 4-way split pay for your fabulous mini iron. You've got your Tula pink, iconic print, that hot pink, for $79.99. And I know how much everybody loves the mini iron and how useful it is as well. There's a lot of you who've got this in your basket. There's over 20 of you who've already checked out on this today. I don't think that we're going to be able to see this over birthday, so make the most of it. There's more in baskets. It also comes with that silicone iron rest, which allows you to place it face down while ironing and store it away safely, because you can hang it up with that integrated loop as well. Today, we've taken £10 off. We've got it on 4-way split pay as well. Take advantage. It is awesome, and it's in that limited edition Tula pink colourway as well. I feel like we're so lucky to be able to get this, because if you were, well, Jenny was saying, they've released a new colourway in leopard print, which is only available in America. Normally, when you're talking Tula pink products, it's really difficult to get them here in the UK. So I love the fact not only you're getting it on 4-way split pay, you're not having to pay hefty shipping charges. You've got it at $79.99. It's got a little LED light and everything. Do you know, like on your Hoover or your vacuum cleaner, have you got one that's got a light on? It's a game changer. Being able to use a vacuum cleaner that's got a light on. Same with this, you'll be able to see. If you don't want all the big lights on, you just have a lamp on in your room and you can still see exactly where it is that you're pressing. $79.99. Under £20 on split pay. It has been really, really busy. We don't have very many of those. Now, which is the next VT that's going to go out in the adverts, Ollie? $5.70. So we're doing a special 12 o'clock today where we're going to offer you all of the sewing machines that I know we're not able to bring you over the birthday event. We want to show you as much information as possible during the break. So if you're eyeing up the 570, have a watch during the break. We've got Jenny coming back with 2 brand new EPP projects. Do not move a muscle. We're back after this.
The Elna 550, 560 and 570, brilliant machines. Now, think of them like this: baby bear, mummy bear, daddy bear. All machines have the same case, each machine has the same motor, and each machine has the same basics. But as you go up in size, you get more details and more facilities on the machine. 550, really lovely starter machine here. You've got the needle up, needle down, you've got the lock stitch, you've got the reverse button, and you've got a button to sew without using the foot pedal. You do have a needle thread as well. This one, the 550, has 50 stitches. They're all inbuilt. You don't need to worry about them, and you don't need to worry if you lose your brochure, because they're all there on the machine. Moving up to the 560, on this one you also have your thread cutter, and you've got your memory thread cutter, but you get 100 built-in stitches on that one. And then if we move up to the 570A, now the A is really important because the A means alphabet. So as well as the 200 built-in stitches here, you also get the alphabet. So you get 200 stitches built in and the alphabet. It's a brilliant, brilliant machine, and I myself love this machine. They all come with an extension table, and they all come with a hard case. Now they weigh 6.6 kilos, which is the size of a big cat. So if you're serious about sewing, you're thinking, I'm just gonna upgrade, one of these would be perfect.
Can you believe that Sewing Street is turning 5 years old?
So that's 5 years of sharing sewing, stitching and creativity with you, our Sewing Street family.
And to celebrate in style, we're bringing you a whole week of fun, starting on Monday the 24th of February, right through till Sunday the 2nd of March.
We'll be starting every morning, even earlier at 6 a.m. So set your alarms and expect big names, exciting launches and some seriously special treats.
So I'm launching with Amber Mates our brand new block of the month, the Sampler Quilt. There's the Velvet Mini Backpack set and the Barn Gazing Quilt and Bag.
Plus, we have the launch of a brand new Brother sewing machine, and you can be the first to see it in action.
Toft are bringing more adorable crochet magic.
And fantastic goodies from Storage for Crafts, Sewing Online, and so much more.
So make sure you're there for surprises, deals, and lots of sewing fun.
Mark your calendar, set your alarms, and join us next week every day from 6 a.m. to mark Sewing Street's 5th birthday.
Our birthday event is running from Monday the 24th of Feb to Sunday the 2nd of March. You won't want to miss our birthday exclusive deals, so set your alarms for 6 a.m. every day during our birthday.
Join us live on Tuesday the 25th of February on Facebook from 2 p.m. for an extra hour of Sewing Street fun.
It's called Sewing Street Extra Stitch. I know. Apparently what we're going to be doing is an extra hour on Facebook and on Instagram, on the Sewing Street pages. We're going to have exclusive products and deals competitions and giveaways, and they're expecting me to present some of them.
Follow our Facebook page for more information and come and join John this Tuesday from 2 p.m.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Could I just start by addressing something, by the way? On the fan page, I know that there's some people who are upset about not getting the patterns. If you missed out on the previous blocks, please, I'm asking you, can you just wait for Jenny to release more patterns, whether it be through Sewing Street or through her own website, she will sort it. But there will be more patterns available. She can't do anything about the panels. That is completely separate. That's Sewing Street's printing. And obviously, as you know, we've got birthday coming up. The printer is very busy. So to just print one or two more, when things sell out, they sell out. And we do get, you know, allocation. We do have people that miss out on certain ones. And I know it's disappointing. I know it is. If there is a certain month that you are after, please just wait and speak to Jenny, especially wait till after the show. She'll have them available, you know, a part of her website, the patterns on their own. But yes, what we can't do is photocopy patterns and send them to other people. That's Jenny's business, that's her livelihood. So please don't do that. Yes, I just wanted to address it because I know there's a bit of a thread going on the fan page and we do see, so please just, be mindful of that. But yeah, I know that you are going to try and put patterns available.
Yeah, the patterns are fine. I've got no say over the panels, but I can print patterns and stuff.
And you can advise then on obviously using your scraps or different fabric colours, whatever you
I mean, if you've missed just one, there's often scraps from previous months.
Yeah.
And then the colours will blend, so you could use those.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Jenny. Being super helpful with it, and we're trying to, do it, but I know it's a double-edged sword, you know, sometimes when things sell out, and they do, things sell out, it's really exciting, but then I know there's always one person who goes, I've just missed it, and I know the disappointment of being that last person. We've all been there when you miss out, but I'm ever so sorry about that. Okay, now, we have got brand new projects. I love these. Do you know when you look at that from there, you think they are lovely panels, beautiful cushions, just what we need in time for spring, but they're actually EPP'd. It is so clever, Jenny. I know a lot of people who love hand sewing and, you know, EPP especially as we're going into spring, into summer. This is a lovely project to have. But also, you have to normally, you know, use your scraps or build up a project that you're not quite sure where it's going. Whereas with this, you've got an end result, it's all pattern matched and it looks epic.
And it's so easy and so relaxing. It's such a good holiday project because all you need is the panel. Pre-cut it and organise it before you go. And it's just such easy sewing.
Right, if you've got any holidays planned. Or if you're thinking, you look, the spring, yesterday it was so lovely, wasn't it? I went out yesterday in the garden and it was so nice to be outside, to see that turn slightly starting.
Oh, there's loads of like little plants coming up, little spring flowers. My camellia's got a bud that's nearly open already. I think that's a bit early. But...
Oh, amazing. Right, let's do the blue colourway first. Now, you can see the background slightly, it's difficult to see on screen, the difference, but the blue is like a bluer background.
Yeah, it's a very light blue.
It's a very light blue in the background. And can you see, now that I've got it on the overhead, that Jenny has actually hand-stitched every single one of these hexes. But because of the artwork with Lou, it literally pattern matches perfectly, doesn't it?
Yeah, genius.
It's amazing. $27.99. Now, within that, you get your exclusive panel. You get 1/2 metre of blue, and that's enough to be able to do your lovely sort of bind edges and the back. And then you're going to get this panel. Now, let me show you how cool this is. Like you said, if you're taking this on holiday, prep your pieces, cut them out, ready to go, and enjoy. It's such an achievable first ever EPP project. because the hard work is done for you. And when you look at the panel, it's like, hang on, there's two heads here, or, you know, it looks really sort of strange. But trust the process, because Lou's taken into consideration the seam allowance, and, you know, when you're putting these together, they will all match up. It's like a jigsaw. Would you take a picture of it? Do you number them?
Yeah.
How do you know where it is that they're going to go?
So what I do is I do tend to take a picture. I think I put a picture in the front of the pattern as well, because the blue and I think is it cream, are exactly the same.
Okay.
They're exactly the same, just different colour background.
Yeah.
So what I do is I cut out in rows. Move that forward. So you can see I cut out in rows, and what I'll do is I'll then clip that row together and write row 1 on like a little sticky note, clipped on.
Okay.
And so I do all of that and I clip as I go. Then I go back and baste them in rows and then re-clip them to keep them organised. But it's kind of fun when they get mixed up sometimes. Then it's like paying like a jigsaw with your EPP.
Oh, and your paper pieces included as well. Don't panic at that price. You get your instructions, your backing fabric, your panel, and Jenny's pre-cut paper pieces. Now, they are the right size for this, and you're even getting the ones for the edges as well, the half X's. So you've got everything there that you need to get going, to get cracking, which is brilliant, isn't it? Because if you're thinking, oh, okay, I get the panel, I've now got to work out what size hexes they are, I need to draw around and I need to cut them out and I need to do this. It takes a long time, whereas this is something you can just get on and enjoy. If you've never done EPP before, don't fear, we will go through it all today with Jenny. It's beginner friendly, absolutely, and the end result is gorgeous. It's so, honestly, Ben say, it looks really difficult to me, it looks really difficult. Honestly, Ben, you'd be able to do this.
Oh yeah, it was really, really simple.
You really, really will. We'll explain all how to do it, but it is fabulous. Love it. Now, we also have the pink colourway. Keep going through if you've got them in your basket, if you want to see them both. Like you said, they're both, the image themselves are the same. It's the background colour, and it's also the backing fabric that we've used. Now, I love what you've done here, Jenny. Bit of bead embroidery on it as well.
I know. Do you know what? I had some pink beads, and I remember buying them. I thought, I'm sure they're the same colour and they all fit perfectly, and they did. So I was like, well, now I've got to finish making the other cushion just so I can do some beading on the flowers.
So the difference, can you see this has got a light blue background and this one's got like a cream background. And then this one you're getting the pink fabric to back it with, and Jenny's added a bit of bead embroidery, but it's up to you if you want to do some embellishing. Would you do that once you've done the top of the...
Yeah, so I made the top, I basted it on some wadding, and then I did the beading before I put the actual cushion binding and back on.
Absolutely love it. Now you've got here your 1/2 metre. Are you cold, Jenny?
I'm freezing.
You look very cold. I don't know whether it is blowing quite cool. It's not warm in here. But it's because Jenny woke up at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. The green room was really cold.
Oh,
as well.
no.
I did have my coat on, but...
Oh, we need to get you a little heater. Warm you up.
Oh, that would be heaven.
We could change the heating for you. Well, let's get the heating on for Jenny. We've got the pink, the 1/2 metre of pink. We've also got your cream background. Beautiful imagery. These would make beautiful conservatory cushions if you've got a little she shed, a garden room. An end result that it's all hand pieced as well. I just love it. The two projects that we've got on the show today, the cushions and the notebook holder. If I'm honest, EPP is one of those that I know gets very, very, very addictive. And both I know Hannah and Kat, who were my producer at the start of Sewing Street when we were in COVID, when we were in lockdown, they both got heavily addicted to EPP. But they were just EPPing and EPPing and never making it in. I don't actually know if Hannah's ever made it into anything. She's just still sewing hexes on texes on texes on texes. Whereas what I love with this is that you can start with something and complete it. A lot of people I know with hand sewing think, oh gosh, this is going to take a lot of time. Enjoy the process of this, because it's not going to take you forever.
And it's something you can pick up and put down and not have to worry about remembering where you are. You just carry on stitching.
Yes. I suppose a lot of things like, you know, cross stitch, counter cross stitch, counter embroidery, you have to literally count, sit and concentrate. Whereas with this, you can sit in front of the telly.
Oh yeah, that is literally what I did.
Lovely. A lot of people have to do things with their hands, don't they?
I
Keep my
can't
hands
sit.
out the biscuit tin.
I can't sit and, no, I feel like I'm wasting my time. If I'm
Yeah.
just sitting there watching something, I'm like, oh, I need to do something. So
Yeah.
I've always got EPP.
And going on holiday as well. I know a lot of people do really miss sewing when they're on the holiday or need to be doing something. It's brilliant. $27.99, and it doesn't say on there, but you do get Jenny's paper pieces. It's missing off the picture. It says on my graphics. I know that you definitely get them, but you get all of the paper. Do I get enough to be able to do the whole of the
Yeah.
front? Yeah, and you can use those.
Oh, you can then use them as the hexes.
Hexes.
The hexes, just keep going.
Yeah, then use your own stash and do like what Hannah does,
Yeah.
and just keep, every time you get a couple of scraps that you're like, oh, what do I do with that?
Oh yeah, because
you
you
made
can
yourself one with scraps
Yeah,
from
I
all the
did.
projects.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You can always order more hexes from me. These ones are 1.5 inch, I think.
Right.
So I've always got them on the website, so you can just
Fabulous.
just keep adding all the scrappy hexes.
Love it. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to introduce the next project before we go into a demo for this, if that is okay, just because I want to make sure everybody knows they're here. Now, the what, sorry? The pattern sold out. Pattern sold out on its own. Right, we've got kits. We've got kits. There's 2 kits available. There's a kit that this is made out of. Talk to me about designing this one then. What, I know that you often design things that are for your personal use as well. Or
Yeah,
things that
they
you'll
are.
find useful.
My handbag's always a mess, and I can never find what I want when I need it.
Yeah.
So I thought, I often have my diary with me,
Yeah.
or tablet, or a notebook.
Yeah.
So I thought, in the main pocket that you've just opened, is big enough for a tablet, notebooks, diaries, whatever. Then I always need a zip pocket, you know, for those bits that you just don't want falling out when you grab things from your bag.
Yeah.
Pens, they're always at the bottom of the bag.
Yeah.
They fall out the bag, can't find them, so I've done a pen pocket. And then I've put a little loop on the side, which gives you the option. So you don't have to add this. But sometimes I like to clip my keys on it so that I don't lose my keys.
Good idea. But this is like a little handbag,
It's a handbag to go inside your handbag.
Yes.
Not a handbag.
Oh, well, if you've got a big bag for the weekend and you just need your passport.
No, just
you're going
this.
to the airport and then you get to, you know, or you get to the plane and you're like, right, I want to just grab this out and get it straight away. So I've got my bits and bobs, any medication you take, your phone, your pens, your notebook, like you said there. Now, already over half the stock has already gone. Now, within the kit, you're getting your full instructions, templates, and your paper pieces, because this section here is EPP'd,
It is.
and the whole of the back is EPP'd. Are they half hexes?
Yes, basically. Yeah. I call them tumblers sometimes.
These are really cool shapes, aren't they? And they work beautifully.
Yeah, they just fit. Then it's a really easy one to do.
I've never even seen this collection before.
The Tula one?
No.
I used it on a couple of projects recently because I'm obsessed.
It's the first time I've seen this one. This is so cool. Oh, my word.
Can you see that they have that little bit of fluorescent, like a luminous print in it?
Yeah.
I'm obsessed.
Gorgeous. All 4. Now, are these fat 8s? Yeah, fat 8s. You get 4 fat 8s, and that's going to be doing your EPP, your binding, your tab. You get enough to be able to make the whole of this really gorgeous notebook holder or handbag organiser. 1/2 metre of your purple. Keep everything tidy at $29.99. This would be, you know, if you're making yourself your cushion, this would be a really nice little project bag.
I mean, you could actually put this project, you could actually fit in there. 'Cause you could put your hexes in the zippy pocket and the panel in the main slip pouch.
Absolutely. And you sew line glue pen in here.
Sorted.
Clips. What else are your go-to things? Obviously your
My
thread.
needles, some scissors.
Yeah.
That's all you need.
Brilliant. Just so you know, this colourway is about to sell out. If you've got this one in your basket, it's the way of getting all 4 of these fat 8s as well.
You do have some left over as well, so you could turn those into hexes. I always keep the little scraps, make hexes with them to add to a scrappy hexy quilt.
Do you know this fluorescence that you're getting? I don't actually think they glow in the dark, but they do look like they could. They're so bright and fluorescent. That polka dot is so cool.
Yeah, they're amazing.
With
It
the
doesn't show on
sequins.
TV, it just looks pink, doesn't it? But in real life, it's like a luminous pink.
And I love this. And it's the dog tooth element there that is really striking and luminous. You've got the checkerboard with the classic tool. And then can you see these elements here? If you've got the mini iron. Yeah, why? Oh, Tula. Yeah, if you're a fan of Tula, you've got to get these collections. And there's literally one available. About to sell out. We're loving it, Jenny! Every time Jenny comes in, she's actually always nervous going, oh, I hope everyone likes it. I hope this new project does well. And straight away I was like, yeah, everyone's going to want one of these. Because how useful is this? Now, let's have a look at the next colourway. Are you demoing later in this?
Yeah.
Half a metre of the blue. These are lovely, traditional Tilda prints this time. I love this colour palette. You're getting your paper pieces, you're getting your full pattern, you're getting your 4 fat 8s and your blue to complement. And this is once again going to make this beautiful, keep it tidy, keep everything in order bag. I love it. I think you'll use that pattern again. And even if you don't want to EPP it, you've got the measurements in here to just be able to make loads of
Well, you
these.
can. This is it. This is with a lot of EPP ones. If you want to make the EPP one for yourself, but you don't have time to EPP ones for presents, then in my pattern, with the measurements that you trim the EPP down to, you can use a solid printed fabric, one piece, that size, to make them again non-EPP.
Brilliant, exactly. $29.99, that's for your Tilda. By the way, this is the only other bundle that we have. The Tula Pink one has completely sold out. If you do want to get this instruction set, the instruction set's already sold out as well, and there are now less than 20 of the Tilda. We are going to be doing the demo for the cushion first. I have got a feeling, and this is my one concern, is that by the time we get to the demo for this, I've got a feeling everything will have sold out. So just be aware.
I want to show that's what the Tilda looks like together. This is just
little sneaky peek.
Yeah, that's some of the prep work that I've done for the demo. It's cute, isn't it?
That is.
Don't they look lovely together?
Yes. Oh, right, just check out now, please, because I don't want people disappointed. I really don't want anyone to be messaging in saying, I missed it, I missed it, I missed it. Get it now is my word of wisdom, $29.99, because all of these will have sold out. You've also got your paper pieces included. You're not going to go out and need to try and find the right sizes. They're all there for you, under £30, and it is gorgeous, so useful. I love the fact you've got the little tab to keep your keys on. You've got plenty of space. This is the one that if you go in, like you say, on your holidays, you can take this to the beach with you, around the pool. You've got your book to be able to read. You've got a couple of hand sewing bits in your zip, or your things like you said, things that you need. That's a really useful pouch, isn't it? Love it. Right, we're going to go back to the cushion. I'll come back to this, but just so you know, we're on single figures of the Tilda colourway now. Right, the zips are available underneath us if you want the right length of zip, but we're going to be starting with our EPP. Now, even though Ben has been here in the crafting world for years, he's still saying, oh, it looks so complicated. But I think it's because the end result looks so professional, and it's all because it's from that pre-printed panel where the artwork is done for you. I love it.
I know.
Really unique, isn't it? Right, so you say start by doing it in rows. Cut your first row out.
Cut your first row. You don't have to sew that row, but clip it. Cut all the rows, clip them with row 1, 2, 3, because obviously they go in rows. This one's the top row, and then you will see here that they go up, down, up, down. That will be one row there.
Jenny, do I need to add seam allowance?
No. So, here is one that I've cut. You get rid of all the white on the panel. You cut round the edge, on the edge of the hexagon.
Okay.
Okay, the seam allowance is included in the print.
Brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is one of my this is my next row.
So completely sort of being a question, but anyone who is doing this, is your seam allowance still 1/4 inch?
Yes,
You're still doing a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
It's approximately 1/4 inch. It doesn't have to be precisely 1/4 inch.
Oh, really? Even when you've got to match these patterns up?
Well, no, because it's all done on here, so it's correct. It will work with the hexagons, but in general, with the EPP, you want approximately 1/4 inch seam allowance.
Oh, so even to get this pattern matching, you don't need to worry too much because you've got your hexie that's going to do that for you.
Oh, this is all done. Yeah. This is all done for you. Right, so this is my hexagon here, and I'm going to show you how to baste it. I've got one of my card pieces, which has been used quite a few times, but it's still absolutely fine, and I can use it numerous more times. So I'm just going to centre my hexagon on top of the fabric, you can see here, if you're a bit worried, you can do little dots, 1/4 inch in from the...
Can you just push it slightly forward so we don't see your head? Thank you.
There we go.
Perfect.
Yeah, so you can do little dots. Before you put the hexagon on, you can measure 1/4 inch in and do little dots to help you centre it if you wish.
Okay.
I always do it by eye and it seems absolutely fine. So I'm just going to centre that here. And I use Sew Line glue pen to baste. I just find that is so accurate and gives the lovely crisp edges. And you don't need much. I glue onto the fabric, some people glue onto the card, but I find the card lasts longer if you glue on the fabric. But this glue doesn't leave a residue at all. So I've just done a thin line of it here. See, even basting, when you're basting with this glue, it's so relaxing. Well, I wasn't planning on making the 2 cushions. I got carried away. And before I knew it, I'd made 1.5 cushions. And then I was looking at the pink and I thought, I'm sure I've got beads. I went and looked to see if I had some pink beads. And because I found the perfect pink beads in my stash, I was, now I've got to finish the cushion and bead the flowers.
Yeah.
So I ended up with 2 cushions.
Yeah, which is brilliant, isn't it? Normally, you know, if a designer comes in with different
just do
colourways,
one, yeah.
you just do one colourway and show you, obviously. Whereas you can tell Jenny's obviously really enjoyed making
I have. This is a bit
Make
too
both.
much.
They look amazing.
Right, so I've just used that glue all the way round on the hexagon, and so that is basted. I know which is my top because I always do it in a kind of order. So I would then reclip that with my row 2 little sign. I use those little tiny like post-it notes, just the thin ones. And then I've sewn the first row together, which is just sewing here, 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 here. And now I'm going to attach the second row. So, knotted the end of my cotton.
What cotton do you use?
I use Orfil.
Okay, do you use
80 weight?
80 weight.
Yeah, it's my absolute favourite.
If you don't have 80 weight, are we all right with your normal 50 weight?
Yeah, you can
Would
use
you
what you
invest
want.
in a 80
I would,
weight?
yeah, I would do 80 weight. The Calm collection from Orfil's really good. There's like 4 and it's like, I think it's, oh, I can't remember. I know there's a light grey, dark grey, cream, a brownie kind of colour, but they're the ones that I use most. I absolutely love it.
Do you condition your thread?
I do.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Beeswax?
Yeah, I've got my own little,
Right, yeah.
my own little one there. Yeah,
Okay.
I always do because it just makes it, if your thread knots, they pop out easier.
Okay.
Orfil doesn't need it for fraying because Orfil doesn't fray, but it does just make it that bit stronger and the knots pop out.
And how much thread do you tend to work with? You haven't got very much there.
No, I haven't, but you're not meant to, are you? But I do.
Okay.
Yeah, you're not meant to have a long
Yeah.
bit of thread, but it's really personal choice.
Okay, so you've put
There's no police here.
You've put a knot on the end.
Yes, I've done a knot. I tend to do 3 little knots to make it a bit bigger so it doesn't go straight through.
Sorry, I'm asking you all the questions here.
It's
but
fine.
I haven't done an EPP show with you for ages, so I'm just
It has
topping
been
up my knowledge as well. What needles do you like to use?
I only use John James Milliner's size 11.
Okay.
They're my absolute favourite. Size 11. I don't like any other size.
Yeah.
Other people do.
Is it personal preference?
Yeah, I
then?
think it really is. It really is. But I love these. I buy them off John James. I sell them out all the time.
Yeah.
Buy 300.
We've actually got a needle show next with loads of John James here. Tell me we've got a Milliner's size 11 in the show. We don't, because Jenny's bought them all from John James. Oh, that is hilarious.
You never ever get them. I've said so many times. Right, so threaded, knotted. And what you're going to do is, so this is my first row, so I'm going to add the next one to the bottom. And you're going to place your hexie right sides together, because I'm going to sew along this one. So if you have like achy wrists or anything, what I always suggest is use one of the little quilter's clips and clip the opposite side from where you're going to start sewing. Okay, I sew my rows left to right. Some right-handed people will sew right to left.
Okay.
Whatever you find comfortable, there is no rule. Just get them in the right place, or you'll have a wonky butterfly.
Okay. And what stitch do you?
So we're just going to use a whip stitch, small one. I sew away from me. Some people sew towards them, and they've said their wrist hurts. So I've suggested they try and teach themselves to sew away, and they've actually come back to me and said much better. Because when you're sewing towards yourself, you're doing that action more.
Yeah.
and I think it can ache your wrist, whereas when you're sewing away, it is slightly less. Yeah. There's a bit more movement when you're sewing away from yourself. So you want to start right in the corner. You're not going through the card. You can feel that with your needle. That's why a nice sharp needle is really good. And you're just going to take a tiny bit of that fabric, go through right on the very end.
Right, so you're not going through the card at all.
Not going through the card at all. And then you're going to move along a couple of millimetres, few millimetres along. Again, there's no rules to how far you're stitching. You don't want your stitches on top because that's on top of each other. It's going to take forever, but also it's going to cause a ridge behind. Yeah. So, and you don't want them too far away. Thread? I'm using actually I think I'm using cream. Yeah. Yep. But on the Tula project next, I used dark grey to sew those together. I think, oh no, light grey. It was dark grey for the tilde. So I always go between cream, white, light grey and dark grey.
Right,
they're my
that's
most used, ones. So yeah, you are literally just going to go along whip stitching, taking the tiniest bit of the edge of the fabric. Sometimes it's really hard to see. It's very hard to see how much fabric I take, but obviously you don't want to go through the templates. The thing is, you don't have to worry too much about accuracy. Like with the flowers, the lines aren't dead obvious of the flowers. So if it is your first time, you find that maybe you've not centred your hexie exactly perfectly, it's okay. It really doesn't show. I was rushing on that last one and I was like basting them as quick as I possibly could.
But
so
you know,
I could get them done, but they're still absolutely fine. I don't think there's any issue.
I really like sometimes when you do see the stitching, it makes it
the stitching
handmade, doesn't it?
Yeah. I think it's John Scott. He absolutely loves seeing a bit of the stitching with EPP. Yeah. Because he says it makes it look really handmade. Just checking my head's not in shot.
No, you're okay.
My best friend dyed my hair like last week just to make sure.
Your roots.
I was like, I'm going to be EPPing, and you dyed my roots. There we go. So we've just come to the end here. And then we're going to open that one out. So that hexagon's now attached. So I wouldn't knot off my fabric yet.
Your cotton.
My cotton. And as you can see, because I've travelled the world with these, there we go, they're meant to be this way.
Right, so just spin them and make sure.
Yeah, because look, you can tell.
It's a little jigsaw.
You completely tell that that's not right.
Yeah.
So you just move it around and then you can see that fits perfectly.
Yeah.
So then what you're going to do...
Oh gosh, so you've got three seams to do here. Well, three
bits.
Rows. Yeah.
So what you do, and then once you've added your next row, you'll find that this one is completely sewn around. So remove the card from the back because it just makes it easier to handle, but also your card's going to be bent less time, so it's going to last even longer, which is always great. So yeah, now what I'm going to do, I'm going to flip that one right sides together because that's where I want to sew. And you can see actually, when you bend, you can just about see on the telly, you can see the pattern.
Slightly left, please, thank you.
You can see the patterns there. There's two pink bits just there. So you can see that they're matched up. Yeah. So you know that when you open that out, all is going to be fine. So then you're just going to carry on with that whip stitch all the way along. I haven't put my thimble pad on because I knew I wouldn't be sewing for too long, but I use...
Do you normally do a thimble pad?
Yeah.
Just one of those little...
The leather one.
Leather stickers.
Yeah, because they last for ages. And
instead of using a thimble?
I can't get them over my nails.
Right, true. Where do you put a thimble?
I put mine here because that's where I push. But a lot of people use them on their middle fingers or their thumbs. Okay. It really, everyone has a sore sewing finger. Yeah. And it really is different and different positions because everyone holds their needle differently.
Do you feel like it's almost muscle memory a bit though? That, you know, when you first start doing it, you might find that your hands ache differently, but then as it gets more used to it.
Yeah, it could definitely. Yeah, my hands don't ache anymore. I hadn't found those thimble pads when I wrote my book, and by the time I'd finished making everything from my book, that finger was just raw. I'd lost all the skin. It was so sore. And then I found those thimble pads, and now my skin's completely fine again. It's like completely healed from it.
What about your
Apart
thumb?
from
'Cause
I've
you're
got
pushing-
Raynaud's, you can see that my fingers are really white, can't you? It's because my hands are cold. I have Raynaud's and they end up going completely zombie-like.
But you're pushing it with your thumb as well there.
I do, but I don't push it. It's never as the initial push through the fabric is done with my finger, and then it's already through. So it's a very soft push with my thumb. And I think I definitely sew slightly different when I'm on telly because I'm standing up and holding it at an angle and everything. Right, so we've gone right to the end there. I've still got thread.
Yeah.
So what I will do is open it out there. And then you
Look
can
at
see
that pattern matching.
So I'm just going to fold that over here. Just trying to do this, leaning on the machine now as a little rest. And because, don't fold that completely, that hexagon there.
Okay.
Just bend it slightly, but don't crease it, because there's no need. And there you can see I'm just going to...
You'll be able to use these hexes again.
Oh, 100% you can. It's the best being able to reuse them. There we go.
Right, so you just started the anchor point there.
Yep, and you just carry on. And it is literally this, the whole project. When you get to the end, knot off your thread. What I tend to do is I would put my needle through like that, wrap my thread around a couple of times, and just push it through, and that's a knot. I do tend to take a stitch backwards, just as like a little just a little double secure thing that's in my head. I don't know if it helps. Just want to not unthread that. Yeah, so I've just done a random knot there. And even if you do run out of thread, you can do a random knot in the middle. It's fine. I often do it. So yeah, this is it. You just carry on adding your hexes like this. It is so easy and so relaxing. It's definitely one of those telly projects, holiday by the beach project, sitting in your hotel room after a really nice day out, and you just don't want to do anything, but you want to do something.
But I know a lot of people as well also love hand stitching. You know, if you're sitting waiting for appointments,
I used to do it. I used to do it with Dylan when I was waiting for him after appointments. I'd sit in the car and sew. Can you imagine sitting on a balcony right now in the sun, just having a sew?
Oh, it'd be so nice. I've just come back from Minehead, which was great fun, but it weren't
We
relaxing
used to go there
at all.
when I was tiny.
It was really nice.
Yeah.
It was good. But at the time, my producer who works over on Gems, they were in Mauritius at the same time. We were comparing holiday snaps that were very different. But yeah, if you've got the cruise to look forward to, the John Scott Sewing Cruise.
Are you having on it?
No.
No, me neither.
But if you are, take one of these projects.
Yeah, no, see, it is perfect for it, honestly. I dream of going on holiday and sewing.
Yeah.
I don't think Dylan's going to take any EPP with him.
Surely you being Adam Brooks' bestie as well, he's really connected in the cruise world.
This is true, actually, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think he's been on a cruise, though, for a long time, not since he finished working on the cruises. No, because him and his partner, they've been to New York and Japan, haven't they? They're going all over the place, living their best lives. Right, I've snapped my thread.
Okay.
Because I was chatting with Dylan. But there we go. You can see there.
All
It's
pattern
all
match.
gorgeous. But that is literally what you will do with the whole project. Just keep adding your hexes. Like I said, clip them together with a row 2 added on there so that you don't get too confused. But if they do, just turn them round, and if you take a photo prior to cutting it up, then you've always got that as reference.
And you've put the instructions as well, how to make it into a cushion as well.
Oh,
for anybody who's never done that
All the
before.
cutting instructions for that. You don't have to add binding.
Yeah.
So I have got the option. You know, I've written in one of the steps, if you don't want to add binding, skip to this step. And I tell you what way to layer it up to do it without.
Fabulous. So there are your options, whether you want to do the blue or the pink. Slightly different on the front. This one's got a lighter blue background. It's hard to see on telly, but they are absolutely gorgeous. We're going to have to keep those graphics in whilst we're doing our bag demo. We're going to still do the bag demo, even though they are absolute clean sweep sellout across all.
Oh, has the Tilda gone as well?
Tilda's
oh,
gone.
lovely.
Tilda's
Thanks,
gone.
guys.
Instructions on their own have gone. We've got the cushions available. You'll see those as your graphics, and you'll also see Jenny's new block of the month instructions as well. There's your block of the month from there. But we are still going to show everybody that's got their fabulous pattern how to do it. Oh, are the zips gone? We've got zips. We've got zips. We'll come to those when we get to that part in the demo as well. So, to keep everything tidy, you've got the pocket at the top, you've got the zip pocket here, you've got the 2 sections here. I suppose you can choose how many sections you want to keep your pens or keep your bits and bobs, whatever it is that you're after. But you've got this fabulous EPP section all on the back and on the front pocket. You do get your paper pieces and your pattern, and they have all sold out. Well done if you've managed to get them. But when you get them home, do you do the EPP section first?
Yes, so what I always do, I always start with the EPP, it's my favourite part. But also without that, I can't get on with the rest. So you have 2 sections of EPP. You have the back of the pouch, which I've already gone ahead and I've made the closing on it. And I've also added another little, what do you want to call it?
Key fob.
The key fob thing. So obviously they're pointing in. The instructions are so thorough. You have all the pictures, all the sizes, everything you need. And do message me if you get stuck. But it is simple. It looks a lot more complex than it is. You can add more layers if you wish. You can make it even more chunky. Yeah, the foam fits in the front pocket as well, because that front zip, the zip pocket does go all the way to the bottom. It's not, you know how sometimes you can get pouches that look like they've got a big zip pocket.
Yeah, yeah.
You open them and it's only like that deep.
Yeah,
it
no,
doesn't
this is
actually
all the
go.
way
It goes
down
all
to
the
the
way to the
bottom.
bottom.
It is good. And if you wanted to put like your tablet or computer or something like that, you know, a smaller tablet, well, your normal size tablet, it will fit in there. But you could always add, if you've got a machine that'll handle it, you know what your machine can handle. You could put an extra bit of wadding in there, couldn't you? And make it even more sort of.
Yeah, in between.
You've got wadding on the back, but if you wanted to put.
Yeah, just make sure you put it, you figure it so that it goes in between layers. But what I wanted to do, I wanted to make it doable for the tiny machines.
Yeah.
Just, you know, your normal standard machines, because obviously I've got one of these big ones and they take so many layers so easily. I know it's not always the case for everyone, so I don't like to go ahead assuming everyone's machine can do what these big machines can do, because it's not fair. Right, I've just realised I haven't got a big ruler, but it's okay, we're going to use my go-to ruler.
Sorry, before you ask.
No, it's all right. Do you know what it is? It's swapping, doing 2 projects in one.
Yeah.
It's just getting over the what's it. So this is the front pocket. As you can see, I've done the EPP and I have just ironed that onto some medium weight interfacing.
Okay.
And it needs to be, the measurements are all in the pattern. So I'm just going to measure, this needs to be, I think it's 7 inches high, So it's a bit longer. The thing is, I like to do the measurements a bit wider just in case. What I've said is draw it. Just draw on. So what I'm going to actually do is go all the way to the top corner there. And my pens are all, you know when all of a sudden all your pens run out at the same time? That is what's happening to me at the moment. Everything's just running out.
Yes. All happens the same week, doesn't it? So it's nice to have a big haul, get a big haul of everything, stock up on everything.
That's true.
All fresh.
That is very true. Right, so I know the measurements here. So I'm just going to mark the 2 at the side. There we go. And then what I want to do is trim off. The bottom, I don't need to do any marking because that's lovely and straight. So I'm just going to trim off the excess medium weight interfacing across the bottom. I've got my FPP, what do you call that? Rotary cutter. So it's not quite as sharp as it could be because I don't use this one for anything other than FPP.
Right, so make sure you've got a nice...
Yeah. I would always say if you're doing FBP, keep a separate rotary cutter because you're cutting through paper constantly when you're trimming off those blocks. So you're just going to trim down both sides of this one. I'm just showing you bits on how to make different aspects of the
Oh yeah, you've got your full pattern and instructions.
Yeah.
So you know how to do everything. But
and look what I've just done. I say in the pattern, measure and mark, and actually make a mark. Don't just draw a line and trim it off because I need to know. I need that mark there so I can see. Then what I'm going to do is just cut this. Losing my mind now.
measure and mark.
Measure and mark. It's because I just drew lines, didn't I? There we go. This is so it's the same as the backing piece that I've got. And then you can draw a line, a diagonal line here, and then cut it. Or if you're confident, you can just
go for it.
Just cut that straight. So take note that when you're making the back piece, I have said stay stitch all the way around using a smaller stitch once you've got this far before you've even added those.
Do you do that on your machine within your seam allowance?
Yeah, so I use 1/8 of a seam allowance because it's just between quarter and nothing. And a smaller stitch length, this is because at some point you're going to have to turn it all through and you don't want your EPP stitching coming apart. So it might seem unnecessary, like, why has she done that?
Do it.
Do it.
In a polite way.
Right, so this would be this is going to be the front pocket.
Yep.
And obviously, because your fabric is, you're using solid fabric, it actually doesn't take as much work to do this. It would be right sides together, okay? So sometimes it's not that obvious when you've got a solid. So it'd be right sides together. Do you know, I got the zip foot out, but I didn't get the 1/4 inch. You know, this isn't my machine. It's got different writing on it. So that looks like the 1/4 inch one, doesn't it?
Has it got a 1/4 inch zipper foot?
No, just a 1/4 inch. I got the zipper foot out because I'm going to need that. And then I forgot that it still had the other one on that Adam used loads. I'm just going to blame him for everything. And what you want to do now is you want to sew 1/4 inch along the diagonal line. You just want to use a normal seam allowance.
This is right sides together.
Right sides together. Obviously, I tell you all to cut. I do not need 1.2 stitch length still. Definitely not. Because if you go wrong with that, that'll be fun.
Do you go back to, what's your go-to stitch length now then?
Do you know what? It really depends. Yeah, between 2.4 and 2.6, it really depends what I'm sewing. And then when I'm top stitching, I love either a 3.2 or a 3.8.
Right.
I know, I'm really random with it. Whatever tickles my fancy at the time, I think that's what it is. And obviously I forgot my thread, so we are going to have a bit of a, luckily there's white in here, so white fits the job. Then what you want to do is you want to open that pocket up and then take it back down to meet and press. Definitely press this. I'm going to just finger press this for time, but it will be fine. Everything lines up. But you don't want the lining showing at the top, really. It's better to have that tucked in a bit. Because really it doesn't matter how far this comes up. So if you do fold your lining down a little bit and you end up with a bit more lining at the back, because you're worried that that lining will poke out, just trim that lining off. Your pocket's going to be a millimetre or two lower than it is, and that really is not going to affect anything.
You've got a divider in yours as well, I suppose. At this
Yep.
point, you can think about what it is you're wanting to keep in that front
Exactly.
pocket, how many pockets you want.
Exactly that. I love to divide pockets. I don't know why, but well.
Well,
I
because
think
you
it's
can.
handy, isn't it? Just because I can.
Because we're
You're
personalising
right.
things to exactly what you want to store in there.
Oh, do you know what I use? I use my straight plate on my machine all the time.
Yeah.
And I don't change it on this machine.
And so what have they got on there now?
They've just got the normal plate. But
Can you feel the difference?
Yeah. Because when you're doing straight stitching without a straight stitch, that is when...
Without a straight stitch plate?
Without a straight stitch plate, yeah. That is when the machines always try and eat a little bit of the fabric at the start, but when you have a straight stitch plate on, it doesn't do it. So I keep mine on all the time because it's so rare I use anything other than the straight stitch. That's why I got my straight stitch machine, because really, when do I use anything other than?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Right, so popping that to one side. This is the bottom of the zip pouch here. I've already attached the outer and the lining piece. Obviously, in the instructions, it says it all. And what you're going to do then is you're going to place this pocket on top of the bottom. And this is where you can decide where you want to split it. Pin it together.
Okay.
I can't remember if I say stay stitch it on around the edge. I don't think I do. I don't think it matters at that point. It will say, I've written in the pattern exactly what I did, but yeah. So I'm just going to, without pinning it, because time, pop that in. I'm just going to have to change a foot because that 1/4 inch foot will mess up if I don't.
Are you just going to do one central divide?
I'm just going to do one central divide. It's just, time-wise, it's just easier. But I would quite like a thinner one there and then 2 there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you've automatically put your pens up the side here, so you could just do a designated
pen
section
one,
or glue pen if this is your EPP pouch.
Make sure you backstitch at the top of your divides so that stitching doesn't come in. I use the stay stitch function instead of backstitching. It doesn't matter at the bottom because that's going to be sewn into a seam. Oh, there we go. So the next bit is me trying to remember exactly how I did this. I'm just going to grab my pattern.
Yep, pattern's there for you to refer
It's all right. It's always that way. Yeah, that's why I was looking at it wrong. Right, you want this upside down on top of this. I'm going to have to actually read
bring
it.
your pattern in. It's absolutely
Bring it in.
fine. It's all with photographs as well, isn't it?
Oh yeah, so many photographs. No, it is right side up. There we go. I know what I'm doing now. I usually use tape.
Quilter's tape.
Quilter's tape, double-sided quilter's tape. I had it next to my packing stuff. It's not there. So that means when I get home, it's just going to be chilling next to my machine.
You can pin it in place.
Oh, pin it, clip it. I just find that no matter how much I pin or clip, it moves when I add a zip.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
But honestly, as well, if you've not added zips before, don't stress. This is so easy. It really, there's nothing technical about the way I add zips because that's too stressful. You do just need a zipper foot.
These are your 10-inch zips, by the way. We've got cream and we've got grey available. I think they're the right length anyway.
10-inch?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't need to trim these down. Brilliant. But
No, because you trim it down afterwards.
Okay.
That's how I like to add zips because it's less stressful.
Okay, brilliant. Zips are available. Ben will run them through in a second.
Just realised I needed to open that up just because of the way it is. But I've put a clip in the way. So this might not line up really because I don't just use 2 clips. If you're clipping, use more clips, use more pins. Don't do a me. I always say that. Tele-sewing is never how I sew at home.
Oh, no. Well, for definitely standing up.
Well, yeah, that, but I definitely add zips, pins, clips all the time.
I believe you, Jenny.
Do you believe me? Yeah. Thanks.
No, you're just doing the zip up, back up.
Yeah.
What, moving that zip?
Yeah, just moving it back up so I can carry on neatly across the zip.
What's it telling you?
It was just telling me to, see, I've moved it now. See, this doesn't happen to me when I use my beloved tape. It was telling me something. It's always telling me something. My machine doesn't tell me as much because it's the one prior to this machine, mine. Do you remember when I got mine and everyone was like, oh, it's the newest spaceship. Yeah, and now look at this one. I could watch YouTube on it. Right, so now what you want to do is open this out. It should line up. It's not lining up great, but look, if this happens to you, just don't stress about it. Just when it comes to trimming the end of the zip, just trim it down. Yeah. It will all go together fine, honestly. So you can see here, that it's not
Slightly.
because I didn't pin enough and trying to rush. You want to just press this open. This is where you can use a roller as well if you don't want to get the
iron
close to the plastic teeth. I am just going to top stitch along here quickly, because the worst thing to do is not top stitch on your zips and then end up having your fabric get caught in the zip all the time.
And cream zips sold out. The grey zips available at the moment. That's the last of stock of those 10-inch zips. It's been sellouts galore today.
It has. Good times. Thank you very much, everyone. Oh, there we go. So it looks strange now, but what you're going to do now is take this back on itself to meet at the bottom here. So when that outer piece now meets at the bottom...
Sorry, can you just push it forward again slightly?
Sorry, there we go. Now I've folded that back on itself to meet at the bottom. When you open that, you've created your bottom pocket now.
Oh,
there's the back.
Amazing.
However, what you want to do is now... Oh, actually, I wasn't meant to do that stitch then.
Oh, that top stitch.
You want to do that now. Now you've folded it back on itself. Now you want to top stitch.
Oh, because that keeps this section
because that closes that
together.
section completely.
Right.
So I am just going to go over that,
it again.
or
We
it's
could do
just
a
going to
little
annoy
double line.
me. Yeah. I'll make it fancy, shall I? I'll do a line just beyond the other line because I can't trace my own line. This is it. When you write so many patterns, you try to remember what order you do everything in. It's not going to happen. Right, there we go. I've got a double stitch fancy stitching now. And then I've pre-made the binding piece. This is purely decorative, just makes it look nice. Because this is just, even though I would say press this, it's just a bit, isn't it? Well, not when you can have a pretty bit of fabric.
Oh, Tilda binding.
Well, yeah, because there's plenty. After you've done the EPP, you will have these. In fact, what I'd say, cut these bits first and then cut the EPP around it. And what you're just going to do then, oh, I've still got the zipper foot on, but that's all right, it doesn't matter. You're just going to top stitch that piece of binding on. Again, make sure it's pushed right inside that binding piece. I've got these random scissors here, so I shall use them. I'm just going to trim off the excess binding off either end. There we go. Just trying to remember what order I did everything in. Then what I say, or at some point I say, you want to open your zip up and then you want to just sew across.
Okay, and you find
both
across
ends.
them, aren't you? Because they're just...
Yep, you want to sew. I'm just looking at the time.
Yeah, you're right, you're right.
Just going to sew this. This stitching is mainly so that the zipper doesn't fall off when you, between now and putting it all together properly. I do quite a lot of stay stitching in here because I just find that sometimes doing that extra stitching within the seam allowance doesn't affect the finished look, but it does stop your stuff from shifting around when you're layering stuff on.
So, I suppose I was going to ask what stay stitching is, but it obviously is like basting, but stays in.
Yeah,
stays.
We've obviously, because it's not lined up properly, it's just gone a bit funny, but that's fine.
Don't worry.
You're just going to...
the rest.
It's all good. We're just going to trim off that excess zip now.
Excuse me.
So I've obviously, because I made the outside bit before, I skipped a few steps. What you want to do, depending on your fastening. So I used cam snaps.
Oh, yeah, you asked Ben if we have any of those available, didn't you?
Just the little, the hand ones. You don't have to have one of these big machines.
Green machines.
I mean, I really want one, but I don't have one. So I just have one of the little cam snaps.
Yes.
The metal one, mine's different from the one you sell, but it's does the same thing.
Yeah, that's just the little pliers. You can get all of
those
the
plastic ones that you can get in all different colours. There's always a colour right for it. I think I used purple lilac on that one.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
If you don't have, you can use a press stud. You could use some Velcro, or instead of adding this, I've given you the measurements. You could use a piece of elastic and sew on a button, so you don't have to do buttonholes.
Well, I even thought you could do a buttonhole. All of our
Well, you
shoes are
could. I
so
mean,
quick.
if you're
If you wanted
confident
to.
in doing that, you can do a buttonhole.
Put a little bit of elastic, like you said, around a button.
So it would be elastic with a little
Velcro.
button exactly where you would add this. So I would add my other end of the can snap there now. And
We've got
then
a big pack of snaps as well, those gorgeous, colourful ones that we were talking about. Haven't physically got them here, but there you can see, I believe you're getting
There they are,
15
see?
different colours.
look,
Lovely.
they're so handy.
You need, obviously, your your pliers to be able to put them on.
Yeah.
They snaps.
Right, so this is the inside piece, which I've just placed on here, and you wouldn't do that, would you?
What sort of wadding have you used on the back of that?
That's just a scrap
Yeah.
of 80/20.
Fab.
So the next thing I would do is, this is what would be the behind piece here. The one that goes all the way up to the top of the
Yeah.
pattern. Get your pocket, pop that on, and once again, I'm gonna pin it,
Pin,
line
pin,
it
pin.
up, and stay stitch all the way.
Okay.
Well, not the top bit because there's nothing there. Stay stitch down, so it's rolled because it's got all the way along the bottom.
Okay.
And then that is when you will have added all these right sides together. Sew all the way around, leave a turning gap.
A good turning
A
gap.
good turning gap because there's quite a few layers. And then use a hand stitch, ladder stitch, just to close the bottom and you won't even see
You
it.
can't see it. You
It's in
can't
the
see
bottom
where it
seam.
is. Is it?
Yeah.
No, you can't see that at all. I'll show you the bottom. Like, you can't see it at all.
Just take your time.
So use a
little ladder
good turning
stitch.
gap because you don't.
Yep, you want to use slightly thicker, you don't want to use 80 weight thread for that. Just your normal machine 40 weight is fine for that. Yeah, and turn it through, press around the edge, boom, done. You have got yourself a little tidy.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Honestly, I don't know how you keep doing it, how you keep thinking of all of these different projects. And a lot of work, a lot of time goes into
so much.
designing like this. So
And
honestly,
the
well done,
writing the
everyone.
patterns, that takes so long.
Yeah.
Editing them and everything.
Everybody who managed to get the patterns and the kits,
you.
well done. And they are gorgeous, Jenny. The cushions at the moment, limited availability on both of the colourways, the blue and the pink. Let's have a quick recap. So the blue is this one here. You get your full panel, which you do not need to worry about even like similar, pattern matching, all of that sort of stuff. It's all done for you because you get this fabulous pre-printed panel, which all your seam allowance is included, and you get the right size EPP papers. So you get the hexes and the half hexes, the other shapes that go around the edge, all included. So naturally, you will just get the right seam allowance, so they will butt up together perfectly to create this amazing design. Now, the only difference with both of the kits is that you get the blue background on this one. It's got a slightly different blue background on the cushion itself, as you can see there on the panel. You also get the paper pieces. It's not shown on the picture there, but you do get your hexes included at the price. Then we also have the pink version. You can do a binding on it. You've got the instructions of how to create it into that gorgeous cushion, but that could be central block on a quilt. That could be, you know, something that you want to put then onto the front of a bag. Once you've done that panel, it's up to you what you do with it, but you do have your pink fabric included, 1/2 metre as well, to be able to do your binding in your back of your gorgeous pink cushion, this time with the pink colourway and full instructions included, plus your paper pieces for £27.99. Thank you ever so much.
Pleasure. It's been lovely to see you.
Lovely to see you too. When are you back with us? Have you got a
Mother's
date in the
Day.
diary? Oh, of course, yeah.
30th, yeah.
Remember, the clocks go back that day, so you'll be here
Forward.
even earlier. Forward.
We lose an hour's sleep, so that means
Bring
they go
forward,
Yeah.
fall back. Oh, yes, I should remember that.
Forget.
Yeah, speaking of which, I've got to get up stupidly early tomorrow because we're on air live at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
Nice.
We're on air at 6 a.m. Oh, my gosh. I'm literally going to be going to bed at 7 o'clock tonight. Just excited.
Good luck with that with 3 kids.
I know. Karen! Anyway, thank you ever so much.
Pleasure, thank you.
So good to see you. Amazing projects as always. Check out your baskets during the break. If you've missed out on the first hour with Jenny, there is still time to be able to get the very last of the block of the month. We managed to stack the shelves with all of the months as well. Some sellouts, but have a look underneath us and see if there are any of the months that you're after still available. And these gorgeous colour cushions are Stunning. Now I'm with you for the next hour and a half, and we've got lots of treats for you. We've got bundles on needles and threads. We've got some, there's some Orfil threads over on the next desk as well, and some John Joe needle bundles, so stay tuned. We also have coming up at 12 o'clock our Elna showcase. Now we're going to focus on some of the machines that aren't showcasing during the birthday event. So we've asked, as a pre-birthday bash, can we do some amazing deals? So this is the only chance to be able to get these prices. Now, also, we've been doing lots of extra education on a lot of our machines. So during the break, you're going to see a little bit more about the Elna Overlocker, which is the air threading machine. It's the very last of stock. I believe there's literally less than 10. In fact, there's 4 of those air threaders left in stock. So if you have been thinking about it, today's the day to get it. Here's a little bit more information about it, and I will see you right after this.
The thing we all hate about overlockers is the threading. All the years I worked in theatre, I could never ever thread one. Then I came to work at Sashing Street, and we had the 664 and the 664 Pro, and I thought, at last, an overlocker I can thread up. Then they brought the 864 air threader, and I am in heaven. Now, I've just recently got this machine and I absolutely love it. And if you watch me on air, you'll know how much I love it because I get really, really, really overexcited about it. So let me just take you around the machine. It's a 4-thread overlocker. You can get to all of the machinery that you need to because it opens all the way up like that. But this is where the joy happens. The lower looper and the upper looper are the ones that are really, really difficult to thread. You don't have to worry on this one whatsoever. I'm going to show you how to thread it very quickly. So what you do is you turn this lever to threading, you turn this lever to lower looper, you turn the clutch until it clicks. Then what that does is all of these tubes and everything all align totally. You then take your first thread, you put it on your stand, you take it through the telescopic here. This is how easy it is. You take it through the tension there, through the tension wheel there, and then down through the looper. You take the end of your thread. Now, I always say, put about 1.5 inches it into the hole. And this is where the absolute brilliance of this machine is. So what you then do is you then lift this lever. This lever sucks air in from outside and it pushes that thread right the way through to where you need it. Like that. Right, that's the lower looper done. All you need to do then is get your tweezers and just, I'll do it in a minute, just pull the thread out to the back. Then you get your next thread and we do the upper looper. So again, we just put the thread on there through the telescopic. Now you always have to thread your overlocker from this one right the way through there. If the thread, that one breaks, or you have to start again, you always have to start with this one. Right again, so through the tension wheel, through the little loop at the bottom there, put the end of the thread into the hole. Remember to turn the lever to upper looper, and then you literally, this is the one I love the best. That's it done. That's it done. Now, it has a needle threader on it. You can do the left needle and the right needle. Once that's all done, you then turn this back to sewing, you turn that back up to there, you close the box here, you put your gubbins box on, and you're ready to go. So, it doesn't just do overlocking, it does rolled hem, it does picot hem, it does gathering, it does standard stitch and tight stitch as well. This machine is worth every penny. You need one of these.
Can you believe that Sewing Street is turning 5 years old?
So that's 5 years of sharing sewing, stitching and creativity with you, our Sewing Street family.
And to celebrate in style, we're bringing you a whole week of fun, starting on Monday the 24th of February, right through till Sunday the 2nd of March.
We'll be starting every morning, even earlier at 6 a.m. So set your alarms and expect big names, exciting launches and some seriously special treats.
So I'm launching with Amber Mates our brand new block of the month, the Sampler Quilt. There's the Velvet Mini Backpack set and the Barn Gazing Quilt and Bag.
Plus, we have the launch of a brand new Brother sewing machine, and you can be the first to see it in action.
Toft are bringing more adorable crochet magic.
And fantastic goodies from Storage for Crafts, Sewing Online, and so much more.
So make sure you're there for surprises, deals, and lots of sewing fun.
Mark your calendar, set your alarms, and join us next week every day from 6 a.m. to mark Sewing Street's 5th birthday.
Our birthday event is running from Monday the 24th of Feb to Sunday the 2nd of March. You won't want to miss our birthday exclusive deals, so set your alarms for 6 a.m. every day during our birthday.
Hello, welcome back, welcome back. Right, we've got half an hour, 20 minutes before our Elna machine deals. If you've got any questions about them, of course, get them in. We have got some fabulous bundles to bring you before then. I love it when we do these big bumper packs. We've got a massive John James hand sewing collection. So it was the milliner's needles, wasn't it, that Jenny Jackson says she always uses the John James milliner's needles. We've also got sharps, quilting, leather embroidery, chenille, long darners, beading and tapestry needles in a massive bundle for under £15. Right, we should not be doing this. You get all 9 packs. Ben forgot where he was then. I don't know if you could hear him through my earpiece. I hope not. But yes, he really should not be doing this. Never mind. We're doing it anyway. It's the pre-birthday shenanigans. It is the pre-birthday deals. £11.99. Now, Ben's already been on air this morning, hasn't he? So he can't come out again. But I did tell him, you have to kind of be part of the show, Ben, because it is because of Ben that we're able to bring the John James needles at the best prices. It's a long story, but he worked with our buyers back in jewellery maker days when he was working with jewellery maker to be able to bring them because they were buying them from America. And actually, Ben's dad worked here in Redditch for John James needles. You're getting having the right needle for the right job. Having that, having the right, if you're working with leather, for example, making sure you've got the right needle for the job is important, but also having sharp needles. We talk about changing your machine needle all the time, but making sure your pins are sharp, making sure your hand sewing needles are sharp is so important, isn't it? So to be able to get a big pack like this. If you've got any of the Amber Makes lovely kits, where you can keep all your hand sewing needles is. On Tuesday, Bex is here for Amber Makes. It's going to be I'm literally so excited. It's going to be such an exciting week. I'm in the building the whole week. I'm here tomorrow morning, first thing, to launch the birthday at 6 a.m, which is so exciting. We've got amazing stuff. Ollie, you're here all week, aren't you? Yeah. He says, I'm really excited. We've got so much going on. Yeah, there's a lot going on. A lot going on. £11.99 discounted today. We've got less than 30 of these bundles, and they're going literally every second. 29 bundles of these, 28 bundles, 27 of these bundles now. Remember, you're getting beading needles if you want to do a bit of bead embroidery on your Jenny Jackson cushions like she was doing, your tapestry needles. And on the back of each of these, it tells you as well, or there's definitely content somewhere. Where have I read about where it is that you use them? I've lost my talk back, by the way. Sorry, Levi. It's batteries gone. All 9 packs for £11.99. Thank you for the little discount. That takes your price per pack of needles to a price point that if you're saying, look, I don't actually really work with leather that often, it's worth actually just having all of these needles. Especially your quilting needles, your sharps, your milliners. These are all ones that you probably will use a lot of. £11.99. There are now less than 20 of these John James hand sewing needle bundles remaining. We've got a machine bundle, John James machine needle bundle as well, and a hemline machine bundle as well. But if you do like making those, have a little Amber Makes projects, these are perfect. This will sell out today, by the way. There's less than 20. We do not reduce these bundles. The last time it was on, it was at $14.99. The time before was at $14.99. The time before, guess what? It was at $14.99. The only person to have ever taken this to $11.99 is Ben. What's our price per pack? Dare I ask? 20 needles, 16 needles, 6 needles, 4 needles, 6 needles, 6, 16, 3 and 20 in there. That's a lot of needles. But price per pack is now £1.33. Oh, stock up whilst you can. There's less than 15 of these needles. I'm sorry to, 28 in baskets. There's 28 of these in baskets. It's been a brilliant day today. Thank you so much for your company. And don't forget, as I say, we are offering you some amazing deals all week. 97. Oh, thank you for doing the maths for me, Ollie. We're at 12 pence a needle. John James is world renowned for quality hand sewing needles. John James is the only brand that Jenny Jackson uses with her hand sewing needles. She says, I always use the Milliners John James needles. $11.99. Less than 10, less than 10. Right, anybody who's got them in their basket, I can't guarantee you'll get one. Shall we come back to those? I'll let you know if they're available because they're about to sell out. There's less than 10. Okay, we can wait here, but there's only literally 7 remaining. If you want one, be quick. Be quick, be quick. Right, should we do the machine needles? Whilst you're checking out, add these as well. We've got them at John James machine needles. I've never done a bundle of John James machine needles. I didn't even know we sold John James machine needles. Twin needles. What are you giggling at? What are you doing? Don't. Right, we've got 50 bundles, discounted today, £6.46. Twin needle, yep. Your regular needles, size 11 to 16s. Your leather point needles, size 14 to 16. And your regular point needles. I have never seen this bundle before. £6.46 for your machine specialist needles. Bit of info about John James. Right, there's a lot to digest here, but let's just pick a couple of lines here. This is the bit. Look, there's Charles Dickens. We've been to Redditch, that remarkable little town, and needless to see needles made because our English needles of today are spreading all over the known world. How amazing! How amazing! Needless to say, we have got a lot of people who have already added these straight to their basket. I'm very sharp. Love it, love it, love it, love it. £6.46 for all of these machine bundles. And let's face it, you're always going to need a new machine. You're always going to need machine needles. People will believe that actually the first needle ever made was in Redditch in 1156. Oh, sorry, the first needle that was made was 1156. The first needle that was made in Redditch was in 1156. Oh my gosh. Do you know what? That Redditch got a shout out on Love Island this series. They made like a pun of finding a needle in a haystack, and they said, it's like finding a needle in the John James Museum in Redditch. Yeah, or what's the museum called that you'd be to? It's Aramil. That's what they said in Redditch. And then Ian Sterling went, hello, Redditch. And oh my gosh, I was literally like texting everyone, we just got a shout out here. Forge Mill, that's it, Forge Mill. Not Aramil, that's the pub. That's the pub, that's a lovely pub. Twin needle, regular point needles, leather needles and your regular point needles. So both of those are, well, these are the 9 to 14s and these are 11 to 16. So you're covering all bases here and a nice twin needle. I didn't even know that we sold these John James machine needles. This is what's great about this sort of hour, is that these are always underneath us on the website. So if you do want to get them on the, of course, if you do want to have a look on our stock, they're available on our web shop all the time, but it's nice to be able to do discounted bundles for you, isn't it? If you bought all 4 packs, it'd be £8.46. These are £6.46 today. You can thank Ben for the little cheeky discount. There are less than 20 of these. How many of the hand sewing needle bundles have we got? No. In fact, let me just check availability on those. Gone. They've gone. They've sold out. If you want the machine needles, this is going to follow suit. We started with 50 of those bundles. We've now got 20. 20 of your machine needles. It's always worth starting a new project with a new needle. Honestly, it really does make a difference. And these are quality machine needles from John James, universal for any of your machines as well. You don't need to worry about having a certain brand or a certain size to fit your machine. But it's good to be able to have a twin needle and a leather point needle as well. £6.46, and there's less than 20 of those. We've got the hemline ones as well. Oh, yeah, please, let's do this first. The Smets. These are amazing. Now, we like to offer you different brands and different sorts. We've got Rebecca Reed's absolute go-to here. These are your Smets Microtex needles. A pack of 70, 100, they're size 70, but you get 100 of them. Now, if you've never used Microtex needles before, they are brilliant. They are fabulous for more difficult to use fabric, for polyester, for silk, for leather. They're sharper than your universal needles, and they are more slender. So the hole that it will pierce will be smaller. Now, a pack of 5 of these on Amazon is £4.99. So that makes it £1 each. Is that right? And we are at, for 100 needles, half that price. 50 pence a needle. Amazing. We get these in and they sell out. Another one that I wouldn't have been surprised if we'd got these in for the birthday, because they fly out. And look, you've got literally 100 of them ready to go. They come with a little anti-tarnish patches in there as well. So good at $49.99. But we also have 100 of these. Yeah, that suggests that they were bought in for the birthday as a back in stock. I've got a feeling we could sell all these out today. This was a very, as I say, if you've heard Bex Reed talking about Microtex needles, she absolutely swears by them. For any kind of, if you're going through multiple layers, they're really nice and sharp. If you are piercing through more difficult to use fabrics, if you're working with leather or PU, so actually no, I wouldn't say leather. You've got your leather needles for that, but for a PU, definitely use your Microtex needles. These are your Smets Microtex needles. They're normally £1 a needle. Whereas today, it makes such a difference, doesn't it, knowing that I can actually swap and change in between each of my projects at 50 pence a needle. If you've not tried them before, I believe there are smaller packs underneath us on the web, but if you know, yeah, they're the needles for me, go for it. They're back in stock today. We had 100. We've now got, once everybody's checked out, 80, 70 of those. Limited. I say limited. I'm pleased that we've got a good stock, but it's very, very busy. Both of our other machine and needle bundles, or the hand sewing needle one, sold out, and I believe the John James is literally about to sell out now. 100 of your Smetch needles for $49.99. Should we do the hemline bundle now? Hemline bundle. Right, we can't discount this. This is at the price. It's £25.43. And these are the ones that Bex Reed actually made, that lovely little case where you could slot your machine needle packs in, which were these for these packs, made for these packs. So you're getting 2 packs of Universal, you're getting a pack of leather needles, you get a pack of embroidery needles, you get a pack of quilting needles. You also get a hem stitch. I've never seen a hem stitch needle before. Oh, these are the packs that I'm on about. They actually tell you here, so it's all models of machines, but it says here what that needle is for and where to use it. So a single hem stitch blade on the side of the needle cuts a narrow hole in the fabric, creating popular heirloom style decorative stitching. Used with an 80 weight cotton, 60 weight cotton or a 40 weight cotton, rayon or polyester, embroidery thread, best for decorative stitching on tightly woven fabrics such as linen and fine batiste. I mean, this is absolutely, I've never seen that, a really specialist needle. So you've got your hem stitch needle, you've got your sharps here, and it says sharps are great for silks, for microfiber fabrics, for penetrating densely woven fabrics. Sharp point also produces perfectly straight top stitching and smooth buttonholes. And it will tell you what fabric to use it with. You've got your Universal, you've got your quilting, your embroidery, your leather, all included as well. £25.43. Always change your sewing machine needle between every 8 hours of sewing or between each project. Fabulous price. Thank you, Ben. Should we do some threads? Oh, no, let's stick with needles. Let's stick with needles. Which one? This one? This, these, and these. We've got a little bundle for you. Okay, you have got these curved needles, which these are brilliant for construction. So the only time I've ever seen these are in a kit or a box of needles with, how much are these? $4.99 for the lot? Oh, this is so good, because the only time I've ever seen these is when we've done a collection with Jane Greenoff. And she's been constructing, you know, those lovely big boxes that she makes. So they are brilliant. You're then getting, what other needles am I getting in here? Chenille needles, the crewel needles, and you're getting the curved needles and tapestry needles. There's your tapestry, your crewel, and your chenille needles. Right, at $4.99, this is already crazy low. If you've opened your order already, what would you like to do, Ben? The lowest ever price. To the pound, to the penny. Lowest ever deal on this. Right, hand sewing needle bundle. Loads of hand sewing needles. What? Oh, if you've opened your order already today, get them. Lowest ever price. Just add it to your order. It's one of those. Just add it to your order. Was it already a bundle, or did you bundle them? It was already a bundle in our system. I wonder when this was used, because I've not seen these before. Who else has had these? Oh, Ben stole them all. He says no one else has seen them. I've dropped them to the lowest ever price, £2.36. Chenille needles, crewel needles, tapestry needles, and curved needles. These are more obscure needles as well that you might not have already in your sewing box. £2.36. If you've bought anything today, it's one of those, just add your P&P is already paid for the day. They should be £4.99. They're now £2.36. Go for it. Oh, hundreds of these will go. It's a matter of how quick can you be. If you've got them in your basket, check out, check out, check out. Buy 2, buy 3, buy 4, get as many as you can. They're amazing value for money. Just how much did you pay for your tapestry needles? I mean, you've got 6 here. How many are in these packs? Do you know, Ben? Let me have a look. So you're getting, we've got time, haven't we? 1, 2, 3, 4. Pack of 20 chenilles, 20 crewel, 4 curved, and 6 tapestries. That's 50 needles. A bundle of 50 needles for £2.36. Oh, don't even try and do that math, Ollie. That is ridiculous. 4 pence. and needle. If you have a look on the website, it does give you all the information. So your chenille needles, pack of 20. They've got the large eyes. So they're those ones. There you go. So they are identical to tapestry or cross-stitch needles in length and diameter. However, the chenilles have a sharp point rather than a round or blunt, and they're used in the art of crewel embroidery and ribbon embroidery. And then you also have in here the chenille ones. And on the website, again, it gives you a bit of information of where you would need them. Oh, sorry, they're your crewel ones, aren't they? They're with the medium long eye, and they're which are slightly thinner. And then you've got your curved ones. These are so unusual. As I said, the only time I've ever seen these are with our lovely Jane from the Cross Stitch Guild, of course. And it says on the website, with the curved needles, sometimes referred to as upholstery needles, because upholsterers use them so often they're great to sew or repair any seams that cannot fit through your sewing machine or be flattened. This would include furniture, a lampshade, rugs, or heavy home decor. Fantastic. You'll always find a use for these. As I say, Jane Greenough, she uses these to construct her boxes that she makes of cross stitches. And you've also got the tapestry needles as well included. £2.36. Crazy. We obviously can't spend any more time on those at £2.36. Crazy. Let's now do some threads. Let's start with Orfil. We were just talking with Jenny about Orfil and the quality of Orfil. It doesn't fray. It's absolutely stunning colours. I mean, even just look at the packaging. It's beautiful. Now, if you love our iron earlier on and Tula Pink, if you're a big fan of Tula, then you will absolutely love this pack. Now, we're an hour into, well, hour left of our show before we start birthday specials. So we're just kind of treating this as a bit of a pre-birthday shindig. Go for it. Discounted to $59.99, and within here as well you are getting, look, all the most beautiful colours as well, greens, teals, blues, they're amazing. You're also getting all of your pinks and your purples, those peaches. They're not neon colours, they're all really useful colours. I know that Jenny was saying for EPP she tends to use creams to dark greys. They're your EPP threads. Now these are all 50 weight, so you can use them in your sewing machine, you can use them in your bobbin, you can use them for hand sew, you can use them for applique, you can use them for EPP, you can use them for all of your sewing needs. They are 100% Egyptian cotton, spun in Italy. The facilities are amazing. I know we've seen Ian doing a video there at Orfil, and it is amazing. At $59.99, honestly, for your price per spool, bearing in mind, while we're doing the maths here, Ollie, do you mind doing some maths for me? 20 spools. 20 spools. At $59.99, 3 new neon colours. So you've got this one, or is it that one? These are lovely bright colours, aren't they? Oh, if you got that new collection at Jenny Jackson. 4,000 metres in all. That's 220 yards on each spool. What is our price per spool? The reason I ask this, bearing in mind you're getting 200 metres on each, 220 yards, that's 200 metres. It makes it £3 a spool. Even if you go to the supermarket and you buy your run-of-the-mill polyester thread, you're normally paying between £1.60 and £2 a spool, and that's a 100 metre spool. Here you're getting 200 metres. Yeah, if I'm being brutally honest, we're at a point that we really shouldn't be discounting things. I know that we are literally about to start our birthday event. $74.99. It's about a penny and a half for a metre, going in on the maths. And that's for top quality Orfil thread. This is where, you know, a lot of people think it's a real luxury, it's a big expense to buy Orfil, but actually, if you are buying this and deals like today, you will get yourself some amazing deals. This is about to sell out. We've got 5 of these remaining, and we've got more than 5 of you who have got them in the basket. You've also got all of those new neon colours in this pack. Beautiful with Tula Pink for the, was it called the Everglow collection? Remember the Everglow collection that that we saw earlier on with the Fat 8 in Jenny Jackson's show? It completely sold out straight away. These are the colours that coordinate. So the beautiful pinks and oranges, these are the ones that coordinated. Limited stock, very, very limited. Saving £15 today. Wow, brilliant deal. It will go back up this evening at midnight tonight. So if you're watching on a replay, go for it. We're now less than 5 of those. If you do want them, look at even the boxes. The packaging's stunning. It really is. £59.99. Are there any other threads that you want to jump to before we go to a break? Because I am very aware that it is machine time. Underneath us on the website, have a look if there are any threads in particular, but that was one not to miss. We've got Gutermans, we've got the Sashiko. Hang on, are they the big ones? They're the 12 weight. Please, can we just do these? I'm so sorry, but I haven't seen these for so long. These are your 12 weights. If you love hand stitching, these are your Sashiko specialist threads. They're 12 weights, and you get 6 of the spools. They are once again from Orfil, so they're fabulous quality, but they are your Sashiko essentials. Right, Ben, I know that we were saying we're moving into our deals show. It's pre-birthday after all. Oh, look at these colours. Ben, can we do a deal on this? Oh, no, sorry. Ignore me. Ben, you're a tease. He's like, Vix, I really can't do a deal. He was like, unless you ask really nicely. And there he goes, $39.99. £15 off. Amazing. And look, you're getting a variegated one as well. You're getting your indigo and your ivory, your white if you want to do your traditional Sashiko, but then you've got all of these amazing colours, green, red, plum, and a variegated. 12 weight. They are amazing. 100% cotton. 325 metres of thread on these big, gorgeous spools for $39.99. Is Malcolm Orfil with us in the morning? Oh, we're here bright and early. Set your alarm because the deals start at 6 a.m. tomorrow. And Laura has already been coming in and bragging to Ben about how good our deals are in the morning, because we're borrowing producer Laura from Hobbymaker for the first 2 hours. And Ollie's been working all week on tomorrow's show. Just the first 2 hours are amazing. Is it right I've got Alisso Marion with me at 7? Yes! So I've got deals at 6, and I mean, we're kicking off the birthday at 6 a.m. So, of course, when we're starting the birthday event at 6 a.m, we want to make sure everybody is there. So we're going to do something absolutely crazy that you've got to be there to see at 6 a.m. And then Alisso Marion is going to be joining me at 7 a.m. Can't wait. Absolutely can't wait. Yes! Oh, yeah, you have to be there. Honestly, there's some deals that will definitely sell out by 7 a.m. So I know it's early, but set your alarm and get your cup of coffee. We've got a Riley Blake scrap bag in the 6 a.m. show. I'm telling you and you only. I'm not putting it on my socials. I'm not going to tell anybody else. If you want a Riley Blake scrap bag, we're going to do it at 6 a.m. Oh, I'm so excited. That's worth waking up for, isn't it? That is worth waking up for. Right, we're going to go to machines. By the way, also, there is a Delphine Orfil. There is a Debbie Shaw Orfil. Look on the web. Get those whilst you can during the break. We're back with our shows. I'm so excited for this because we are going to do, as I said, these pre-birthday deals. I spoke to the team upstairs. They've been planning the birthday for ages, and there are certain machines that aren't included. And can I just add, the 3 machines that I'm featuring on the show, I would class as our absolute flagship machines. Don't get me wrong. We've got a brand new Brother machine we're launching. There's different deals coming on, but we are going to show you our flagship machines that there's so much video content for, and we're going to do deals today. So if you've got any questions, if you love Elna, if you want these machines, stay tuned. Also, we're going to put a bit of a video of the 680. John Scott owns this machine. He did a full sort of video content as well. So if you do want to watch that during the break, stay tuned. Also, the Horn Furniture show from yesterday, there's already sellouts. There are sellouts. On the coming up section, if you scroll down, you'll be able to find single figures remaining on those Horn Furniture deals again. The MK2, I know, was so popular yesterday. The chairs were back. It's your chance to get them, if just in case you thought you'd missed those yesterday. Here's John talking about his machines. Have a look at this. I'm back with amazing Elna sewing machine deals.
This is the Elna 680 Plus. Now, before you start, I know it looks complicated, but it's the machine that I've got. I bought it and I love it. If I can use it, you definitely can do. There is so much to tell you about this machine. I'm going to start over here where we've got the thread cutter, we've got the needle up, needle down, we've got the lock stitch, we've got the reverse button. This button here is fantastic because it means that you can sew without using your foot pedal. What you need to remember though is the foot pedal must be unplugged, otherwise that button won't work. Also over there you've got your deluxe needle threader. You've also got your guide for your buttonhole foot there. Now, needle plate here, the needle plate at the front there, you get two of those, one for straight stitch and one for just regular stitches. Then we move across here, we've got our go faster, go slower. Up here, these are all the feet that Elna think that you'll use mostly. And they all live up here, so they're really easily to access there. So you just pop them out, get the one you want out, put the one that's in the A foot that comes on the machine, put that in its little slot. Also up here, we have got the pivot pin, exclusive pivot pin to Elna. What this means is you can put it in the hole here, stitch away, and you can sew the perfect circle, whether it's with straight stitch, zigzag stitch, or decorative stitch. If you're making a lovely Christmas coaster or something, it's fantastic for that. The gubbins box does come off and it gives you a free arm. Also, you can drop the feed dog so you can do free motion on this. Now, moving over here, this is where the whole machine is controlled from. Now, don't be frightened by it. If you've never had a digital machine before, don't be frightened because it's really, really easy. Always use your stylus to press your buttons. Now, what you've got here is you've got, let me just clear it there. You've got your modes. So you've got 5 different modes, which I'll tell you about in a second. You've got here, you can register it so that it does a locking stitch and a thread cutter at the end of each seam. This is your stitch width and your stitch length on there. You've also got all of your buttons here, which is how you choose your different stitches. Going down the side here, we've got elongation of satin stitches. We've got reversing a stitch if you need to do the other side of a stitch. We've got twin needling, and we've even got a lock here. So if your kids are around, you don't want them to touch it, then they can't use the machine at all once that lock's on. You've also got shortcuts here for your straight stitch, your 1/4 inch stitch, your zigzag stitch, and look at this buttonhole. Takes you straight through to a buttonhole, but you don't just get one buttonhole. Ooh, no, Look at all of these stitches. Now, they're all in their different modes here. So you've got your professional straight stitch one, that's when you change your plate. You've got all your utilities and your satin stitches. You've got all your decorative stitches here. Then you get onto all your alphabets. Now remember, this machine goes to a 9mm stitch width. So you can get really lovely, first of all, big satin stitches, but also great big letters. And a lot of people go, well, mine goes to 7. 9's not much difference. You just try it. You'll see how much difference you get from it. So basically, it's a really, really easy machine to set. Now, it does come with a knee lift. So that's not changed in 40 odd years. That is for you slide it into the front of the machine here, and when you're sitting at a desk, this hangs down by your knee. And when you want to lift your foot up without letting go of your garment or your quilt that you're making, you just push it to one side with your knee. The presser foot lifts up. You move your fabric around and then you just let it down and the foot goes back down again. It also comes with loads of other feet, including a walking foot, which means as soon as you get this machine, as long as you've got some fabric and some thread, you can start sewing straight away. Other things you get with it are the lovely extension table. Now, it's a big extension table, and it does come with these legs that you fit onto it, and they're like, you can raise them and lower them so that if your surface isn't particularly level, you can really level off your table. The other thing it comes with is this. Lovely semi-hard cover, which I use all the time. It's got the pocket down the side to keep your feet in, or your manual, because you never know where your manual is, do you? So, this is the machine I've got. I love it, and you know how much I love it. I go on about it all the time. If you're looking for a fantastic digital machine, then this is the one for you. The thing we all hate about overlockers is the threading. All the years I worked in theatre, I could never ever thread one. Then I came to work at Sashing Street and we had the 664 and the 664 Pro, and I thought, at last, an overlocker I can thread up. Then they brought the 864 air threader and I am in heaven. Now, I've just recently got this machine and I absolutely love it. And if you watch me on air, you'll know how much I love it because I get really overexcited about it. So let me just take you around the machine. It's a 4-thread overlocker. You can get to all of the machinery that you need to because it opens all the way up like that. But this is where the joy happens. The lower looper and the upper looper are the ones that are really difficult to thread. You don't have to worry on this one whatsoever. I'm going to show you how to thread it very quickly. So what you do is you turn this lever to threading, you turn this lever to lower looper, you turn the clutch until it clicks. Then what that does is all of these tubes and everything all align totally. You then take your first thread, you put it on your stand, you take it through the telescopic here. This is how easy it is. You take it through the tension there, through the tension wheel there, and then down through the looper. You take the end of your thread. Now, I always say, put about 1.5 inches it into the hole. And this is where the absolute brilliance of this machine is. So what you then do is you then lift this lever. This lever sucks air in from outside and it pushes that thread right the way through to where you need it. Like that. Right, that's the lower looper done. All you need to do then is get your tweezers and just, I'll do it in a minute, just pull the thread out to the back. Then you get your next thread and we do the upper looper. So again, we just put the thread on there through the telescopic. Now you always have to thread your overlocker from this one right the way through there. If the thread that one breaks, or you have to start again, you always have to start with this one. Right, again, so through the tension wheel, through the little loop at the bottom there, put the end of the thread into the hole. Remember to turn the lever to upper looper, and then you literally, this is the one I love the best. That's it done. That's it done. Now, it has a needle threader on it. You can do the left needle and the right needle. Once that's all done, you then turn this back to sewing, you turn that back up to there, you close the box here, you put your gubbins box on, and you're ready to go. So, it doesn't just do overlocking, it does rolled hem, it does picot hem, it does gathering, it does standard stitch and tight stitch as well. This machine is worth every penny. You need one of these. The Elna 550, 560 and 570, brilliant machines. Now, think of them like this: Baby Bear, Mummy Bear, Daddy Bear. All machines that have the same case, each machine has the same motor, and each machine has the same basics, but as you go up in size, you get more details and more facilities on the machine. 550, really lovely starter machine here. You've got the needle up, needle down, you've got the lock stitch, you've got the reverse button, and you've got a button to sew without using the foot pedal. You do have a needle thread as well. This one, the 550, has 50 stitches. They're all inbuilt. You don't need to worry about them, and you don't need to worry if you lose your brochure, because they're all there on the machine. Moving up to the 560, on this one you also have your thread cutter and you've got your memory thread cutter, but you get 100 built-in stitches on that one. And then if we move up to the 570A, now the A is really important because the A means alphabet. So as well as the 200 built-in stitches here, you also get the alphabet. So you get 200 stitches built in and the alphabet. It's a brilliant, brilliant machine, and I myself love this machine. They all come with an extension table, and they all come with a hard case. Now they weigh 6.6 kilos, which is the size of a big cat. So if you're serious about sewing, thinking I'm just going to upgrade, one of these would be perfect.
Hello, welcome back. Right, before we get into these amazing deals, just a heads up, I just want to say congratulations, basically, to anybody who's managed to get any of the Horn furniture over the last 24 hours. I know that Jason was here yesterday. It was a bestseller yesterday, and it's now become a bestseller today. Was this the one that you were talking about, the MK2, the Mark II? This is the one that is very, very, very popular. There's the different options as well on what colours you want to go with your decor. So choose which colour you want carefully, because the grey oak, there's literally 2 of those units remaining. And the weathered oak, there is again 3. They're all on 5-way split pay. Choose which one you want. Just to let you know as well, if any, the weathered oak's 2, by the way. So yeah, please be aware. If you were umming and ahhing about them, I don't know how long it takes to restock them. I've never done a show before. It's been years since I've seen Horn furniture. So Ben just wanted to warn everybody, because there was a lot of people who had things in baskets. It gives you a second chance if you watched the show. If you haven't watched the show, whilst you're on the website, Ben, can you just scroll up? If you click TV guide at the top there, click on that and go back one day to Saturday. You can do this after the show today. You can click and watch those 2 hours of those shows available, and all of the products from that show will then be listed underneath as well. So there you go. You can see the MK2. That's the which one's that? The Genie E cabinet. Oh, that is amazing. It's so cool. Right, it's all there. Okay, now these machines are not featured in the birthday event. I wanted to make that sort of clear, because if I'm honest, I was a little bit nervous today when I saw that we had the 680 Plus on the day before the birthday, because anyone would presume that the 680 would absolutely be part of that 5-year event. And it should be. It's scandalous, outrageous that it's not part of it, because it's our flagship machine, let's face it. We've gone the whole of Feb without featuring this machine. We are not going to be seeing this machine over the birthday. I don't think that's ever happened a whole month without this machine. Now, I also just want to show you anybody who has loved this machine or wanted this machine over the last 5 years. It's one of the most user-friendly machines. It really, really is. If you would love a big machine, if you've got a designated craft room, it's got a fantastic throat space. It's got a free arm as well, so if you're working on dressmaking or bag making, it's got the free arm there. Its storage is fantastic. It's got the storage on the front, the drawers to be able to keep your bobbins, to be able to keep your extra needles, your bits and bobs. That drawer actually lifts out and gives you extra storage to keep your walking foot, your dining foot, which comes included with the machine. And then there's a secret wardrobe up here. All of these pull forward as well, so you can keep yourself, oh, there's my circular pin gone. You've got all of your spaces for each individual accessory that comes with it. It has a fantastic array of stitches within this machine, a huge selection of utility stitches and buttonholes, decorative stitches in mode 2, quilting stitches on there as well. You've got an alphabet, you've got numbers, you've got a straight stitch needle plate as well included. So if, like Jenny, you love, if you're doing straight stitching, if you put that on, then you're not going to get that tendency for the thread to be chewed up underneath your fabric. So that is fabulous. There is the bobbin winder on the top here. You've got your thread cutter. I know that John Scott said that was the reason he wanted this machine. The thread cutter, the fact that you can slow down your sewing whilst you're sewing when you're getting to an integral point. It's got an automatic needle threader, superior needle threader, start button means you can use it with or without a foot pedal. Does have a knee lift. I know that was another thing that John Scott really wanted as part of a machine. You've got your reverse stitch, your locking stitch, your needle up down. So it's all very intuitive. But it is a fantastic workhorse. I know so many people that sew for a profession that use this machine. I also know a lot of hobby sewers that love this machine. It's one of those that sort of, yeah, ticks all of the boxes and has been our flagship machine for the last 5 years. The videos of John talking about it that you've seen during the break as well, they're always on our YouTube channel. So if you want to go to our YouTube page, then you'll be able to see John, there he is, talking about the Elna 680. It's his machine. He knows his machine so well. In fact, this time 5 years ago, John he wasn't part of Sewing Street at that point. He was obviously part of Sewing Quarter. It was another machine that we all loved then. But while John wasn't here 5 years ago, we all were watching John's, videos and things over lockdown. He was obviously doing a huge campaign of making scrubs and masks and all sorts, and he was on this machine. This is the machine. Yeah, Stuart Hillard owns this machine. Stuart Hillard owns the blue one, the one with the blue, slightly different, but it is the same sort of body as this machine. I know that Joe Carter owns this machine. So many people, as I said, that are professional sewers that sew day in, day out, use this machine. Now today, it's the pre-birthday bash. I am with you bright and early tomorrow at 6 a.m. to launch amazing birthdays deals. But this is something that is not featured across the whole event. So I was talking to Hayley and said, please, can I do an hour of Elna machines that aren't available during the birthday? Alison, have you set your alarm already? I can't wait to see you in the morning. She says, I bought a 680 and one of the hard cases with wheels so I can take it to groups and workshops. Fabulous machine. Oh, that is brilliant. Because this is a machine, I'm not going to lie, it is a big machine. It's not one of the most portable machines, but if you've got a case with the wheels on, yeah, take it with you. It's a real workhorse. It's brilliant. Alison, I'll see you bright and early. Alison's with me tomorrow at 7 a.m. I'm going to be live from 6. I've already let the cat out of the bag of some of the deals, which I will get told off for, but I'm so excited for our show in the morning to launch the birthday. But back to now. We have liaised, we have asked, Ben, what is our pre-birthday price? You're not going to be able to get this deal over the birthday. This is it. If you want it, it's normally £1,449. We are the home of Elna. For today and today only. Ben. Come on. Are you having a laugh? £1? Oh, I know. Do you know, it's his sort of joke, isn't it, sometimes when he does £1 off. Ben, come on. I want a pre-birthday deal. I was concerned then. I was actually thinking, no! £2 off, he's saying. He's all giddy. He's got too much birthday cake in the gallery. He's eating all the cake already. Right, okay. If you want it, imagine if he did another £1 off then. He could just keep dropping it. 1,149. Go for it. You get a 2-year warranty. Oh, no, 3-year warranty with Elna, actually, isn't it? 3-year warranty or 2-year? 2-year. 2-year warranty with Elna. And you also get 5 split payments today. 5-way split pay. There's all your specs of the machine. So the machine weight is 10 kg. The size of it is there. It's got the free arm as well. It's got the free arm flatbed convertible. Your sewing space is 210 by 120 millimeters. It's got the LCD touchscreen, which is so easy to be able to use. Let's have a look. Levi, have you got the cord to plug this in for me, please? Because I just want to show you how straightforward it is to use this panel on the front here, because it is brilliant. There's all of your different stitches that come within the machine. So you've got a great, look, even the little scissors and the spool. I love those decorative stitches. You've got an alphabet, so it's great for monogramming. It's fantastic for personalization, and it's really easy to be able to link different between the different modes. And if you are writing a date or if you're writing a name, thank you, Levi, then you can, of course, save it with the memory, because the machine has memory. Well done if you're getting the deal. Now, within here, you have got your LCD touchscreen panel. It comes with a little stylus. Where's the stylus? It does come with the stylus. It also has the capability to drop the feed dogs. So if you drop the feed dogs, then it goes into free motion. Comes with a walking foot, comes with a free motion foot. But I just wanted to show you how easy it is to navigate through that full LCD screen. So I'll start at the bottom here. You have got your touch screen, which is almost like your speed dial button. So you've got a 1/4 of an inch there. You've got your straight stitch. You've got a zigzag, and you've got, what are the buttonholes there as a little speed dial button. But if you go back to the start, it's so, so easy. If you do then think, oh, I want to do a zigzag, but I want to override it. I want to make it wider. You can go right up to, how far can we go? A 9mm stitch width, which is fantastic. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it's up to a 5mm stitch length. Now, if you start playing around with this too much, it will automatically default to its recommended stitch width and stitch length. And if you think, oh gosh, I've been pressing too many buttons, I just want to go back to the start, you can press C, and that will go back to its recommended stitch width, stitch length for that chosen stitch. So you've got those 4 speed dial buttons. You've then got a little key button there. That will just lock it in place. So if you're changing your needles, if you're changing your feet, if you're changing your stitch plate, if you're wanting to just keep it looked at, maybe you've got cats or, you know, paws in the house or little hands or something, and you want to make sure that's locked, you've got the little safety feature there with the key. You got your settings to play around with if you want to buzz off, buzz on, buzz off. You've got the sound there. There's a few other different settings that you can change within here. You've got your twin needling option. You've got your elongated stitching. So if you want to elongate some of the stitches, like your satin stitches, you can do that here. You can also reverse, flip some of the imageries. So earlier on I was talking about some of the decorative stitches you've got, like the car and the house. If you're doing a little border and you pick one of the stitches and you want to reverse it, mirror image one of these pictorial stitches, you can. So you've got that button there to be able to flip or mirror it straight away. Now you've also got your scissor cutter. So one of the main features of the 680 Plus is that it will cut your thread. So you've got that cutter here. So at the end of each sequence, you can press the button, it will cut your thread. If you don't want to press the button at every stitch sequence, but you know you do want the thread to be cut, it has a memory. So I can click the button, the little icons appeared on the screen, and that will now remember to cut my thread at the end of every single stitch sequence. You can also add a memory for it to do a locking stitch first. So a locking stitch and then a cut, and it will remember to do that. You can click that at any point if you want to take that off. So don't panic if you're doing gathering stitches and you want to keep your threads long, you can take that off. Now you can automatically put in the number of the stitch that you want to. They're all numbered, so you can just tap that in. Or you can go across the categories with the arrows. Now, if you hit mode, that will take you through the different ones. So that's in mode 1. Now we're in mode 2. If I then click it, I'm then in my alphabets. And it's so easy to know as well what foot to use for the stitch that's recommended. So this one is telling you to use your A stitch, but if I'm moving across to this one, or let's have a look, a fancy stitching, a zigzag, it's still telling me to use my A foot. It's telling me here, I'm just going to keep going through some other stitches where I know that you're probably going to need a different foot. But anyway, it will tell you, super intuitive to be able to tell you what foot to use. So then you can click cancel again, back to the start, which is fabulous. Now, you have got included, can I show you? Can I show you the list of feet that you get as standard with this? And you get an extension table. I haven't mentioned you get a massive extension table on this. So if you're doing free motion, if you're doing quilting, if you're doing larger projects, you can. So here you've got all of your features and functions. It's got the retractable feed dog, 7-dog feed dog piece. It's got the needle threader built-in superior system, easy and guided threading system, and built-in thread cutter. One-step needle plate conversion. Right, so to change your needle plate, if you are like Jenny Jackson and just want to use, that's for you, Bobbin, just want to use your straight stitch needle plate, I have to remind myself how to do this. Oh, John will probably tell you on one of the videos. There is normally a button. Is it there? Yes, there it is. So you just pull this little lever and that can change your plate. You do also get a straight stitch needle plate. Make sure your needle's up, obviously, like that. Take that out. And can you see the difference? I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but you are getting 2 different needle plates. They look very, very similar to I here. Oh, does John tell you how to do it? Here you go. Oh, that's threading your needle. So you've got videos all on YouTube how to thread the needle. But with this, you get 2 different needle plates. And these are the differences when you're upgrading your machines that you get things like this. Now, to the eye, they look very, very, very similar. But with this one, can you see this bridge here? So this is your standard plate. And this allows your needle to swing from left to right when you're doing decorative stitching. If you are doing a straight stitch only, 1/4 inch, can you see that there are 3 holes there with little metal bars between them? There you go. So you've got your central hole there, which you do your straight stitch. You can swing your needle to the left, swing your needle to the right if you want, but it's not going to drag all that fabric down. You're not going to need a leader or follower. It will not leave that bird nest on the back. So this is brilliant to be able to get both of those included if you are a quilter, if you love piecing, if you do straight stitching. Quick reminder, this is not featured as part of the birthday event, and that's the reason we wanted to do a show on it today, and we wanted to offer you a discounted big deal because we've not seen it for over a month. First time in Feb, we haven't seen it since, I think, the beginning of Jan, actually. So if you do want it, if you had your eye on it and you've been thinking, I'm going to wait for the birthday, I'm waiting for the birthday, this is not featured a part of the birthday event. Wanted to offer you something brilliant today. It's one of our flagship machines. It really is. It's your workhorse machine. Look how well lit it is as well. It's brilliant. It's a machine you'll grow with. You'll grow with. You will know if John Scott's got it, it's going to be good. In fact, we've got a video. Can we play that little video of John as well, please? I'll keep the graphics live whilst you're calling through and whilst you're checking out. Well done if you've got it already. If you've got any questions, get them in. We're live for another half an hour, so I'll be able to answer your questions. But if you've got any questions, please do get them in. I could see some of them are checked out. If you haven't fully checked out your order, John will here give you a word of confidence in taking that plunge. But we've also got the air threader coming up on today's show. Have a look at John and check out your baskets as soon as you can. Have a look at this.
This is the Elna 680 Plus. Now, before you start, I know it looks complicated, but it's the machine that I've got. I bought it and I love it. If I can use it, you definitely can do. There is so much to tell you about this machine. I'm going to start over here where we've got the thread cutter, we've got the needle up, needle down, we've got the lock stitch, we've got the reverse button. This button here is fantastic because it means that you can sew without using your foot pedal. What you need to remember though is the foot pedal must be unplugged, otherwise that button won't work. Also over there you've got your deluxe needle threader. You've also got your guide for your buttonhole foot there. Now, needle plate here, the needle plate in front there, you get 2 of those, one for straight stitch and one for just regular stitches. Then we move across here, we've got our go faster, go slower. Up here, these are all the feet that Elna think that you'll use mostly. And they all live up here, so they're really easily to access there. So you just pop them out, get the one you want out, put the one that's in the A foot that comes on the machine, put that in its little slot. Also up here, we have got the pivot pin, exclusive pivot pin to Elna. What this means is you can put it in the hole here, stitch away, and you can sew the perfect circle, whether it's with straight stitch, zigzag stitch, or decorative stitch. If you're making a lovely Christmas coaster or something, it's fantastic fantastic for that. The Gubbins box does come off and it gives you a free arm. Also, you can drop the feed dog, so you can do free motion on this. Now, moving over here, this is where the whole machine is controlled from. Now, don't be frightened by it. If you've never had a digital machine before, don't be frightened, because it's really, really easy. Always use your stylus to press your buttons. Now, what you've got here is you've got, let me just clear it there. You've got your modes. So you've got 5 different modes, which I'll tell you about in a second. You've got here, you can register it so that it does a locking stitch and a thread cutter at the end of each seam. This is your stitch width and your stitch length on there. You've also got all of your buttons here, which is how you choose your different stitches. Going down the side here, we've got elongation of satin stitches. We've got reversing a stitch if you need to do the other side of a stitch. We've got twin needling, and we've even got a lock here. So if your kids are around, you don't want them to touch it, then they can't use the machine at all once that lock's on. You've also got shortcuts here for your straight stitch, your 1/4 inch stitch, your zigzag stitch, and look at this buttonhole. Takes you straight through to a buttonhole, but you don't just get one buttonhole. Ooh, no, look at all of these stitches. Now, they're all in their different modes here. So you've got your professional straight stitch one, that's when you change your plate. You've got all your utilities and your satin stitches. You've got all your decorative stitches here. Then you get onto all your alphabets. Now remember, this machine goes to a 9mm stitch width. So you can get really lovely, first of all, big satin stitches, but also great big letters. And a lot of people go, well, mine goes to 7. 9's not much difference. You just try it. You'll see how much difference you get from it. So basically, it's a really, really easy machine to set. Now, it does come with a knee lift. So that's not changed in 40 odd years. That is for, you slide it into the front of the machine here, and when you're sitting at a desk, this hangs down by your knee. And when you want to lift your foot up without letting go of your garment or your quilt that you're making, you just push it to one side with your knee, the presser foot lifts up, you move your fabric around, and then you just let it down, and the foot goes back down again. It also comes with loads of other feet, including a walking foot, which means as soon as you get this machine, as long as you've got some fabric and some thread, you can start sewing straight away. Other things you get with it are the lovely extension table. Now, it's a big extension table, and it does come with these legs that you fit onto it, and they're like, you can raise them and lower them so that if your surface isn't particularly level, you can really level off your table. The other thing it comes with is this lovely semi-hard cover, which I use all the time. It's got the pocket down the side to keep your feet in, or your manual, because you never know where your manual is, do you? So this is the machine I've got. I love it, and you know how much I love it. I go on about it all the time. If you're looking for a fantastic digital machine, then this is the one for you.
Oh, well done, everybody that's got it. I just think, you know, they are really fantastic videos for you to be able to have a support as well. When you're buying a machine from us, what is fantastic is it's a community, isn't it? You're not just buying off the shop shelf where you literally pay and go and that's it. You're left to your own devices. Remember, we are the home of Elna. See, another one's just gone. Well done, everyone who's just got a very, very exciting parcel on their way. There are 8 of you, I know, who've got it in your basket. Now, if that is the case with the air threader, whoa, we are way oversubscribed. Now, 680 is kind of like, it's just programmed in my brain now as literally one of our flagships. This is one of our dreams. I know this is something that so many of us have had on our dream wish list of what you want in your life, in your sewing room. And I know John Scott's sewing room is the 680 Plus and the Elna air threading overlocker. This is going to change your world when it comes to threading those pesky overlockers. I know they're difficult to do. A lot of people have been put off completely by overlockers because of the threading system. Now, there are literally 4 in the whole of the building. 3 left. 3's left. This is the 6th of, oh my gosh, right, this is the last chance to get it. That's why, I'm actually thinking that is why it couldn't have been featured in the birthday event. This is not part of the birthday show. That's why we wanted to give everybody the final chance to get the Elna air threading overlocker. Thank you so much for getting it on 5-way split pay as well. I do think, you know, brilliant 2-way, 3-way split pay, but 5-way split pay is the best, the maximum split pay that we offer as a company. And I know our MD Scott absolutely hates us doing a split pay, a 5-way split pay. So make the most of it, because if Scott sees that, he will be taking that straight off 5-way split pay. Remember, if you go to our videos on our YouTube channel, Sewing Street YouTube channel, you'll be able to find all of these videos of our very own John Scott, who owns this machine himself. And obviously, as we all know, he's an incredible dressmaker. He knows an overlocker like the back of his hand, but it's the difference of having that air threading technology, which is amazing. And so the difficulty is normally, by the way, there's, I think, one left on my screen. I'm checking with Ben, because Ben knows and he's seen the call screen and the call center, but I believe there's one. Now, it's all color coordinated, but the problem is quite often is the lower looper. The fact that you can literally just put your thread straight into here and use the lever to then air thread through is fantastic. John actually does it during this video, as you can see here. So he just flips that to open it up. He talks you through all of it. Turn your hand crank so it's completely locked there. Your tension's all right. There's the loopers. Here are your threads. He literally takes you step by step, that you can watch this every single time you want to thread it. It's so detailed. This isn't a little on-air demo. This is this was a show that we actually had a location for the whole day. We filmed a really intense, fabulous camera to be able to see it exactly and get the shots that we normally can't on screen. So then he's talking through this. By the way, this does all have sound on our YouTube channel that you can watch back. We've also discounted the price, by the way, to £1,059. And do you see how quick that was? Hang on, can you just go back like 2 seconds? How easy is it for you to just go back 2 seconds? Because you blink, you miss it. Do you see? He just did the action. It shoots up there. So lever's pressed. It's done. That is the difficult part. The looper, that lower looper, so difficult to be able to thread. Right, we went down to 1. It's absolutely fine. Someone's changed their mind. There are 9 people who have got the very last 2 in their basket. It's our pre-birthday deals. If you've got them in your basket, please be aware. Please be aware. Oh yeah, maybe you've unchecked out your basket so that you can get your split pay. If you want the split pay, this is the very final chance to be able to get it. £1,059 on 5-way split pay. Any questions that you have, please get them in. Someone has asked something. Remember, you can use it with a 4-thread, 3-thread, or 2-thread. Oh, yeah, they all have a free arm. In fact, I'm just looking. The 680 does, and the 570, they both have a free arm. The 680, you can pull the front off so you can sew in the round, no problem, as you can with the 570. I'm just looking. I don't think I'm not quite sure if the 752 does. Do we have the 572 on the show today? 752? No, we don't. Yeah, we've got the 570 and we've got the 680 available today, both of which have a free arm. 5-way split pay, £1,059. You can use it, remember, for lots of different stitches. Of course, for your overlocking. And if you're making things like activewear, if you are making dancewear, if you are making leisure wear, your joggers, if you look in any of your garments that have got a stretch to them, they will have all been constructed on an overlocker. And when we're thinking about dressmaking, I know that it is a considered purchase, but you want to make sure that your seams last longer. You want to make sure that the garments last longer, don't you? So to be able to have quality, absolute quality machines like this, it means that they are going to last the test of time. If you're doing swimwear, if you're doing lingerie, if you're working with any stretch fabric, remember, not only can it finish the edges and stop them from fraying, but you can also construct a lot of garments on an overlocker. I think it's a complete game changer in your sewing room. Rebecca Harrison, whenever I'm on with her, I'll always ask her, at what point during your sewing journey do you invest in an overlocker? She says straight away. Get one straight away. And I know that it is a luxury to have the air threader. If you can afford to do it, get it with the air threader. It's amazing. How many are in the baskets? 15. for the last 2. Still 2, we're stuck on 2. I'll leave it with you. I understand it's considered purchase. Get split pay if you can. Same here, 2 left. We're not going to get any more in until April. So this is your final call until April. Now, another machine. Well done on the 680s. Well done on the 680s, sorry. Now, this is my favourite of the 5 series. I would urge anybody who is after a smaller, more portable machine to get this one. I know a lot of people that have got the 680 Plus that buy this machine as a second machine. It is brilliant. Do you know why? Because it's got the thread cutter. As I said, one of the biggest, reasons why a lot of people invest in the 680 is because of the thread cutter. Here you've got a thread cutter, and look at the price. Bearing in mind, I think the 550, which has got 50 stitches and hasn't got a thread cutter and hasn't got an alphabet, which I'll talk about in a moment, it's £649. Now, I'll tell you a funny story. Back in 2020, when we launched this machine, we were actually the first people, I believe, in the UK to have the machine. And we were in lockdown. It was very, very difficult to get hold of people, not in offices, etc., etc. There was a certain amount of machines that we had, and that's what we sort of had in the building. And we were about to go on air. And it's the 578. We'd had the 570 before, but it was the 578. And we were saying, I know there's an alphabet on here somewhere. It says on all of my specs, there's an alphabet. And we couldn't for the life of us find it because we were going, no, there's 50 stitches, there's 100, there's 150, there's 200 stitches. Where is the alphabet? I even had John Scott messaging in, bearing in mind he didn't work for Sewing Street at the time, messaging me going, Vic, there's no alphabet. That's the 570, there's no alphabet. I'm like, I know there's an alphabet somewhere, I can't find it. Anyway, what you do, it is the alphabet machine, which is amazing at this price because you click on mode, and can you see here, you've got your alphabet. Now, to find it on your stitch chart, you need to go to your manual. You'll get a full manual with it, and it will tell you where all of your alphabet here. But to be able to get a machine this size, a portable machine that is of this quality with a thread cutter and with an alphabet, that's why I'd be saying, look, spend that extra, what, 30, 50 pounds, whatever it is. It's really not that much from the jump. It's the 570A. This is the most, it's exactly the same size as the 550 and the 560. It looks very similar, but this is the one not to miss, especially at that discounted price today of £649. I'm going to plug it in again, if that's okay. I will plug it in again just because I want to show you again how easy this is. Maybe this is your first computerized machine. If you've just got one that you've had up in the loft, or if you've got a machine that you've been gifted, or this could be your first machine, which is brilliant for bag makers, fantastic for dressmakers. And earlier on I mentioned about growing with a machine. Don't buy a machine that you are going to think, oh, in a year or so, I'm going to grow out of it. I'm going to then really want to get another machine. You won't grow out on this because you've got the option then of still lowering the feed dogs and adding a free motion foot. It doesn't come with a free motion foot, but it has the capability of lowering the feed dogs. It also has the capability of putting a walking foot on there if you want. A lot of machines that are more, I don't want to use this as an entry-level machine. It's not. It's a really, really good machine. But if you're looking at this sort of price bracket, you don't normally get a thread cutter. You don't normally get a warranty. Do you have a name and a brand like Elna? Do you have the capability of lowering your feed dogs? Do you have a free arm? There's a lady who asked about a free arm. So easy to take that front compartment off, and then you can sew really easily in and around for bags, for sleeves, for trousers, for whatever you need. Also, we offer split pay. Not many shops, can offer you a 5-way split payment, meaning you can get this machine home today at £129.80. It comes with a huge array of accessories as standard. Now, this is the slide for the 578. So these are all of the feet that you get with this machine. So you've got the standard A foot, you get a satin stitch foot in there, an overedge foot, a zipper foot, a blind hem foot, a 1/4 inch seam foot, a buttonhole foot, because you get buttonholes on here as well. Also, the amount of stitches that you do get an extension table. You get a full hard cover to be able to move around to workshops, to classes with you. It is absolutely a machine that I have recommended to so many people. For the amount that you get on the machine, this is the one honestly, if you can afford to do it, to get it at £649, fabulous price. Once again, this is not featured on the birthday. All of the machines that we're showing you now are our flagship machines that we have not got on the birthday show. So, just to recap, there is a 570A, there is the air threader, and the absolute star as always, because we've had so many people who have asked about it, and we haven't had it on for over a month. I'm not quite sure whether you were waiting to see whether it was part of the birthday. We have not got a bundle or a deal, so don't panic. And I wanted to make that clear because I would hate for you to get it today and then tomorrow they come on air with a big deal on it. I would absolutely be upfront and honest with you and let you know if there were. I made it clear with Hayley today and said, right, can we please do a special deal for anybody who is maybe watching? If this is the machine that I know a lot of you may have been watching the last month and thinking, right, I'll wait until the birthday, now is the time to get it. Do you know what? I was just thinking, what is this on the front of my screen? I've not seen this before. But it's because when I took the needle plates out, I've put the straight stitch needle plate in accidentally. Well, not accidentally. I just put that one in. And can you see here that it shows you? So now it won't let me do any of the satin stitches or anything that's going to break my needle or, you know, hurt my machine. It won't let you do it. 1,149. It's now one of the best sellers of the day. It is the best seller of the day, in fact. It's the best seller, let's face it, in the last 5 years, isn't it? It's a machine that we all know, we all love, you often see on our demonstrators using. And look, I love the fact that Stuart Hillard being a quilter, dressmaker, John Scott being an all-round sewer, Joe Carter, dressmaker. There's so many people who like to do a bit of sewing butterflies, I'll call them. They like to do everything. There are certain machines that are really specifically led towards quilters or really specifically led towards dressmakers, whereas this is a brilliant universal machine for everybody. £1,149, 5-way split pays on. I know that we've got a very, very exciting week coming your way, and my word, we really do have some treats for you. But if this is the machine that's been on your wish list, this is not available this week. This will go back up at midnight tonight and it will not be featured. I know it won't sneak in here, there and everywhere because every show is planned to the inch of its life. Literally every minute that we're on air, through our birthday, we've been having meetings galore for the last few months. It's all very exciting. But if it is the machine that you're after, you do get a walking foot with this one, yes. And you get a free motion foot for anybody that was asking. £229.80 on 5-way split pay. Thank you so much. And what I would suggest is if you're still on the fence with it, if you have a look on the fans page and type in the search bar, 680 plus, there will be threads and threads of people also asking, shall I get this? What do you think to this? So many of our customers own this machine. Don't take my word for it. Take their word for it. Honestly, the proof's in the pudding. The amount of people that I know own this machine, it is brilliant. And we are the home of Elna, so it's fantastic that we're able to offer you those discounts. So if you haven't done it already, can we all set our alarm now, please, for 5 to 6? Don't miss the start of the show. Don't miss it. We're going to be on air. Yeah, you heard right. We are on air at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. I will be there, might still be in my PJs, might have a cup of coffee with me, but I will be there and I'm not going to miss it because we've got, can I give you one little sneak peek? I've already told some people earlier on. I'm going to tell you one item that I'm going to be doing at 6 o'clock, which I know will make sure everybody's there. We have got a Riley Blake scrap bag. First ever Riley Blake scrap bag coming up in that 6 a.m. hour. Have a look. I have got deals upon deals upon deals, bright and early to get everybody excited for our 5th birthday. I'm actually really emotional about it. I can't believe it's been 5 years since we were just in that little tiny studio. It was literally just myself. It was absolutely crazy. And yeah, we're here 5 years later in a massive studio with an amazing audience. So I'm so excited to celebrate with you bright and early at 6 a.m. We've then got Alison Marion, Kerry Lord from Toft. We've got all sorts coming up and Dukey specials from 11:30. We're still staying on air till 1. It's just an extended show tomorrow, celebrating our 5th birthday. Thank you all for your company today. Have a serious think about any of the machines. I'm super excited for all of your amazing purchases to arrive today. And we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Bye.